Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen meeting of March 20th, 2018. If we could please start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming this evening. We have a very heavy agenda. So we're going to have public comment first. The items that are on the agenda that are article reviews are part of our public hearing. Our public hearing we had for everything except these items here, and we continued to tonight. So the public hearing on items of the school budget, the zoning articles and the CPA articles are still open in public hearing. So after each one of those presentations, we will allow public comment on those agenda topics at that time. So having said that, if anybody would like to address the board on anything else, I'd also just like to say that both Eric and Mark will be with us tonight, but they're going to be a little late.
Good evening, Madam Chairman. Tom Sullivan, West Yarmouth. I'd just like to clarify something from your last meeting. When you had our elected officials here, Senator Sear made an incorrect comment in reference to the CLF lawsuit that was in federal court. He stated that there was a court order on that. There is no court order on it. Judge Wolf, who handled the case, threw 3 out of the 4 items on that case out of court. He allowed them to work, the CLF work with the EPA to work up the Section 208 agreement. That's all it did. The others agreeing part of that lawsuit, the EPA moved to have them dismissed. The judge agreed. And the judge's comments, there were 2 things he made. One, there was lack of any foundation of law on those part of the lawsuit. And he told the CLF, come back when you have a good legal argument. So that was wrong information. I have already addressed it with Senator Sear. He made it twice during the meeting here. And that was totally wrong. There is no court order forcing anybody to do anything. And as far as the majority of that court case, it was thrown out. As a matter of fact, I talked to Representative Whalen on it, and I sent him a copy of the case. So he has a copy of the actual case, and it's in there. Okay. So if anybody, I can dig it up again if you want it. I could send it to you.
With it. No, we don't want to see it.
All right. But as I said, I followed it all the way through since we've had the...
again.
Well, I followed it all the way since we had town meeting. And I spoke at town meeting that anything that court case would go through. Because I looked at the lawsuit, and there was stuff in that lawsuit that is not even under the Clean Water Act. That's why the judge threw it out. That's why there was no foundations of law.
Send it over, Tom.
Huh?
I like to read that stuff in my spare time.
I'm sure you do. That's all I got to say. I'll wait until you have the other hearing.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Christine.
Hi. I'll make it very brief because I know you've been backed up with snow and everything else over the period of time the last little while. Christine Greeley, I wanted to report to you that yesterday there was a meeting in this room with about 30 residents from around Lewis Bay, along with Senator Sear, Representative Whalen, and Representative Crocker, during that time we met to meet with them to express our extreme concerns about the idea that any cables would be landed in Lewis Bay, and particularly updated them since when Vineyard Wind filed their proposal and prospectus with the state. They actually filed it with 2 alternatives, and one of them was into the bay. The other one is to go into the Coles Beach area. They've since, in their own meetings a week ago in Barnstable, indicated there's virtually no difference in landing in either locations. So we're saying get it out of a shallow bay that needs dredging, that has environmental issues, and put it over in Coles Bay, over in open water. So I just wanted to update you. There was a very productive meeting. They appreciated being brought up to date on it and understand a lot of the issues, the subtleties of the bay, and our concerns of why we will continue to be very, very opposed to the cables in Lewis Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Chris, is this about the school budget?
Yes, should I wait?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Joe, you have something?
Please. Joe Glenn, West Yarmouth. I know you have an ambitious agenda. I want to just make 2 general points that I think apply to what you're going to be speaking about tonight. One, I know that the scholarship committee has scholarships, and those applications are out, and the deadline's pretty soon, I think. And I know Tracy is on the board, or maybe the superintendent. But that's important because we're talking about people in the town that donate to that. Some of them didn't have a lot of money. Some of them maybe have, but they donated to that. And those scholarships are available to people in Yarmouth, and the people that are on those committees do a great job, and they review them, and that's something that people should know. And one thing that I say when, usually it's after the elections, that they give those scholarships out, and I'm usually up here saying something about defeat is never temporary at that time, but the importance of that vote, and I think a lot of people heard it last night when the student representative spoke. If you don't get out to vote, and I don't care where you stand on an issue, you need to get out to vote. You're sending a message not only to the children as a civic example, not only to your fellow townspeople, but you're sending a message to all of our representatives. We could be getting money from social workers from the county. We could be getting things from state government, federal government. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, and if you don't get out to vote and you don't come to town meeting, that makes a difference. I don't care where we stand. I would love for this year to blow it out, and in future years, it's Civic Pride Day. We get people out there, and we're having a festival at town meeting. That we have, our biggest problem is we don't know how to fit the people. If we can do that, I don't care where you stand on the issues, we're going to be a better town because the best ideas are going to get out there. So please get out and vote. Tell the kids about the scholarships so that those kids will get out to vote in the future. And remember, Mr. Stone, perseverance in spirit has done wonders in all times. George Washington.
You didn't have to say George Washington.
Thank you, Joe. Tom?
Tom Barron. I'm on the planning board and represented. My other duties are on housing, and Mary Wagon wants to be sure that we announce that there's a Ready Renters Affordable housing lottery, and there are flyers and information available in the office here, and also in various other places such as the libraries, and also over in Dennis Town Hall.
Great. Thank you, Tom. I think it was in our packet, so anybody has access to our packet online will be able to find that. Vida?
Yeah, I'm glad Joe is here. I think I remember 2 weeks ago that this board asked him to go back to the Matakees school building committee and asked them to try and delay their schedule somewhat. Am I correct in that interpretation?
Dan can respond to that, but I don't know who Joe...
There was not a vote taken by the committee to delay the project. It was talked about how, what would happen and if you could delay the project.
No. I'm asking what happened here. This board asked Joe to please go back to the school committee,
Joe
school building, and
I thought you were talking about Joe Glynn. I was like, how is
and
he?
it was the next day. The building committee was meeting. And Joe opened the meeting and proceeded on without saying a word. Finally, Kurt Sears jumped in. He felt that what had transpired here the night before should be brought to that committee because you had specifically asked him to do that. And I wonder why that didn't happen. Because I thought it was, he's here, so maybe he can speak for himself.
I would say that would be between you and him.
I'll tell you something. I don't want to sound over dramatic, but that committee and the whole the school building project has been totally hijacked by Dennis, who have not spent one penny on it, and they might or might deign to at some point perhaps vote, but we don't even know. In the meantime, they seem to be running the show there.
Can I make a comment?
Sure, go ahead, Norm.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I think to Joe's credit, I believe he did bring up the issue to our committee. And I'm on that committee, and he did bring up that issue and talked about the consequences of what might happen if there was a deferral. And our consultants went into detail on that. As to what the consequences would be. Specifically, there was a discussion of the inflationary impact of construction costs on the total cost of the project. And so I think there was discussion. I'm sorry you didn't hear it, Vita, but I think that was thoroughly discussed at the meeting, and so.
Vita, please, you've had your chance.
Yeah, I'm not sure I need to make any other comments at this stage, but I do think it was given an adequate airing at the meeting, and frankly, the issue with regard to Dennis's participation. Understandably, anyone might be upset. I've certainly voiced my feelings about the fact that Dennis did not contribute up front to the feasibility study. Nonetheless, they're our partners in the district, and I'm sure they'll find a way at some point in the future to assist in the funding. But I think it's only right, and that's why the committee was constructed the way it was, for Dennis to participate. They have a substantial interest, and I think the right thing was done in affording them representation and broad representation on the building committee.
Thank you. Just so folks in the back know, there are some empty seats up here if you want to come forward. So maybe if there is a seat next to you, guys, everybody can slide in so that everybody can sit down. It's going to be a long night. Standing for that long is difficult. John, this will be our last public comment.
Johnny Fallon, West Yarmouth. I just briefly wanted to say thank you to the town for the Cape Cod St. Patrick's Parade was a huge success. 28 was busy. The businesses and hotels were full. In conjunction with that, Mr. Pat McDonough wanted me to express his thanks for what we felt was an excellent use of the drive-in site for a festival, which piggybacked on the parade and brought thousands more people to town, and many people commenting on what a fantastic weekend it was. But that's due in large part to you guys for making it possible, and for people stepping up to want to do something on a piece of property that sorely needed some use and was put to good use. And I want to thank you for that.
Well, thank you, John. Thanks for all your efforts in that too, and to Mr. McDonough on our behalf. I look forward to it growing each year. I was there. The music was fabulous. And I think it was the first time in all my years here that I think we had all 5 board members walk, and the weather was spectacular, and I felt there was more people here than I've seen in a lot of years. And so it's really a great weekend for our community, and a huge thank you. Please bring your thanks to the committee. Your committee does a lot of work, and it's a lot of effort that put in. I will let Murph speak, and then Tom Nicanello, and then we need to move to our agenda items.
Hi, Tom Murphy, resident taxpayer in Yarmouth. I'm here because I got wind that there was a article of petition going to be presented to the board as far as the old, what I call the drive-in site, to stop any kind of development at all or any kind of activities there at all. I just want to remind you people that back in the early 80s, the town of Yarmouth bought that property. They bought it for excess of $1 million, I understand, and they stated at that time it was going to be put to good use for all the residents in the town of Yarmouth. So to prevent anything to happen on that property would be a disservice to all the residents in the town of Yarmouth. Also, if you do put something on that property that prevents anything from being developed on it, it reduces the value of that property drastically. Therefore, you're digging into the taxpayers' monies that went into it back in the early 80s. Thank you.
Thanks, Murph. Tom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tom Nicanello, Precinct 3. I come before you this evening, as Mr. Fallon said, I want to thank you all very much for participating in the 13th annual Cape Cod St. Patrick's Day Parade. And I'd like to, as you travel your many miles over the next year, that you invite all the selectmen from the Cape Cod towns to next year's Cape Cod St. Patrick's Day Parade. As you know, it's Cape Cod St. Patrick's Day Parade held here in Yarmouth because Yarmouth is the middle of paradise. And I also just want to say that a good shout out to our linemen that brought our town back together, and the wonderful Department of Public Works that does a great job plowing our roads. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to our 5:10 agenda item. We're already behind. So the Dennis-Yarmouth Regional School District will present its FY19 budget. I'm going to ask the people in the audience, I hear a lot of side conversation, to please withhold from doing that. If you want to have a conversation, step outside. It's very distracting to those that are trying to listen. I'm also going to ask that you don't speak out. I was at the school committee last night, and some people were disrespectful. That will not be allowed. As Joe Tierney said last night, you'll be asked to leave, and you'll be asked to leave here as well. Did Tom? I'm sure they heard in the back. They usually can hear what's going on out here. We can see if they can turn up the microphone. Sorry, ma'am. We'll do the best we can. Okay. Oh. Hello. I guess they did it. All right. So here we are. Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening. Madam Chair and members of the board, I'd like to apologize because this evening I won't be able to stay for the entire presentation. Every superintendent across the state of Massachusetts has the honor of awarding the top student in the graduating class with an Academic Excellence Award. And this evening was chosen as the evening to award those students. We have a dinner over at Cape Cod Tech, and it would be remiss of me as a superintendent not to be there. So I apologize in advance when I got up and leave. I just wanted you to know why. So thank you. I probably only be here for about another 25 minutes. I apologize.
Thank you. We were in good hands, so.
Yes, I agree.
Go ahead. Good evening, Ken Jenks, Assistant Superintendent.
How's that feel? Do you like that? Just wondering if you're getting used to it yet.
Yeah, it's an interesting title. I do miss the high school students, though, I'll say that, but thank you. And would like to present our budget for this year so far, and always know that it's a very difficult process because as someone I think who can safely say I've committed my life to the schools, I've also lived most of my life in Dennis, and I've worked most of my life in Yarmouth. And I feel sometimes I'm able to feel like I cross that bridge, if you will, every day and feel the realities of we're two communities, but at the end of the day, we're one group of people. There's a common pot of resources, and finding the way that we can all work together to make sure everybody's needs are taken care of, whether it's the students or it's people who are in the town departments on either side, that's really the challenge for all of us as political leaders. And I don't want to underestimate the challenge that's there for any of us, because we know the school is a large organization, and it can be a stressful budget time because we're on slightly different calendars. And so I guess that's my preamble as we go through. If there's information people would like more of, let us know. We'll try to produce it in the form that's helpful. But if you look at where we begin, we started the budget process in the late fall, and again, having had some conversation with some of your professional staff, maybe starting that earlier and being able to do more of that would help everybody out in the future. The goals. What are our budget goals? This? Sorry. Thank you. That one? Yeah. Okay. Budget goals. And we're committed to this. And then, again, I know sometimes it's very difficult when we're arguing over resources and funds. We need to have a responsible budget that addresses the needs of our students. We also need to have a fiscally prudent budget and a sound budget that reflects the needs of our town. And so the balance point is always where some of our challenges come. As a school, we've heard repeatedly in all schools, it's important. Educational achievement is why schools exist. And I'm saying educational achievement because academics are a critical part of that, but we also know there are programs that support academics that are equally important for many of our students. And again, it's always about the right balance, and good people can get very emotional about what's the right mix. And that's a good part of the process. As Mr. Glenn was referencing, at the end of the day, at least everybody's voice is being heard. We're sensitive as a district to the fact we haven't seen the kinds of student growth and achievement we would like to see over the last 3 years. And we need to look at how do we do things. So should we do some things differently as we look at improving that? Maintain and enhance programs. As a school, we're like every agency. Maintain usually means you hang on to it no matter what because you're afraid if you lose it, you give up something. And yet at the end of the day, we've begun taking a look at, because we've had it, is it still the thing we need, or is it something we look at using differently? And as a system, we know we have a significant issue and challenge with students leaving and going to other school systems. Hence the retain, the recruit, and the return. So those are our overview pieces. Where did it start in terms of finances? The projected state aid, and so far we're still, looking at the governor's budget projections. You see our Chapter 70, the charter reimbursement, the regional reimbursement, the transportation. We'd all like to see the state someday do 100% of that. Part of the decline for us, however, is as we have a shrinking school population, when we do reimbursements, if there are fewer students riding the buses, there'll be lesser reimbursements. And so that was our total state aid. Our local revenue. Trick is pointing it at the computer. I got it. Our local revenue stayed flatline. Eventually, E-rates will dry up and some of those other pieces. The Medicaid reimbursements, you may notice that's a significant revenue source. That comes from people completing paperwork on students receiving specialized supports. The challenge, of course, we know that before we even begin, once we're out of the gate, we look at those cherry sheets, those trends, the choice out, the charter out. We have stabilized that in the last few years, but there's a tremendous amount of work we need to do to really bring that trend back into alignment. Our choice in, so 807,000, that's the highest number we've seen in quite some time. And yet at the end of the day, we look at the negative there is pretty substantial for us in our challenges. And so as we redesign our programs, we want to make sure keeping programs attractive, serving the needs of everyone. So how many students do we have? Oh, that's another way of looking at the charter. Just broke that down. Was recently wondering which town, is it a geographic thing? Are there other factors? Because we always try to dig into that and look at why do people make the choices they do. Assessment enrollment. And again, we often talk repeatedly about there's 3 different enrollments sometimes. You look at a DESE site, you look at a different site. This assessment enrollment is the one used by the regional agreement. When the conversations with your professional staff on and off the last couple days about that impact in the 38 student shifts and those kinds of things. That's not the total number of students in our seats, but that's the total number of students that we base the apportionments on. And so if someone were to go to the DESE site today, I think they see close to 3,100 students there. And I don't want people to think, why are you using different numbers? Because we know there's always a challenge when people go to 3 different places and find 3 different numbers. And I feel the board's probably very familiar with this, but sometimes folks at home aren't as familiar. So that's how many students we have. Class sizes. We're in a good place right now with class sizes with the current mix. You can see those class sizes for elementary levels starting to creep up in 4th and 5th. You see that middle level, the 6 and 7. Again, anytime you're in that under 20 range, I think we're certainly in a good place. Again, 6 and 7, the science, you see it creeping up a little. And the importance of that, of course, is at the end of the day, we often will say at a school, we really want that class size as small as possible. Because if teachers are going to deal with complex student needs and do differentiation and address the individualized needs of many of our learners, having about 19 or 20 students in a class, that's more manageable than having 25. When you get to the high school, the numbers look great. Reminder, in part because that's the nature of the high school scheduling option, because I think sometimes people look at numbers like this and go, I can't believe those 17-year-olds have better class sizes than my 12-year-old. At the high school, though, by the nature of our schedule, teachers teach 6 out of 8 classes instead of 5 out of 7. So if your caseload is 120 spread out over 6 classes, that's much better than 120 spread over 5. And so that helps with average class sizes. So that was a creative thing that was done years ago to kind of balance that. So those are the potential revenues, how many students we have. Class sizes are in a reasonable place. There can be some savings there, perhaps, with making some classroom reductions. DUI Advantage, the core experience, and like all schools, how do you make sure that everybody is actually being taken care of? Students who need remediation, support, college preparatory classes. As you start getting to that middle and high school level, the language starts to become more apparent. Accelerated classes, even gifted and talented. Honors, advanced placement, as well as value-added things. What are the things that sometimes beyond the standard academic classroom help students out? We know that's important for our school choice and charter. One of the ways we've stopped the flow of many people considering we should leave is making sure that those value-add programs are in place and they're working effectively. Some of us may remember about 10 years ago the struggle to bring all-day K into the district, and there are school systems that still don't do that. Considering the nature of our population, it's critical that we have all-day K. Art and music, those are signature programs in our district. If I was a parent and my student loved those areas or wanted to excel in those areas, I might school choice in, or I certainly am saying, wow, this is great, I'm going to stay in this district, because those programs are premier in this district. The technology. I know sometimes we feel that students have way too many devices. We're living in a time where to say we're not going to use technology to support education, to become part of education, and teach students how to critically use that technology. The reality is that's something we need to do. Can sometimes you slow it down a little and not acquire as much new equipment? Sure. But even the state now, MCAS testing, it's about taking it on iPads or computers. And so we're in this cycle of having to, that's why that number's fairly large. It's not of all the people by any stretch. It's a significant number of equipment. Athletics and co-curriculars. I know during budget crunch people are always saying, let's cut a bunch of those things. It's not core to the experience. Based on my experience at the high school, for many students, that is their version of dropout prevention. Most student and coaches will tell you, and parents of athletes, students work harder in season. They do academically better in season because there's more eyes watching them and they're more motivated. And does that mean there can't be some adjustments there? No. But does that mean those programs also do part of the general education of the student? Absolutely. And the example I will most often use, and there's world languages, because some school systems have cut that out of the middle level, don't do any elementary exposure, and even at the high school they might limit it to one language or two. We've avoided that so far as a district, and I think that's an important element. If you are a student applying to college, and the overwhelming majority of our students will, even if sometimes it's, let's look at a local college, It's a great opportunity. Let's look at a college out of state. Let's look at a state college, or let's look at technical training after high school, because many of our students go that route now. If you're applying and you're that student and you have great academics, but you've done nothing else, and then you're going against students who also have very strong academic records, but have been involved in co-curriculars. They've been involved in clubs and activities. They might have been involved in sports, whether it's travel team or school sports. Those organizations, those colleges know you are a better investment, much more likely to succeed at their school because you're engaged and involved. And in a sense, you've picked up skills there that you might not have picked up in the classroom. So important elements to what we do. Are any of them sacred? No, but it keeps coming back for us at the school side about finding that right balance. We knew the initial budget was way too high. No one is able in a reasonable way to support a 6% budget. Part of the dilemma for that budget originally was to bring forward, this is what a budget would look like if it included everything, held everything, added things people had been discussing unofficially. And once we moved on from that's not viable, the issue became, how do we bring a budget into a reasonable place? The first wave of reductions were the only ones that are relatively easy. We're a people business, much like the board. If you're looking at a department and you have to make reductions there, it's probably not about the supplies or the equipment. It's about the people. It's a labor-intense organization. So retirement, those things are simple. People are moving on. The early learning coach, as part of a previous reorganization, a person was put in charge of the early education program, no longer needed that coaching position. Like the towns, we benefited from being part of the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group. It wasn't a 10% increase in the end of the day. It was closer to a 6%. We were ecstatic. We were able to apply some of the monies we had targeted for that increase to doing this. Out-of-state tuition, as we got closer through the year, we realized we would be able to save in this area. It was not reasonable and necessary to expect an out-of-state tuition at this point for next year. Employee separation, that's not unemployment, that's sick leave buyback when people leave. And we were able to, based on how many people are retiring, tighten that up. But the real issue for us as the school was anything else that's involved in making a reduction. And we wanted to get to that place where there's a reasonable budget that we can meet with our partners with and talk through. We know, we'll go back to this, that we've been struggling with student performance and achievement. We were concerned there were some redundancies in some areas. And so the plan that was presented last night, I'll walk you through. There were significant changes to that, but I feel it's important, and there's probably some people here, that the board understood where we were coming from as we worked through that, and then if we need to make different choices, how we might go about doing that. We look at our students, they've evolved. We want to make sure we're allocating resources most effectively, because even if all of us were flush, we want to look at how we use the resources, because if you don't need them, you really should not have them, or at least reallocate them in a different way. We're also working with the professional development for educator growth, but it keeps on coming back, at least for many of us, to we need to take care of our students. And despite what people felt sometimes last night, they're more than numbers. But those of us at the operational level also need to remember what numbers matter and budgets matter, and how do you manage that matters. And there's ways to close that student achievement gap and also be fiscally responsible. One of the things that got out there early was the idea that the district was cutting all special education services. Despite being unethical and illegal, we weren't doing that. It's not what was ever proposed. I know it was very emotional, but I was a bit surprised that in part of the conversation, and I'll take responsibility for that, there was not enough detail. We were talking about reorganizing specialized programs. I just wanted to make sure everybody in our audience last night and in the community knew we have a couple different sets of specialized programs. They're all still in play in this budget. They're all still receiving the services they're supposed to receive. And if you were to read through those slides a little more carefully, those are students with some very specialized needs. And the folks working with them often have some very specialized skills. These programs, we find it's important to have those students stay in our buildings. They're also cost-effective for us to do these programs this way, because you don't necessarily want to send students out of district for more expensive programs, but you also want them to be amongst their peers as long as possible. So you see the 2 pages of programs there for that. As part of the reworking that people were looking at with special education, the ratios, depending on the building and the age group, might be 9 students or 10 students to 1 educator. And in other buildings, you might see 25 or 26. And so part of some of the restructuring and some of the movement and some of the savings was finding a way to balance that so every caseload was more manageable. And that will take time to work through the specifics, but Maria Lopes, our Director of Pupil Services, has experience with this. She'll be working with folks to say, how do we make sure we take care of those students, honor the IEPs, but also, when possible, do that in a financially sound way. Some of the initial reductions: 4 certified staff, 3 education and special education staff, but I wanted to point out there's 42 remaining special education teachers. There was 1 general ed teacher position. There's approximately 250. And all of those are always a loss. It's never easy for any of the people. I don't want to ever imply it's not. But if you're looking at an organization with approximately 550 employees, we're trying to find those ways to reduce whenever possible, to save money, to save resources, while still serving the needs of our students. 20 teaching assistants, non-certified staff who work with students, were also reduced they were cut as part of the process last night. That would leave 78 still remaining in the district. And again, Ms. Lopes will be working with principals and team chairs to make sure students receive the services they're supposed to get. But I will be doing that in a perhaps a manner with more oversight and supervision to make sure we have the right number of folks doing that. The related services, that's a reference to, we spend about $880,000 on occupational therapy, physical therapy, those kinds of services over the course of a year. Some years you have students who need more according to their individualized education plan. Some years there are fewer students who need that, or the plans change, or those students leave. Those related service reductions are often in the point of a third of a person who does that service here, or a half of that there. And we'll refine that as, again, we work through specifics of what's the service delivery, and not to bore you with educational things, on an educational plan, how many minutes per week of certain services. Team chairs are the people who coordinate developing those IEPs. And again, a very difficult cut for everyone involved, and yet at the end of the day, different schools use different models, and we'll still have 6 psychologists and 2 team chairs remaining. The administrative cut on this slide is the dean that was at Wixon, and we know everyone felt at least one administrator, and I know there are many people who would argue more, and that's something the board has to look through. But that position was reduced. Duty assistants, $140,000 in savings. And as an example, there's probably about 22 people who do that. It's often 10-hour-a-week type slots where people monitor playgrounds and recess, or it's part of a full-time equivalent. Again, it's very difficult to make those choices. But when we looked at things and said, oh, that's 3 certified teachers, which is a better piece to hang on to in a reality of an environment. The social workers, that was proposed as a reduction. That was restored last night. and we'll get to that. But that was something that was looked at as an evolving service need. And again, some of those people do phenomenal work. They do great work. The challenge for the school was to, how do you reduce the budget and find a way to do that meaningfully and support the kinds of things we're trying to do. And so the initial budget proposal last night would have made those reductions there in total. No one would ever think of trying to add a position this year without reducing compensating monies, for lack of a better term. And the initial thought was, if you reduce all those positions, you do add those three. You restore, if you will, through the exchange, people serving those specialized students. Social emotional learning teachers. Some people kind of go, oh, a behavior teacher. But it's people with some specialized skills. In an ideal world, we'd prefer not to have to make reductions, to make additions. But we know that's not a reality. And so the thought was that would be something we needed to consider our programs. We've heard people say we need more of this, and yet we need to make the other reductions. Unemployment, we've put aside $200,000 to deal with unemployment as we go through this process. On the one side, you have to provide for unemployment. On the other side, in the school system, when you make the reductions, and if you're able to make them and so people have time to respond and look for other positions that are open between now and August, you're sometimes able to work that situation better for everyone. It's an unpleasant situation. There's never a good peace. That was the initial proposal last evening. After the committee heard from the audience and considered, and they had considered some emails, and I don't want to take it away from Mr. Tierney if he wishes to address any of that, the committee voted last evening for the $60,628,195 budget. We worked out those assessments. We delivered those today. As we know, the timeline before town meeting is 45 days, which I think would be technically tomorrow. This is also, the budget can never go up, but it can continue to be reduced. It's those of us who have been in the district for a long time know those are choices the boards have to get together and make decisions on. But trying to walk us through very quickly, that was the budget process that we've used since November, December, January. And clearly any questions, feedback, and again, we can produce almost any kind of data you need if you perhaps go through Dan, if that's okay, or the chair, so we can produce it and get it to people. We put a packet at each person's place. You've seen the short version, the 8-page version of our budget. I believe it's up at your seats. In the past, we've worked with your staff, Mr. Sentio, Mr. Bienview, and have given them, the 78 pages of the budget as part of that. Here, take a look. We're not trying to hide things as part of that regional agreement discussion of administrative costs. And if that's productive and helpful, we'll certainly do that again for those folks. But at this point, questions or feedback, or Mr. Tierney? Or
Joe, do you have anything you want to add?
I don't really have anything to add. I think, last night, I think we beat all the Nielsen ratings on TV, so I think there were a lot of people watching.
You're a superstar.
So I don't know. I think the committee really took into account all the information we got from the citizens of both towns, and really thought about it before, making a decision. Again, I like I said at the end of the meeting last night, I think this number is still too high. That's my personal opinion. And I think this is still a workable number, but we had to come to your board with something in hand. So this is what the board just voted on. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand. I was there. I know Mike was there last night. It was very well attended. I wish our meetings were always that well attended. It's unfortunate, and we get to this point every year, and I not to give another history lesson to the people that are there, but these kids are our families too. It's a tough job that we all have to do, and we have to balance it. And we balance the schools, we have to balance the police and the fire. And just so people kind of know in the audience that we require our town departments to stay within 2.5%. That is the directive that we give to all of our departments. There were years that the school department didn't get that 2.5%. We've committed the 2.5% every year in addition to their base budget plus 2.5%. And we still have a delta, so it gets very difficult. So I want the people to understand that nothing that we say really, it's difficult because it's not numbers. But, people should also be aware that we balance a lot of things. People may know that the Cape Tech building was recently voted for, and our taxpayers have to find a way to pay for that. That's going to be coming up very shortly. Now, that school will be built and funded because it passed, which means the town of Yarmouth, like every other town, has to fund that. So if we can't get an override, that means we sadly have to cut our budget to do that. $1 million cut would be devastating to our town. So I don't want to get into the details of every little thing, but I think it's really important that we feel what you're saying about the social workers. I know the school committee does too. But as it's been said, 6% just isn't going to fly. And also, too, we're trying to secure a new facility. We're trying to secure a new school building, which will also cost our taxpayers money. So, having said all that, it's important that we keep the 2.5% just for routine operating, so that when we really do need the funds for, and I'm not saying we really don't need the funds, but when we do, people are maybe more willing to do it. Unfortunately, with the state and the federal reductions, it's always problematic. The transportation reimbursement reductions, it goes on and on. So it puts us in a struggle, and I feel like it's always us against them every year. It's not that way at all. I mean, I think everybody on this board respects the work that you guys have to do. You respect the work we do. It just gets to a point where there's only, I think I heard it many times last night, there's only so much of the pie to go around. So I have a couple of questions that I just want to ask quickly before we go to the public. The choice and charter on your slide 6, Mr. Jenks, is $3.3 million. Do you know what that compares to from last year?
It's in the range. I can get the history and send that to the board. It perhaps was a slight increase from last year, because part of the problem, as we were working through the quarter 2 numbers for charter school, as sometimes the reimbursement for the charter goes down, even though you have fewer students there, you're not getting reimbursed as much.
Right.
The choice, again, will be a cleaner number, but we can get that within a day.
Yeah, I'd just be interested in if the trend. I know that there was one of your meetings that you did talk about the trend in the past. One of my other questions is about the 39 student shift.
Yes.
Do you know, is that new kindergarten students? Where are those numbers coming from specifically? Do we have that many more new kindergarten enrollees?
Some of the shift is it's throughout various grades. It's not as if there's 38 new, because sometimes students move. You're in 8th grade, and again, we can run the specifics. That's why I was looking originally at those charter schools. I was just curious where they came from. It's not necessarily always just added, again, kindergarten or students aging out when the numbers go down. But if you live in a community, you leave, or then you come back, those kinds of things impact us. And depending on when they do it for the October number 1.
So this is October 1 to October 1.
Yeah, you always use the October 1. It's the only way to pick a reliable picture.
Tracy, just for an example, from what I understand, take for example the Station Ave school. 5 years ago, that school was not. It only has room for so many students, and 5 years ago it wasn't as packed. Now they're bursting at the seams. So that number of students in that particular demographic area, I don't know, in that age group, have grown because there's more students in that physical school.
That's just a large. It's a large number. It's something more than we've seen in the past. So I was just wondering where. I mean, we have a couple new affordable housing, projects that are coming. I think we need to plan for that. I think when you have that type of those type of apartments, we will have an increase, and so I could see it. But I just don't know, it's just a big number for 1 year without knowing where the substance of it came from.
Right. And on a side measure, and I don't want to digress from the budget thing, but we did talk to our project managers of the school building, and we brought that forth to them and said, listen, Yarmouth's going to be building some much-needed housing, and that may increase this number. Is there any way to get that into account when we build a school? Because we don't want to build something that's too small. So anyways, they're looking into that.
Mr. James, do you know the total FTEs in this year's budget as compared to what your proposal is?
We held off because we were working through that today, and we retained a number of the positions last night, so we had done the math. And again, I hate to be in that position, but I just don't want to publicly say and be off by 3. Is that something we can email tomorrow?
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
But
I'm just curious.
Because as we work through changing the assessment worksheets and things today, and working with, again, your professional staff, if you will, one of the things we had to go look at the budget is make sure, okay, we hadn't removed any positions yet, and I just wanted to make sure it was accurate as possible. And yet the school committee voted last night to reduce the 4 teachers and the 20 assistant slots. So the figure I get tomorrow, and if you want, is Dan, the conduit, we'll have that reflected in it. Because I had a slide originally that showed staffing for the 3 years, but then I don't want to mislead anyone, because I know the danger of using a figure publicly.
The social emotional learning teachers, 3 of them, those were voted to be added to next year's budget in the vote last night. Is that correct? So we actually added positions.
Yes, I believe so. Those 3 were added into it. They weren't reduced from that number. So that would be a discussion that we'll have as a committee.
So will the $200,000 in your unemployment change if be reduced if the 6 social workers are kept?
Depending on the final mix of reductions is maybe the best way I'll answer that.
No,
we feel that figure because, as you imagine, you can use some formulas to get a rough idea. If that needs adjustment, when we're done with the process, we would build that in, so we want to get to the process and then say, oh, no, we need to add more to that or reduce that.
So we're not at 3.06% as was presented. I know you didn't show it in your slide, but it was in the presentation. What's the total percentage increase to the budget with the
3.93%, it looks like, if you look at that packet that has the 8 pages of the accounts.
Okay,
3.93.
Okay. And so with the 2.5% over last year, what's our delta?
We were talking with folks today, your staff, and we brought this through to the discussion last night. It's a $1.6 million cap.
That's over the 2.5%.
Yes.
1.6. Okay. Well, I appreciated the comments from the school committee. I know it was very difficult, and I appreciate the fact that it's really a work in progress. That's what it is, and it is every year. I think that you all have been around long enough, and the sentiments were there to know that, last year was a little over 400,000, I think, that we were successful in, and it was very close. And I also, before I go to the public, I'll ask the rest of the board if they have any questions. But one thing I'd like the public to know is that we don't make any determination on what's included in the school budget. I know there's a lot of passion, and understandably so, for the social workers, but this board does not make a determination. That is solely in the hands of the school committee to decide what is within that budget. Our job is to recommend to the voters whether or not we think this budget is something that should be supported by them. So, did you want to make any comments or questions, or do you want to hear from the public first?
No, we can hear from the public first. That'd be fine.
Fine with that.
Yeah.
Mike?
Go to the public first.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I'm only going to allow Yarmouth residents to speak. So please make sure you're a Yarmouth resident if you're going to come to speak. And identify yourself and your precinct for the record. And we will, hi, Kristen. How are you?
Great, how are you?
Great.
My name is Kristen Sullivan Stone, Precinct 2. I have a son in the DY school system, and first of all, I just wanted to say, recognize everybody involved, selectmen, school committee, and school administration, and thank you for all the work that you do. I know that this is tremendously difficult, and I don't envy your position at all. And I also want to say that I know that that many parents spoke very passionately last night about the social workers, and I completely agree with everything they were saying last night. And at the same time, I also want to say that I feel, my heart also goes out to the people trying to make these decisions. I think that their intentions are probably good, and sometimes you come up with an idea, and then when you present it to people, you really clearly see how bad that idea was. So anyways, but the reason I'm speaking tonight is I don't want to see any cuts in the school budget. I don't think there's any place that's unimportant. I don't want to see cuts in education or the extracurriculars or services. And I'm asking the selectmen to please recommend, as you were mentioning, Tracy, to recommend to the voters the budget that does come forward. For my part, as a citizen, I plan to vote at both town meeting and on voting day for an override, if that is what we come to. And you also have my commitment to rally as many other members of our community to do the same. We have a lot of parents that are in a Facebook group, and I think that makes this year a little bit different than years past in that we're able to reach parents much more effectively about town meeting, about voting day, about how important it is to vote on these things. And I believe that, along with Joe Glenn, that we should make this a day, the town meeting, that is a big community event. It is a community event, but something that we can all take pride in. So anyways, I'm asking for your support. Board of Selectmen, please, and thank you. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Stephanie?
My name is Stephanie Flynn, and I'm a DY parent, special education assistant, and founder of Create the Good. I've been doing Create the Good for 8 years, and the amount of families in need that the social workers give me increases every year. This year, I've been working also with Cape Kids Meals to start Blessings in a Backpack program from Emmy Small. 14 other schools across Cape Cod have already been participating in the program, including Ezra Baker and Wixon. And right now, we are really scared that these programs that give students what they need to function in and out of school will no longer be able to run without the social workers. The social worker plays a vital role in identifying those students most in need, because the nature of their job, that they are the only ones that have the information. Without social workers to provide this critical component, we fear these at-risk students will go unprovided for and slip through the cracks. Also, I'm also a one-on-one assistant that I may lose my job. My role is one of many. I provide safety, self-care, communication, and help with carrying over skills from OT, PT, and speech, which will also be eliminated. Sonia, Priscilla, Thomas Gunning, Tanya, and Robin all help me many times a year to help provide all of these meals, these programs, and I'm here just to ask you to please vote on the budget that we see in front of us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. The work you do is amazing. It's much appreciated.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Selectmen. My name is Peter Fasano, and I moved to Yarmouth Port from Brewster in 2014. I own a real estate brokerage in Dennis. My wife owns a music studio in Dennis, and we have a 14-year-old son. We also run a 100% volunteer nonprofit music production company awarding over $10,000 a year in scholarships, grants, instruments to kids on Cape Cod. We actually facilitated a $5,000 grant to implement the ukuleles in the classroom program, purchasing 60 ukuleles, tuners, and textbooks for the students at Emmy Small. I've purposely stayed away from the political spectrum here on Cape Cod, much to the chagrin of my peers who have always advocated that I get involved because, frankly, I do not have a lot of time, and I know that once involved, there would be no turning back.
Good.
Yet here I am because I went to my first public meeting last night in support of a friend who is one of the 6 who will be terminated unless we do the right thing. The reason I am here tonight is because of 2 words that I heard last night at the school committee meeting: grow and cuts. I kept hearing the parents, teachers, community members use the word grow, and I kept hearing Ken Jenks use the word cuts. Everybody in the room last night knew how foolish it was to cut the 6 social workers. The school committee knew it, and that is why they bravely voted to present a budget keeping all 6 of them. How do you grow the children? By cutting what is already in place for them. Without any background knowledge of the school administration, my first impression was one of, let's say, complete bewilderment. As someone who runs a company that did $50 million in sales last year, I could not believe from listening to the assistant superintendent speak last night that he is running a $60 million budget. My instinct was right when I looked at his resume and found out he was a teacher and a school administrator. With no disrespect to his venerable resume, who in their right mind would give a $60 million budget to somebody with no experience in handling that kind of money? As hands-on with business as I am, I hire financial professionals to do this, and I have a background in finance. I definitely would not hire a history teacher. If you want to be in touch with cuts, there's your first one. I heard a lot of really sad and heartfelt stories last night, but I did not hear any solutions. Now, mind you, I've had less than 24 hours to put this together. I was writing this at 4:30 today, and I had meeting after meeting after meeting, but I felt it was necessary to come tonight to share my financial solution to keep all 6. I'm a real estate guy, and I know most of the town's revenue comes from property taxes. So the logical thing to do was look at assessed values versus market values in my own neighborhood. I looked at my own house. I purchased it in 2014 for $285. It was listed at $329, and it was assessed for $270. It needed work, and as my own realtor, I was able to get the price down. Fast forward 4 years, my house is appraised at $293, so increase to $23,000. The Yarmouth tax rate has gone from $12 when I bought it to $10, more or less, since then, and the real estate market has soared. I recently had an appraisal for a HELOC on my home, and it came in at $400,000. If I were to list my house right now, I'd probably list it for $389. I know it's not apples to apples with market value and tax assessed values, but that number is grossly off. I looked at my neighbors' houses. They were all off. One neighbor bought a house in 2013 for $700,000. We're assessing it at $400,000. I looked into the board assessors and the finance committee, and they were patting themselves on the back, being the first one to set their tax rate in the entire state of Mass, when they're the ones whose job should be on the line for creating this mess. I know you can't go out and assess everybody's house all of a sudden to within 10 to 15 to 20% of the market value in 1 year, but to be at 60% of market value is clearly where the flaw lies. In the case of the school committee budget, they should not be handcuffed to a budget ever. If we accurately assess our properties, the money is there. A conservative 3% increase in property value easily funds the school budget. And for the record, the assessed value of my property and my neighbors did not change from 2017 to 2018. It is the same exact number. Our economy is growing, our property values are growing, but yet we still recommend cutting what is most needed for our children, our schools, and the wonderful teachers, social workers, and aides who care for them. I would appreciate you guys voting in favor of the school budget.
I would just like to say we're not asking for any cuts. We've given.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Okay.
This is general, so everybody in the world can hear it.
Okay.
Hi, Jean Campbell, Precinct 1. I'm a special education teacher at the Ezra Baker School, and I'm also a proud parent of 2 children who have been educated at DY, have since graduated and are in college. I want to say that there is a DY advantage. My son is on the autism spectrum and receives special education services all through school at DY, starting with early childhood through the high school, graduated high school, proficient on his MCAS, scored well on his SATs, and is currently living away from home at college. So I'm very proud of our school district, and so I just wanted to say we cannot make cuts, especially to services that we've already had in place. Our social worker at Ezra Baker, Tanya Rosa, is amazing. As a school teacher, I would never be able to do my job without the job of a social worker. She is the connection to the home and community. We have a very needy population, and she provides for their basic needs so that they can learn in the classroom. And I know many of you heard this last night, but I just appalled that that was even on the table. I don't understand it. I would ask that you would put forth the budget the way it is. If there needs to be cuts, there are other places to cut. That is not the place to cut. Our social workers work tirelessly and endlessly to provide the basic needs for kids, to make sure they have food, shelter, clothing. They get to medical appointments, that their parents have transportation to come to school, to conference with teachers, to go to IEP meetings. They provide emotional support, which is what we're proposing, this new restructuring, reallocating with these new positions. Well, our social worker provides that. They provide counseling for kids that have trauma or are in need. I'm asking that the budget go forth as is, and if there needs to be cut, I'm asking the school committee to look elsewhere. It certainly shouldn't be with social workers. We need to support our schools as a town. Education is our future. These are future citizens of our town, and if we want to continue to see Cape Cod be a prosperous, safe place to live, then we need to make sure that we have the best education possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe? Vida, Joe, no. It's okay if you were next.
Joe Goldstein, West Yarmouth. I am a very strong supporter of education. I think cutting education is a very difficult choice that the school committee has had to make. But it's not just the school budget that is the issue that Yarmouth faces. It's a disproportionate amount of the cost of that school budget that Yarmouth faces, and it's been facing it year after year. There's a committee that is working with Dennis as we speak to somewhat rectify the problem. But that problem won't be solved for this budget. And I have the privilege of looking at the packet, and one of the things that the community needs to know is that Dennis's assessment on this $60 million odd budget is less than 2.5%. Less than 2.5%. Whereas ours are in the neighborhood of 6.5%. 6.5%. You figure what that's going to do to your tax rate. And I appreciate the parents of the students that are in the Dennis Yarmouth school system. And if I was one of you, I would feel just as passionate as the statements that have been made before mine. But Yarmouth has a problem. There is a choice that we can make. We could choose to pass and approve a budget that is based upon the agreement that Dennis Yarmouth currently has, or what is being presented to us is a Chapter 70 allocation, and we could reject that budget. That's one way to do this. I'm just trying to emphasize there is a great financial burden, not only on the people who don't have students in the school system, but on you, the parents. And I think you have to factor that in when the passion rises to the level that I'm listening to. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Vita?
Fiddling with real estate tax rates notwithstanding, I think what we all need to keep in mind is that Yarmouth is the poorest town on the Cape in per household income. So I think that probably is the most important statement. I was fascinated last night by the school committees whining and wringing their hands and what to do about this. And it was very interesting that none of them ever brought up the fact that Ms. Lopes, whose presentation I happened to hear, seems like she has put in a great deal of time and effort and did a lot of research and came up with a revamped program for the special ed students. She also struck me as being the type of person who would take responsibility. So why wasn't the committee even considering giving her a year's time, 2 years' time to implement that program? And that would be without the social workers. I assume she was, in on the fact that the social workers can go. I almost felt as though the committee was dissing her. Totally mumbling about 6 social workers and 3 other, I can't even remember the names of the positions or what have you, and they were adding and subtracting and dividing and never even mentioning that this woman put in all that work, and now she's just pushed off to the side. She doesn't matter at all. Why? I don't understand that. I wish somebody from the committee would stand up and tell us what was going on and why we didn't just say, okay, this is what this woman has done. The superintendent is behind her, and let's give her a chance. Instead of, is she going to be responsible for finding places for those 6 social workers when they come back? She's got a program all laid out. And if you saddle her with putting, it's like barnacles here and there and everywhere, it really is ridiculous.
Madam Chairman, get questions on facts and figures here a little bit. On the presentation tonight, Mr. Jenkins here showed what? We're still losing students on a 2-to-1 ratio, if this is correct? Okay. Then why do I see transportation's going up over 12%, a $413,000 increase?
There's a new contract. The old contract.
I caught some of the meeting last night, and it sounded like a sales job with the bus company.
Well, they only had
all this new equipment that he's going to be adding on, this and that. But if they're losing students, Don't you think other towns are cutting transportation costs?
Yes.
Nauset just did. It was in the paper. I believe it was Nauset. So why can't you cut transportation costs?
We had a bus contract. Only 2 companies applied for the bus contract. We accepted the lower bus contract, which was $500,000 more than last year.
Okay.
So we're talking $500,000 more.
How long's the contract for?
It was, I believe, 3 years with an option to have more.
So he decided he's
But
going
we
to
didn't-
$413,000 while he's still in a contract.
We still have. The only company there was the other company we currently.
As a taxpayer, I can't see it. If you're going to have less students, it means less stops. Less students on the school, you wouldn't probably need as many buses. I'm looking at a taxpayer side. The other question I have, out-of-state tuition. That's gone from $134,000 in fiscal year 15 to just under $200,000. Between 18 and 19, you're looking at a $60,000 increase, a 43% increase. Can you explain what out-of-state tuition is?
Yeah, Mr.
I just wasn't sure of the protocol.
Yeah, well, the question should be asked through us, but you can. Do you have other questions, or do you want to ask them all at once?
That's it. I'd like to really know what out-of-state tuition is.
Sure.
A couple quick things. The bus transportation, we all know, is a challenge. We were at the end of the 5-year transportation contract. And so usually what happens in those kind of contracts, the first 3 years, if you will, and there's 2 years of rollover, the rates reflected 5 years ago. So if you're looking at, a bus is, for the sake of argument, $3.27 a day. Well, the rates now, 5 years later, comparable to everywhere on the Cape. As you probably imagine, we explored all our options, including the collaborative. Could they do this kind of thing with us? As people have pointed out, and they had that article in the Times, they took on Nauset. And they're a great organization, but there was a reluctance to necessarily take on 2 large school systems as you're trying to get a new transportation network going there. And so we felt we should follow the standard route and do that. I think it's fair to say there's been some dissatisfaction in our community with the current vendor and the mechanical reliability of the vehicles. And so all of those things went into the bid of, there were 6 companies that took our materials, hoping that we would come up with reliable transportation that did not break down, with reliable drivers. This company had an excellent reputation, and they were the low bidder. And we were concerned there would be some sticker shock. And yet I know of no way around it, because you're finishing this 5-year contract based on rates from 5 years ago, even though they projected it out. And we had put aside money in the budget, and this was more. And yet at the end of the day, it was important for people to hear, and I know 3 people here have had students go through the system at one time or another, having reliable buses that don't break down consistently is important. And so we felt that was the worthwhile investment, and we have to transport our students. As for the reimbursement, if you're riding a bus in our district, we're getting a reimbursement for you other than the youngest students. The state rules about reimbursement, without getting too technical, 1.5 miles, you got to be 1.5 miles away to get reimbursed. So sometimes when people see those buses and it looks like there's 17 students on it, and you're like, oh my gosh. We're getting reimbursed for all of them. But sometimes you can't consolidate those buses, because then you need twice as many buses to do the routes, because somebody's spending an hour and a half circulating around West Yarmouth and getting into Dennis and those locations. All of those factors go into it. And we as a district do choose that our K through 3 students ride a bus no matter where they live, because we don't want them walking on sidewalks half a mile or something there to get to school. And so I hope that answers some of the reality, and that depends on where the families live.
What's the percentage of reimbursement from the state? Is it 100%? 50%?
It's never been 100% anywhere. I believe we usually get about excited when it's 70% range. But so that was the rationale for that. That's the other piece. And there was a second question. I'm sorry.
Out-of-state tuition.
The out-of-state tuition.
That can be very student dependent. If there's a specialized program and it is only offered out of state, or that out of state option's the least expensive option, and we're required by that student's education plan to send the student there, that's what you do. But sometimes those students age out, and at the age of 22 they age out, sometimes earlier depending on the family, and if then you realize you can make that savings, you do. But you build those monies in, on the other hand, if you expect you have a student who's going there. It's prudent. At the end, will that be something, as we finalize this process, we'd say we should reduce if we don't need to? Sure. But it's just a tricky practice. For instance, someone came in who was legally blind several years back. And by having some monies in those accounts, you cover yourself if they end up going to either Perkins School for the Blind or somewhere else. I don't want to get too long. I'm sorry, I'm going on. But I'm trying to explain that detail of why you try to be balanced like that.
But one of the years we were in this deficit for the same reason, and we had several high needs, special education students move into the district in the middle. Some of these students can cost upwards of 6 figures. How do you plan for that when you have 2 or 3? It's a very, very difficult scenario. And if they say that that's the school they need to go to, the taxpayers here are responsible to pay for it.
Okay. I can't support cutting town budget by $1 million as a taxpayer. Okay, we've been through that, and I can't support another override. Not since the last override, we weren't told the truth what was in it about hiring new people at $100,000. And now I heard on the radio this morning that we're giving 7% pay raises, which is part of this budget. I can't support that. I'm sorry. I don't want to see the teacher layoffs. But there are other areas I think that they should pull a Robert Kraft here. They should open up contract negotiations and renegotiate the contracts. Thanks.
I don't think any of the contracts are finalized yet, are they?
No, we're still in negotiations.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, there's no...
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kristen Phillips, Yarmouth resident, Precinct 2. I come to you wearing 2 different hats. First, I wear the hat as a Yarmouth parent. My son is 2 years old. One of the reasons that we made a choice to move to the DY district to raise our son is because I work with every school system on the Cape on a daily basis, and I have faith in these social workers every single day that they're going to keep our kids safe. And I know that if my son has any social emotional disability, that he will be taken care of in the DY district. I manage a very large program that provides community-based services to children and youth with social emotional disturbances. I know what it is to manage a very large budget, and I get it, and I feel for you. Multiple times a week, I am talking to parents within the DY district who are seeking services outside of school for the first time. They call me in tears and say the only thing that they feel okay about and positive about in their day about keeping their child safe is these social workers. I hear Laura, I hear Sonia, I hear Tanya multiple times because these parents have faith that they are keeping their children safe. You know, I hear that their roles are going to be allocated to adjustment counselors, to psychologists. Not only are the qualifications not the same in all aspects, but they don't have the time to do every single thing that these social workers are doing. It's not just sitting with a child when they're feeling sad. It's not just dealing with the behavior here and there. It's navigating the community resources. It's working with the whole family system. I worked with a child for 5 years who lived with a single mother who had multiple sclerosis, and it was not mobile. If it was not for Lori Richardson, I don't know where that child would be today. I became involved with that family when Lori was already in place, and that child was doing well because of that social worker. That mother knew that she would send her child out of the house all day, Monday through Friday, and her child was taken care of because of Lori Richardson. So not only as a community provider, but as a community parent, I am begging you. We are watching the incidents of suicidal ideations for these children and youth going up consistently on a daily basis. We are hearing about the terrifying things in the media. We need these social workers to help every single day and provide the work that they're doing. And to hear that it is being talked about being cut is just absolutely terrifying to me. So I beg you, not only as a parent, as a provider, but as a human being, to keep these positions in place. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. That's not what this is about. Thank you. Good evening. Please identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Caldwell. I'm a Yarmouth resident. We have 3 children, 2 in the DY system and 1 who's 5 days old.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. She's here because she believes in it. And I was at the meeting last night as well with the family, and I have about 100,000 things to say. One of them is that I hear, or at least what I'm hearing from some of the population, is we don't have kids in the system anymore. And I'm on a fixed income, and I don't know how I'm going to pay if there's an override. And I get that. I helped take care of my mom until her passing this past summer, and she was in the same position. I helped take care of my grandparents, who are in the same position, both in Yarmouth. One of my questions is, at some point, some people are going to want to sell their houses. Who do we think is going to want to buy those houses? Hopefully young families. Hopefully young families with children want to move into our district. So if we don't do a little work now, giving our schools some money, then what's going to happen down the road? The other piece of it is that I heard some talk about Maria Lopes and the proposal for special education. Social workers and special education are completely separate. Social workers are a general service that are available to all students and has nothing to do with the special ed budget. So while I liked some of what Maria said last night, those two things are very separate. Social workers are available for all of our students, not just those on IEPs. The third thing is, I heard and I read a lot on social media after the meeting last night about that people wish there had been more parents there, wish that the school committee had gotten more emails from parents, more, all of us teachers are up in arms, but that we hadn't heard a lot from families. The reason we're not hearing a lot from families is because those are the families that need us and they need the social workers. Those families can't get to school committee meetings. Those families can't show up at town meetings. Those families might not speak English. They're not reading the budget online. Those are the families that need our support.
Those are the same families that are taxpayers in this town that are struggling. I just want to make that point as well. That has to be a balance.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree. And I think one of the things that saddens me so much and has for years and years here in Yarmouth is the low voter turnout. And one of the things that I want to commit myself to, and I have many, many friends who are also committed to it, that will show up. Please recommend to pass this budget. We'll show up and vote, and I will go door to door and get people to sign up to vote. We're willing to do this because it's important for our families and important for our kids and important for our community. So please recommend the budget.
Alexander, appreciate your passion. Thank you. Can you please hold your applause? There's no need for clapping. I'm sorry. Ma'am.
Hi, Cookie Stewart. I vote here. Is this Precinct 3? Okay, Precinct 3. A couple of things I want to say. One, Dennis Yarmouth is the poorest school district on Cape Cod. As she said, we're the poorest town. That means we have a lot of families in this town that need help. And the school is a safe place for many of these children. And I invite any of you to come into the school and follow one of our social workers around for a day. I don't think we have a full grasp of what our community has really turned into. And the fact that you want to build more low-income housing is going to bring more low-income families into Yarmouth. Not that that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. But I think we need the social workers. The second thing I want to say is I've been around here probably a lot longer than most everybody. I think Sheila is probably the only one that's been here as long as I have. And I seem to remember when the select persons decided maybe 10, 15 years ago to go with the state budget rather than the district budget. And I seem to remember there were a lot of us that said at the time that was going to come back to bite us. It has. After the first year, it came back to bite us. Third thing, we want DY schools to hang on to the kids they have. But every year, the DY schools have to go to town meeting and fight for a budget. If I were moving to the Cape, I probably wouldn't move to Yarmouth. I mean, I really would, but people that don't know it would think, well, why would I put my kid in school there? They don't want to fund the budget. And Lord knows, I don't want my taxes to go up. But the future of any country lies in the education of its students. And I think we have to keep that in the back of our minds, that the best education we can possibly afford to give to our kids, we have to give to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Cookie. Jim? We're going to have to... Yeah,
Good
we're gonna
evening,
have to
Jim
wrap this
Saban,
up.
Precinct 7. So, you wanted to be an elected official, did you? First of all, I'd like to say, if you cut my arm...
How appropriate that you speak after her comments. This is great.
How appropriate. I was involved in that process of switching the formula, and I'll tell you that it's not easy, as you all know. At that time, we had a choice of closing a fire department and laying off policemen. Or, as our agreement indicated, we could switch the burden and elect the Chapter 70 funding formula. It was within our right and part of our contractual agreement with Dennis. That's why that was done. However, that's not what I came up here for. I'm a proud DY graduate. All my children are DY graduates. Geez, I think there's probably 50, 60 family members that have gone through the system. I take great pride in our school system. And I want to take issue with an individual who called out Mr. Jenks. Mr. Jenks is a fine gentleman who works very hard and is committed to this community and gives every day of his life to this town and to our school system. So to blame him for something is totally inappropriate. He does the best he can. Everybody who's put in this position does the best they can. We are stuck with a system because of the state funding that goes down, and we have to live with it. We all know we have a pie that's only so big. If we if we give to the schools, we've got to cut somewhere else. That's your job, and I know it's not easy. Been there, done that. As far as the individual who talked about raising the tax rate and that the assessments are low, if he knew what he was talking about, assessments are done every 3 years. The tax rate is based upon the total value of the town, and the tax rate is determined based upon how much money is needed to meet the budget. So you can't just quickly change the tax rate or quickly just raise the values. There's a process that must be gone through, and that takes time, and it's part of the process that we all go through. So that is not a solution to the problem. I don't have a solution to your problem, but I'll tell you that I'm glad you're sitting there, and I no longer am.
Me too. I'm kidding. I kid. Jim knows I love him. It's fine.
You can always come back, Jim.
Yeah. I think papers are still available.
My name is Holly Poor. I've lived in Yarmouth for 38 years. I went through all of the DY schools. Mr. Jenks was my history teacher. I have 2 children in the district, one at Emmy Small, one at Wixon. I'm also a special ed assistant that could be losing their job over the next few months. My 10-year-old son is on the autism spectrum, has received services through this district, and all minimal as they may be, because he's not academically failing, I've had to bring him into outside services. And the people that have been most supportive and most beneficial to my son and my family in this district have been the social workers. Sonia Bono was amazing, while my son spent 4 years at Emmy Small. And Priscilla Belrose has been outstanding and went above and beyond and gave us, I can't count how many tours of Wixon over summer vacation to prepare him for that transition. It was been mentioned many times this evening that Yarmouth is the poorest town. And these are the children that need us the most. They need someone to talk to if their parents are fighting an opiate epidemic that is running rampant on Cape Cod right now. They need someone that's going to make sure that they have food to eat over the weekend, because some of these kids have tried to smuggle leftover sandwiches home in their backpack. And until you have witnessed that in a school, it's not fair, because while many adults in a school make relationships and connections with these children, it does not replace the connections that these families make with a social worker who is giving them the resources that have been given to me personally by some of the social workers for places to contact, for additional support for our family who's struggling to deal with a diagnosis that's going to live through our entire life, because it's life-changing. And if you've ever lived or known someone like that, your life isn't the same. And you need those supports. Everyone does. But the people who are the poorest, I live paycheck to paycheck. I don't want my taxes to go up. But these are my children, and they are all of our futures. Whether you are 97, 27, or 57, it doesn't matter. They will play a part in all of our futures. If we do not give them a stable groundwork to build on and take care of their social emotional well-being now, we're going to pay for it in the future. With the violence in the media and the growing school shootings, these children need someone to talk to. They need someone to support them. And that falls to all of us as a community, but they need someone in the schools. I beg you and implore you to take a stand like Brockton. Sue the state. We need to get the money needs to be, divvied up even more evenly so that the poorest towns aren't getting the least amount of money. Take a stand.
Thank you, Holly. That is an interesting scenario that's going on in Brockton.
Yes.
For a completely different reason. Brockton gets a much larger number of their budget funded by the state than we do. I mean, we pay almost, I don't even know what the percentage is, but the majority of our school budget is on the backs of our taxpayers and not from the state. So I find it interesting that they're doing that, and I have read that and followed it. Kristen, we're going to...
With regards to that, is there anything that as a town we can do similar to, to fight about that disparity as far as state
funding?
funding?
For years. I'd like to just say we fight for years, but the scenario that happens with that is that the number of legislators that, our situation here on the Cape is much like what's happening in the Berkshires. And we're both shortchanged based on property values. So if our property values go up, that impacts we would actually get less Chapter 70 funding, and so they don't really take into account your income. It's this crazy formula, but what ends up happening is the cities like Lawrence and New Bedford, they get 100% of their budgets basically covered by the state, and they have because it's based on population. The bigger population in these cities have more people to represent them. So when you go to the state level, and you try to vote change, they have the majority of the votes. So they're never going to vote to take money out of their pocket, and that's just the reality of it. We've been trying to fight it for years. There was a foundation formula committee recently that looked at it again, but again, the recommendations that came out of that cost more money. So, young lady, you'll be the last speaker. You'll have to go to the podium.
Hi, everyone. Oh, can you hear me? I'm a junior from Dennis Yarmouth Regional High School. I may not know about the budget, but I just want everyone to know that, DY students every day, we're really strong. We fight for what we want, but everything needs a backbone. And I'm telling you right now that without our social workers, most students fall apart. And being a student inside the school, witnessing it every single day, I see it. And I've known people with this on the school committee for many years. They're family, friends of mine. Mr. Jenks, I've had him for a principal. I know it's their job to do with budget and stuff, but they mean well. They want, this is their job for a reason, to fight for us, and I'm hoping that everyone will make the right decision and really keep our social workers, because they really mean a lot to students every day, especially me. They're the reason why we want to graduate and why we come to school every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to go to the board. Sorry, we're behind. I'm getting the eyeball from both of you. So, Eric.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know, I'm not only a Cape Cod native, but I'm a Yarmouth native. My wife is a Dennis native. Says it's on. Can you hear me? No? Oz, can you turn our mics up?
That's good. Just talk close.
Talking to both of them.
Will it come through in stereo? So in 2009, when I was elected, my wife and I brought our children from private school to the Yarmouth school system because I believe that as an elected official, it was the right thing to do. But and I will be honest with you and tell you that since then, we have looked at other private schools. We have traveled far and wide, visiting, shadowing, both boarding schools and non-boarding schools. And I will tell you that we can't leave because our experience with the DY school system has been so amazing that we just can't do it. It's one of those grass is always greener scenarios. So, I will tell you that great experiences with teachers, counselors, et cetera. But having said that, I was thinking about how I could present to you what is going on here and what I've observed over the last 9 years as an analogy. And I thought the most simple way to do it was to put it to you like this. When my wife wants something and I'm opposed, she presents me with an alternative that is so horrible that I have no choice but to give her what she originally wanted. And this is what happens when it comes budget time. The schools don't make cuts. When you come in with a budget that is millions of dollars over the prior year's budget, you make reductions. You make decreases to the increase. And that's what the school committee and the superintendent try to do every year. And I'm glad to see that the word reductions was used in here and not the word cuts. And I feel your anger, and you people should be angry, because you and your children are being used as pawns in this game. The superintendent will get her money, whether it's by override or town cuts, because this board has no choice but to either recommend it or to cut the town budget to avoid going to the tent meeting, which, most people believe that we will lose at because as happened in 2008, was it? Dennis will show up in full force and Yarmouth won't show up, similar to the way it did last time, and it will get passed. So that's what's happening here. You can't tell me in a $60 million budget that this is the only alternative. Do you really think that this is the only way to reduce the budget? That's foolish. This board deals with a similar budget, about in the order of $32 million, not including the school portion of the budget. We make cuts. We don't ever go for overrides, because we know we are sensitive to our taxpayers, their financial situations. So when I sit on that side of this table, the only thing I think about are my children. But when I sit on this side of the table, I have to balance my children and the needs of everybody in this community. And were it only the parents that were going to pay this budget, you decide. But it's not only the parents. It's the 20,000 plus taxpayers, ballpark guesstimate, that are in this town. Everybody foots the bill. So we get put in the unenviable position of having to vote to whether or not to recommend this. And oftentimes we recommend it only because the alternative is worse. And the alternative is cutting our budget, which means cutting services. Police and fire, right off the top. Highway, roads, you name it. All the things that people like. Those are the first to go. So I don't know, are we going to be asked whether or not to recommend this tonight?
Not tonight. Not tonight.
At some point, we're going to have to make the decision of whether or not to recommend an override, because this board has a policy. Any budget increase over 2.5% of the prior year's assessment is an automatic override. But again, we get put in the position of having to recommend it or not. And oftentimes we do, because the alternative is simply worse. So I'm sorry, I had a lot of thoughts in my head. I didn't have the time to formulate them very well. I got here late. I just wanted you to know, just very candidly, where this board comes from. And again, as a parent, you know, I'm the only one on this board. I've got 2 boys in DUI. So I understand what you're all going through. And it puts me in a difficult position, to be honest with you. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Norm?
Eric took the words right out of my mouth. First of all, there's a lot of terminology being thrown around here. I went through public schools. I grew up in a small town in western Massachusetts, attended small public schools with less than 100 total enrollment. I'm a believer in small schools and in having fewer teachers rather than more teachers. I'm sorry, more teachers rather than fewer teachers, so that students get the attention they need. I went to the University of Massachusetts when it was very inexpensive, supported by the state, and I have a lot of gratitude for the education that I got through public support. So schools and high-quality schools are high on my mind, and there's nothing more attractive in terms of a community than a community that has very high-quality schools and students that graduate and do well afterwards. So money is well spent, in my view, on quality public education. That doesn't stop me from asking tough questions. 2 weeks ago, Ken, I asked for a schedule that would show the number of employees by classification for the last 5 years. And I said to you that just go to the Monomoy
yes.
budget website and look at the schedule that they provide. I think that's only a reasonable request, and it's not in the package tonight. I'm very disappointed in that. It would show where we are in employment over the last 5 years. And I don't think that a financial presentation, I've done a lot of financial presentations to very sophisticated boards, and I would be thrown out asking for $60 million with this presentation. First of all, going back to the parents, I'm taken aback, as I think many members of this community are, with a change where we have 6 social workers and we're going to have 0. That just doesn't cut the mustard. It's unbelievable to me that we would recommend that kind of a change. That being said, Eric talked about the fact that it's not a cut. Well, we're in fact increasing the budget by over $2 million over last year. The phraseology reductions is a reduction from a substantial increase. So where is that $2 million increase? Tracy asked how much is coming from charter and tuition students out? Well, the answer is in the material. It's $323,000 over last year. So of the $2,004,000 increase in expenses, $323,000 is due to charter and tuition student enrollment increases. That's a big number. Another $400,000 is due to the bus contract. Now, we've had some very general questions. I have a lot of detailed questions about that bus contract. Where is that company that has been awarded the contract? Where are they located?
They originally started in Chicopee. They now have Barnstable, and they'll have Dennis, Yarmouth. They have a...
Where's their base of operation?
Southwick,
Massachusetts, Western Massachusetts. Okay. So where are the buses that they're going to be providing?
The bus company came last night and addressed most of these questions, and they are in contract on a piece of property in White's Path that will have a secured lot there. That's what,
so they're going to bring all new buses in there?
Yep. It was all. They came and made a short presentation.
I think they said some of them were new and some of them were 2016.
Some of them are going to be from 2019 to 2016, all equipped with cameras
my intuition says if you can hire a company from Western Massachusetts to bring in a whole bunch of new vehicles, there's a lot of money in that contract.
Well, only two people.
I'm just
bid
saying
for it, though.
There's got to be a lot of money in that contract. Now, where are the other increases that contribute to the $2.4 million increase in expenses? $1 million with 7% increases are going to classroom teachers. 7% increases. Why are we in this position of having to choose to give salary increases of 7% to classroom teachers and have to lay off 7 or 6 social workers? What are those choices being made in the school department, in the school committee, that are causing this situation? Think about that. What are the choices that are being made?
Norm, you're on the bargaining committee.
I'm looking at the line item here.
Right.
We got a $15 million budget for classroom teachers. It's going up by $1 million. It's 7.2%.
You know that we haven't finished the negotiations with anything yet.
All I'm saying, that's the budget.
I understand that.
That's the budget. So those are choices that are being made. 7% increases. We got other classifications that are going up as well. I'm not going to go into it in great detail, but retirement is going up by $227,000. So how much is that? Well, it's 13.8%. Medical expenses for insurance for active employees, $313,000, 6%. So think about the choices that are being made and what is driving this $2.4 million increase. And I hope that our community, our school committee and the administration understand the lessons behind this, because what is driving this whole situation and is pitting members of our community one against another are choices that are being made at the school committee and administration level. That's all I have to say.
Mike.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to reiterate Jim Saban's comments on Ken Jinks. I've known Ken for a long time. My oldest daughter had him as a social studies teacher. He was a very gifted and talented teacher. It made a big impact on her education, and I am to this day. I remain grateful for what he did for her. I think just because someone doesn't like proposed reductions or cuts, however you want to call it, that we have to assassinate people personally and make derogatory comments about them. Ken has a good reputation as an administrator as well as a teacher. And I think these personal criticisms are misplaced, and I don't support them at all. I'm not one that engages in the politics of hate. I debate ideas. I don't care if you're a liberal or a conservative or someone in between. You get to the issue of personal attacks, and I'm gone. I'm not your guy. I'm a person that believes in open and fair dialogue and debate, and I don't think there's any place for anything else. As to the social workers, I went to the school committee meeting last night. It was a long evening, and I learned a lot from all those people who spoke, parents, teachers, school psychologists, aides, and on and on. And I can tell you that I came away convinced that they're an essential and integral part of the school system and should be retained. Personally, I don't know how this all is going to shake out in dollars and cents. These are decisions that are going to have to be made by the administration and the school committee, but I will do what I can to make sure that these social workers are kept in their positions. Society has changed a lot since we were kids. We didn't have an opiate crisis. We had two-parent homes, basically. We have many, many single-parent homes. We have absent parents. We have kids that are hungry. We have kids that are sleeping in cars. We have kids that are sleeping in woods. We have kids whose parents are being sent to jail for drugs and other crimes. We have parents that are alcoholics. We have parents that just don't care about their kids. And those kids all are entitled to a public education. And when they get there, the emotional support and emotional equilibrium they have to survive is critical to their education. Until those needs are addressed, the academics really don't matter a whole bunch. One of the problems we have in society is people have a tendency to look through the lens of one eye in terms of their own personal situation. Say, well, my house is fine, everything's going good, I have enough money, my parents care about me, therefore, everybody else should be in the same situation. We all know how irrational that is and how myopic that is. I've dealt with in my career as an attorney, both in juvenile law and family law, these social problems. And the people that come forward as witnesses typically are your social workers. They're the glue that holds everything together. They interact with the parents, they interact with the teachers, they interact with the school psychologists, they interact with outside social agencies, housing, food pantries, clothing drives, backpacks, snacks. I'm very lucky because I've been married to a teacher who is a rock star in Barnstable. She taught there for 38 years and 5 years before that in Mansfield. So I've been kept abreast of all these problems and many heinous things that I've seen. Murders in Barnstable. She said, I had that kid, She dealt with all these really difficult problem kids and problem families, and the work that teachers have to do today, you can't even compare to the work that teachers had to do when we were children. So I'm very grateful that for all the input that I received last night and the education that I received last night about the critical role that social workers play in our schools. And I have the utmost respect for them, and I have a real strong commitment to them.
Do you have any questions?
Any questions? I do, yes. First of all, thank you. I would like to associate myself with the comments of the other members of the board. I share them. And I also share, Mike, your comments about the work that social workers are providing in the school system. I think given the changes that we're dealing with today in our communities, obviously there's a very, very important role. I was late today because I was in the classroom myself. I teach American government. I teach it at the community college. I come from a family of teachers. And what I've seen just in terms of my own experience is how education has changed dramatically even in the community college. The level of support services that our students need in order for them to be successful as students and to make and to really pursue a quality of life that many of us have come to enjoy. I did watch the meeting last night. I watched it on video. It was a very moving meeting, and I also heard comments from a lot of residents, people that I know. I think the best way to characterize it is almost I don't want to sort of an expression of. Let me just say there was a lot of emotion in that meeting last night. There were a lot of very, very intense feelings. And for me, they were certainly very, very moving, but they were also a profound expression of just how difficult it is to sort of put together a school budget that meets some of the financial issues that you folks have to wrestle with, that we have to wrestle with. But the reality is the financial challenges that we're all facing are incredibly real. They're very painful. They're very difficult. As Eric had mentioned, as if we have difficulties figuring this out. The cuts accrue to fire, police, and other important and very, very critical town services. So for us, we're sort of in a very, very difficult spot. I think Norm has raised a number of questions about issues in the budget that I think we need to explore further. I think we need to be looking at other versions, other alternatives, other pathways. We need to figure out a way to sustain some of these core functions in our school system that have been very, very critical in helping our students. I don't have a magic bullet. I'm not sure if there is one. But one of the things I also think we need to explore, and I'm very much interested in this because, what I've seen over the years is the way in which the burdens of financing education increasingly shift to local communities. There was a time when the state provided more help. There was a time when the state promised full reimbursement on regional transportation. There was a time when the state promised more money for some of the other learning services that are being provided. There was a time when the state promised more money to help better reimburse special education. We had a commission look at the foundation budget. They cited numerous flaws in the way in which the foundation budget has been established. There are a number of costs that are not being accounted for. And so from my point of view, I do think, even though Brockton is in a situation that is somewhat different than us in terms of what they're getting from state aid, I mean, our situation is far worse. It's unconscionable for the way education works today to keep continuing to put the added burden of providing these services on communities that are almost totally reliant on property taxes. The state gets its money from mostly income taxes. It's a far more progressive source of income. And the more the state backs away, they push the burden more and more on regressive forms of taxations. So what happens is the people that are struggling to survive on Social Security, the people that are surviving on a pension that hardly even gets them close to paying for their costs, they're the ones that are being really faced with the hardship of having to deal with this. I'm particularly interested, quite frankly, in the lawsuit. I'm particularly interested in the legal action. I think we have every right to be mad. We have every right to be upset. And I understand there's some criticism clearly of the board and maybe doing a better job on the budget. But on the other hand, we can't lose sight of the fact that the state is screwing us. And, I mean, that's the only way I can put it. I honestly feel every time I look at the state budget and the fact that they're not even coming anywhere close to meeting their obligations. I fundamentally believe, that's just a situation I don't think we should tolerate as a community. And I think some of the frustration, some of the anger that's been expressed here in this meeting needs to be channeled and funneled to the people that need to hear it the most. That's why I think this lawsuit that Brockton has initiated, although, again, I admit, we're not in the same boat as them, but we are getting penalized. These communities are getting penalized, and people who can least afford the added cost of municipal services, but particularly education services, are being punished. And I don't think we should stand for it, quite frankly. So I think while we work out and try to find a way to address this budget situation, which is obviously very critical, and find a better way to address some of the services that we really can't afford to lose, I do think we can't lose sight of the importance of making a statement on the lawsuit. Now, I don't know if that's something that we as a board have to address, or maybe the school committee may have some guidance and recommendations. But I can tell you this, I'm pretty upset about the situation. I'm pretty mad about it, and I don't think the state should be off the hook. I think they need to be challenged. There's so much evidence, there's so much documentation of all the mistakes that they're making, all the underfunding that's going on, all the other flaws in the education formula, that we may actually have something in common with the community that I never thought we would have, but I think it's certainly worth exploring and giving some serious attention to. So that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Mark. The only problem with the lawsuit is it costs money.
You have a lawyer.
I guess, I ask the same question every year about what does the next year look like? I think the biggest thing that people have to understand when looking at this total dollar and not getting into the specifics, because we have to say to the voters that this 60 million is, or on our side, 34 million is the best budget that and we recommend every dollar there. Every year we sit in the same scenario, sadly. And to Mark's point, I mean, it's a lot of it's the state, and unfortunately here we are, and it gives such a awful us against them, and it's not what it's about at all. Unfortunately, the process is the process, and then to sit there and have our partner come to you last night and say, any cuts that you make, we'll fight against. We really all have to work together. And we're one community. Your students are our families. I mean, this is one community. It's been said tonight that, who wants to move to a town that has this issue? That's not the cut. We don't want any cuts. We want to make sure we have the best district that we have and that we can possibly have. But to say to a voter, there's over $2 million in new money requested, and not a single new program or a thing being added. That's just status quo. How do you sustain that? Last year we had the scenario, the year before. Every year, it just gets to a point where it's just what happens next year? Do you guys fight next year for another 1.6 million? You can't do it. There's only so much money. I mean, I completely appreciate and love the fact that there's people here and that they're concerned and they're going to get out and vote. But you heard it last night. We know. We've been around. We've been doing this a long time. And the sad reality is we have families that are struggling, the same families that need the social workers, the same ones that are paying taxes in this town. And, it would be nice not to have a year where, we could actually invest in changing things and getting, businesses to invest here and increase our tax base so we have more money to go around. We don't have the money to do it. We fund everything that we have to. So the question every year is, what happens next year? What does next year look like to us? Do we have any idea? I mean, I know we do some long-term planning. I haven't seen it from the school district. It would be nice to have a place and time to say, you know what, if we could just get this, I think would be good for a couple of years. But that's not what I hear. I don't see any end in sight. We have to think differently, and I feel bad for the school department because we ask you to live within 2.5%, and you come up with a plan. And, there's always there's winners and losers. But, looking at the budget, there has to be a better way. There has to be things, and, everything that you do impacts parents, impacts families. Those art programs, those sports programs, you're absolutely right. That's what keeps kids coming to school. I mean, you cut those and somebody's impacted. So what's the answer? It's not a good position to be in, but, seeing, to Norm's point, the 7% here, and, building technology at 72% increase, do we have any idea what? Yeah, I'd love to.
That one's a bit of an aberration. That's the tech department, and then a teacher who was more expensive than the previous teacher who was in the slot was promoted, if you will, to be another tech person. So it jumped that up dramatically. But if I may comment, the bigger point is, right, it's that structural issue as a system. We have to work through the process, because if we have a workforce, if you will, that it's going to take 2.5 every year just to cover step increases. It's exactly what, Mr. Holcomb, he's on the negotiating committee, Mr. Tierney is. We're looking at, if all the increase every year goes just to maintain the current force, then you can't be creative either, and it's going to create that structural problem. Does a long-range plan about how we adjust it make sense? I would think yes, because I'll speak as that person who's been in the district a long time, right? This cycle is not good for any of us. No. And at the end of the day, I do agree. We're the same common group of people. In many parts of the country, we'd all be a county, and that would be the end of it to begin with. So figuring out how do we work together, because it's each other's young people, students, each resources. And as someone who's worked a long time in the district, seeing other departments not get things that need for their professional piece, I agree. We need to find the structural way, and I wish we could find it quicker. I'll be candid, but.
No, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work that you did. And I don't think we need to take a position tonight. I think it's a work in progress. You guys have to do what you feel is best for your district, and it is what it is. It's unfortunate. So.
I have a financial question, if I could. Ken, if I understand correctly, under the initial proposal that the school committee rejected last night, the plan was to replace 6 social workers with 3 social emotional teachers, correct?
Yes.
And so the figure that was certified last night included both, right? It included both the 6 social workers and the 3 social emotional teachers. So if we were to, just on this one piece, take the cost of the 6 social workers, which I believe was $509,488.
Yes.
And we subtracted out those 3 positions that were going to replace those 6. That would be $195,000. So the resulting difference to keep the social workers, the 6 social workers, would be $314,000 roughly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate your time. And there were some questions. I know you'll get back to us. And
no, I'd just like to say it's been a long time since I agreed with Eric and I with your comments, and I agree with your comments almost wholeheartedly. This is an increase. We asked the administration when they came with a 6% increase. We almost fell off our chairs because we knew that wasn't going to work, and we went back to them and said, "You need to come back with something that's going to work." So they came back with a proposal that they had that had all the reductions in them, and it was still a 3% increase. So nowhere there was there were no cuts. The cuts were from the increase. To say that this is an increase, it's a 3.93% increase is still a large increase, and I think to your words, that $195,000 and some other numbers can be pulled out, I hope, and make cuts in other areas. I think it was made very clear last night from the committee when we voted in those social workers that those 6 social workers are going to be a piece of the budget for next year, and for us, for a committee or for the administration to all of a sudden pull them out, that would be just, committing hara-kiri, because you can't do that. So I just want the public and for you folks to know that, I think those 6 social workers, definitely will be part of that budget, and we'll have to find other ways to make those cuts.
Well, we look forward to working with you between now and town meeting. I know one of the problems is the warrant will be closing before too long, so we'll have to print it with whatever number the board voted for. Everybody knows we can go down from there, but in terms of our recommendations, we'll wait. There's no need for us to vote now. I think from what I'm hearing, it's still a work in progress, and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all the people coming out, and I appreciate the parents' passion and advocacy for their children and our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I need some water up there.
Okay, well, that was only 1 out of 8 items. We can't lose you guys yet. All right.
Choppy, I don't want to lose that either.
So we have the town charter article review coming up. So thank you, Mr. Jenks. Thank you. The charter review committee, if you guys want to come forward. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're a little bit behind schedule. Hope it didn't hold you up too much. If you just give us a update, introduce yourselves, that would be great.
Chairman Post, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity tonight. We will try to be as brief as possible. My name is Chris Rowe. I am I'm your assistant town administrator. I'm here this evening on behalf of the Charter Review Committee as their staff liaison to give you a very brief overview of the committee's process this year and some of the recommended changes that the committee has recommended for this year. I'm fortunate enough to be joined by a few members of the committee here who I will let introduce themselves for the record.
I know you don't know me. My name is Chris Greeley. I'm Dorcas McGurran.
David Reed. Bob Lawton.
Whew, power crew. This is great. And Eric. Oh.
And Eric.
The dream team here.
Dream team.
So the town moderator is authorized by the town charter to review the town charter once every 10 years and make any recommendations of changes to town meeting. This process was last done in 2008. So Dan Horgan, our town moderator, organized this committee to review the charter, and we do in fact have a few recommended changes that we'll briefly discuss here this evening. So as mentioned, Dan organized this group of 8 committee members who have spent the past 7 months reviewing the charter. I just wanted to quickly thank all of the committee members for their time and for the really wonderful insight and background that they provided. I thought it made for a very effective and robust process this year. Quick timeline of our work and some of the next steps. So the town administrator, Dan Knapik, organized a single-purpose committee back in September to get a sense of how the process unfolded the last time this process was done, what the changes were at that point, and then essentially how we should proceed moving forward. So from there, Dan Horgan, our town moderator, formalized that committee with the members who we saw on the last slide to meet, review the charter, and recommend any changes. The committee voted on those changes last week. We're here before you this evening. You will vote on to recommend the changes on the warrant, and it'll go before town meeting. After that, any supported changes will go to the legislature in the form of a home rule petition to be ratified by the state. All in all, the committee made 9 recommended changes. I would clarify them as, or I would describe them as mostly clarifying in nature. 10 years ago, there was a significant effort to make some real substantial adjustments and changes in the charter, a process that I know Bob and David were a part of. But this year, it was really just further elaborating or clarifying some points that we thought would be helpful for folks who read the charter. And the majority of those changes deal with personnel and administrative matters. So we'll quickly run through each recommendation. You also have the full charter, a redlined version, which you can use if you want to follow along, but we've included the language changes here. So these slides have a brief summary of the change and then the language change, so we can run through these, and I'd ask the committee to interject at any point if there's some additional information or background that would be helpful. So the first one is related to initiative petitions. So the state provides through state statute certain opportunities for citizens to petition their government. And one is 10 registered voters to be able to put a petition on a town meeting, 100 registered voters to call a special town meeting, and 200 to put a petition on a special town meeting. I may have those backwards. But essentially, that language has stayed. We just wanted to add this clarifying sentence that those powers are provided by Mass General Law. The second change is related to personnel actions, and this really just says that the town administrator is empowered to hire, discipline, and dismiss all employees. The prior version only mentioned hiring and disciplining. So we just wanted to make sure that that was clarified in there for folks, that anyone under the administrator's purview, personnel-related, fall under the administrator's purview. The third is related to the annual evaluation for the town administrator. The original language said at least 3 selectmen, but the committee felt as though it would be more appropriate to change that to the board. I think that was just, to provide some greater flexibility based on the number of board members who may be present for that review. The fourth recommendation allows the Board of Selectmen to waive the minimum number of candidates the town administrator must submit when seeking to hire a department head. So we actually recently went through this process. As you know, the board is the appointing authority for department heads. The town administrator is required to provide to you at least 3 candidates for consideration. This allows some flexibility. Say if there are only 2 qualified candidates, that the administrator can put 2 candidates before you. So it provides the board the opportunity to waive that 3-candidate requirement. The fifth
is there any requirement for the waiver in terms of vote by the board, or is it just a simple majority? Vote of the board. Okay.
The next recommendation, very similar to the second recommendation, just clarifies the personnel authority of the Board of Selectmen. So this just states that the board's empowered to not only appoint department heads and other individuals under their purview, but they are the authority to remove those individuals if the case ever arose. The sixth recommendation relates to the assistant town administrator position. So in many of the roles here in town, the Board of Selectmen, if they're not the appointing authority, has an opportunity to weigh in, review, and reject any candidate that the town administrator provides or brings forth before the board. So very similar to, this requirement follows the appointment process for division heads. So again, they are appointed by the town administrator. However, the board, there's a period of time that the board is able to review those candidates, and if they decide to ultimately reject that candidate. So there were no requirements related to the board's involvement with the assistant position, and the committee felt as though with the other requirements for other personnel that it made sense to add that requirement in there.
Chris, can I just ask you to go back for a second on recommendation 5? I'm sorry, you're not catching up here. Thinking about them as at the same time you're talking. And so, what happens with regard to the town administrator? Is this saying that the town administrator would be subject to a simple majority of the Board of Selectmen vote? It says the requirements of the I'm sorry, that's the effective.
That's for dismissal of employees.
Dismissal of employees.
It doesn't
terminate employees at appoints pursuant to this charter. My recollection may be incorrect, but I thought that it required, in the case of the town administrator, it requires an action of 4 of the Board of Selectmen?
Correct.
Okay, so is this consistent with that?
It is consistent, and to ensure consistency and to clarify, we added this line in here that says, essentially, by the same majority as required to appoint them. So that provides some clarification around the dismissal process, and it further does not make any additional changes to your process on appointing or dismissing the town administrator position in particular. I don't know if there's committee members that want to add to that. Does that answer your question, Selectman Holcomb?
Yeah.
To recommendation 7, this is just another clarifying recommendation here that the department heads are empowered to manage their staff, and during those with those managerial responsibilities, they are able to pursue disciplinary action, but that is pursuant to the expressed approval of the town administrator. This language, as you'll see, was already in here, but we just wanted to clarify that it was any recommendation for discipline is subject to prior approval by the administrator. And recommendation 8 provides the board the option to either annually meet with at a board meeting boards and committees to update you annually, or to provide you with a written annual report. I know this is something that came up a few months ago when some of the committees were providing you with their annual updates. And so you have the opportunity to either have them come before you or submit to you an annual written report. And I said 9 recommendations, but we only went through 8. The 9th recommendation is a minor spelling change. The word toe is being changed to the.
That's critical. Good idea.
Any questions?
Excellent. So this is part of our public hearing. So what does the board wish? Do they want to wait until after? Okay, we'll ask the public. Does anybody in the public have any comments on the review articles here, the suggested amendments to the charter? Great.
I would like a clarification. I thought the budget was the public hearing. I don't understand why these fall under the heading of public hearing.
Well, I know the
there was our budget.
The
and school
CPA
budget fell under our budget.
And we left it open until we had,
So we had the DY and the CPA articles that were presented. later.
and the other ones that are on here are actually zoning. So, but we don't have to have a public hearing on zoning.
No.
Okay. All right.
If I may, I'd like to thank the committee for the work that they did and the moderator. This is an event that there's not a lot of institutional knowledge that generally comes around every 10 years, but we had a great team that had some knowledge, and they were able to fine-tune a really good document. And I think a lot of credit, of course, to Bob Lawton, who'd been here since the beginning. So I want to thank everybody. Well, since the beginning of what we know the government to be today.
Wrote the charter.
But it was a great effort. And
I was thinking about you during the school presentation when they talked about the benefit that they had from the bus contract, because we benefited for so many years and had sticker shock when you left too. No offense. But we got such a great deal on you for so many years that when we had to change, we had to and have a new contract. Wow, is that really what people are getting paid now? So thank you. Does anybody on the board have any questions or comments on these recommendations?
Yeah, I think you did a great job. Well done. I support them.
Nothing?
That's it.
No, I just want to thank the board, too, for their diligent work. Thanks.
I do want to make one comment, and I had to leave the last meeting a little bit early, but at the end, we were discussing turning this committee into a new government oversight committee to start to research things like...
Dan was going to discuss that with us, I think. Yeah, he reached out and he was going to ask for them to stay on, and especially looking at items like town meeting attendance and things like that. So, yeah, I think that will be forthcoming if you guys are willing. I think that's a great idea. Chris.
I was just going to point out to thank Dan. You know, the packet of paper we have, the presentation that you have here was all his work. We would have a meeting and literally.
Chris.
Chris, I'm sorry.
You know that name? I'm about to take credit
You know
for
what it is? It sounds like an echo. It doesn't work for me. It has to be. There can't be two Chris's in the room, right? That he just did an amazing amount of work. The presentations, getting things together, the summary, the finalized, getting things to us right away afterwards with all the red notations and everything. I don't even know how to do on the computer, and he just did a really good job. That was really helpful, I think, to me as a committee member anyway.
Absolutely. And we're right on.
It's Chris I'm thanking.
Yes. Well, we thank Dan too, but.
We thank both Chris's.
Yeah.
Appreciate all your hard work in coming, and we'll see this on the warrant, and be a great discussion at town meeting. So the next item is the I can't even say it, marijuana article review.
America, same thing. It's gonna be the same.
Marijuana article review. And I know I saw a town council here, and who's going to be making the presentation on this?
Well, if town council would like to come up, there is a packet piece of information from the town planner, Kathy Williams.
Great. I see Kathy. Kathy? We got to make up for lost time, so we got to be ready to switch. I'm ready to go. Good evening. If you'd like to bring us up to date on some of the recent changes and the zoning related to marijuana.
Well, I think the first thing has to do with the general bylaws that I think town council is going to speak about with regard to marijuana establishments.
So for background, I guess, for people at home, we took the belt and suspenders approach of handling the marijuana issue of recreational marijuana, which has been passed, so now retail, and whether our town's going to consider it. So there's different ways to go about having bylaws. There's a town code, and then there's zoning. So that's what we're going to hear about tonight, and we're going to put together a couple of plans for the voters and on the warrant, so it might get a little bit confusing, but it's one of those scenarios, if not this, then this. So we have to be prepared for if it is not banned or restricted completely from our town, then we'll have to move to adequate zoning. So we have to be ready for both. So with that, Mr. Talaman is our town attorney, and he'll give us some background.
Thank you. So we actually have kind of belt and suspenders and belt and suspenders. So it's the way we look at this, and it's constantly evolving. My associate, Kate Federoff, has been working closely with Kathy and her crew on the zoning pieces, and we keep modifying and adjusting because the state keeps giving us different answers on different things, and we expect that to be forthcoming. I think we can expect next year to maybe be tweaking
They can't hear you in the back. If you could just
tweaking whatever bylaws that we may adopt or not adopt. So from a belt and suspenders approach, we're doing kind of 2 tiers of belt and suspenders. We believe that this could all be accomplished through just general or zoning bylaws, but you don't have to do both. The Attorney General has recommended that we do both. I don't think that level of security is necessary, but it's also basically harmless. So that's the first level of belt and suspenders, is that we're recommending both general bylaws and zoning bylaws. As to the general bylaws, we are recommending that, based upon some previous feedback from the town and where you want to go, the first set would be a ban, a prohibition, and that general bylaw would be very simple, and we have a corresponding zoning bylaw as well. And if that fails, the next article would be a licensure process by the Board of Selectmen, again with a corresponding zoning bylaw that puts it in a specific overlay district where it's been designated to happen, but have a licensure process by the Board of Selectmen. So that's laid out there as well. And in that event, we also have some limitations on the total number of licenses and some other assorted things. We've also worked with Kathy and some other folks to amend Chapter 113, which you already have, regarding use of marijuana, the public consumption rules and regulations, and we've just made a couple tweaks there to reference the possibility of licensure or permitting of a recreational marijuana establishment. So that's basically where we are with the general, and the zoning is really not altogether that different.
So in terms of legislative changes or changes from the Marijuana Control Commission, since you've been here last, one of the things that was brought up was home delivery and the regulation of that, and clubs.
Those are kind of on hold.
So they've been taken off the table, right? As far as what happens after. For now. So when they change their determination and it's inclusive,
well, we take the position right now that the preclusion on marijuana establishments, the umbrella of those establishments covers the field. I think it becomes more of an issue if you start opening up to different types of facilities, then which you may choose that you want to do. Again, some towns may allow some manufacturing or some cultivation. Some are going straight to retail but don't want the cultivation or the manufacturing. Some will say okay to clubs and delivery, although I haven't found one yet that's interested in the clubs. But it's evolving. Right now, the prohibition language that we're proposing, we think, is inclusive of any marijuana establishment.
And an establishment is determined by delivery, even if it's not in your town?
An establishment,
So
well, there's
when you-
licensure that's going to be required in that.
If it's brought in from another community. Yeah. That's what I guess in terms of, the tax scenario that people, I think is great. There's a concern about the establishment being in another community, delivering in here, and getting no benefit from that. So I'm just concerned that what we have protects, or at least we have some knowledge of what would occur in
In
that
terms of
regard.
crossing town lines, so to speak, and whether or not you could require some level of licensure. I wish I could tell you the answer to that right now. They are so far from being able to establish some kind of reasonable regulations on how that may happen. There's delivery requirements actually under medical, that a medical facility has to provide some delivery. Whether they choose to copy some of those the security requirements under that, I don't know. It's out there in front of us. Again, I suspect that for the next several years, we'll be looking at different bylaws and different tweaks and prohibitions and policies and regulations as it evolves over time. I fully expect over time for medical and recreational to kind of merge under one form of regulation under the statutes, but I think we're going to be looking at this on an annual basis.
I think part of the licensure, basically the general bylaw allows you to establish rules and regulations. So I think what you're going to find is ultimately if this passes, if the town decides they'd rather go licensure versus banning, then there's going to be a whole other set of rules and regulations that the board can work on to regulate like hours of operation and other types of things similar to what you do with liquor licenses.
All right, so do you want to go through the articles?
I think if we're going to go through the zoning articles, I would call up Brad Goodwin, the chairman of the planning board. I think town council was here to talk about the general bylaws on.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, all right, go ahead, Eric.
So just in terms of the general bylaw, if Article 27 passes, will we need to vote on Article 28?
No, I assume there would be either a motion to pass over or indefinitely postpone or whatever the procedural device is there.
The other question I had is why on Article 28 in 146-2 did you tie the number of marijuana licenses to 20% of retail alcohol licenses?
That because you're allowed to do that.
Why wouldn't you just say one?
You could do that also, I believe.
Well, how many retail alcohol
You'd end up-
licenses do we have in town?
You would end up with potentially 2 marijuana establishments based on your current license. You could simply say 2 if you, I believe.
You can, but it's in flux. I mean, if you got there's talk if you got to say a special act to increase the number of your liquor licenses, which happens. It's preferable to go with the percentage. We're allowed to reduce the number but this is the lowest we can reduce the number to?
It's the lowest. How is it?
If you're going to allow them, you can reduce the number of them.
But what do you mean by it's the lowest we're allowed to?
To go to 20% of the liquor licenses.
That's General Law, Chapter 94G.
Yeah.
10%.
And you can't say just one, period?
You cannot.
You cannot?
It's got to be at least 20% of the number
Of the number of yep.
Rounding up.
by state law.
Figures. I mean, it seems silly to tie it to that, but whatever.
Again, I don't think that, I think we've talked about this a little in the past. I don't think, first of all, that too many of the folks that were drafting this stuff up have ever set foot in municipal government and understand the kind of local rules and requirements. And second, what little they do understand, they're looking at more of a kind of an urban setting where there would be 25 liquor licenses, not a lot of towns some towns have 1 liquor license out there available, so that's 1. So it's 1 to 1.
All right, that's all I had on the general articles.
Did anybody else have any question on the general articles?
There was a fine provision, a $300 fine provision for violation under the section violation and penalties. How are you going to enforce that, Jay? How would that mechanically be enforced, that $300 fine?
Probably, well, you mean likely be non-criminal disposition. So we would have to develop a ticket book and develop an enforcing authority through the Board of Selectmen, whoever that may be, whether it's police or building or some other official would do it. But likely you would probably move towards non-criminal disposition, keep it at the district court magistrate level, rather than issuing fines and then having to go to Superior Court or elsewhere or issuing criminal fines. I would view it similar to the other non-criminal disposition fines that you have in your bylaws right now.
So we'd have to give someone a ticket, and then if they didn't pay it,
Maybe, yeah.
We'd have to bring them to district court.
No, so the way the non-criminal disposition works is when you issue the ticket, that goes, you do one copy to them, one copy to you, and one copy to the district court. If they pay, then it's a done deal. They have the right to appeal it within a certain period of days to the magistrate, and then there would be a magistrate and potentially a judge hearing beyond that. So that process is fairly well worn. So, and if they don't, and then failure to pay, if they don't appeal or anything, you're in kind of, you could then enforce through a court proceeding, but there are additional penalties and kind of a contempt kind of feel. Again, it's a non-criminal disposition.
How much is all that going to cost us to collect $300?
Yeah, but it's $300 a day, and somebody could be in violation for multiple things, and we have no guarantee we'd even get it.
Well, I mean, there's lien processes. It's no different than any other. We could have a building code violation tomorrow that would go on day after day.
I'm just curious how mechanically how it works, because it's not a great deal of money, and it seems to me that they have to have an appeal process, and as you said, it would go to a clerk magistrate, and then it would go to a judge.
Well, this also doesn't prohibit that's not the only means of enforcement here. It's not just fines. You could enforce in equity, which is essentially cease and desist. That's in here too. So there would be an injunction to stop the use altogether.
I can see that. Sure, if somebody's retailing it and they're not allowed to do it, you would get injunctive relief, certainly.
Yeah, that's more powerful. I mean, you're right, Mike. The chasing people around for $300 in a clip. We do that, and we do it routinely, whether it's zoning or Board of Health or other enforcement mechanisms in the town. And sometimes it's, the way we work with the town, it works out financially. But chasing people around for little bits of money becomes sometimes more trouble than it's worth. I've always preferred a heavier hammer of equitable jurisdiction in the Superior Court. Get an injunction, much stronger.
Okay.
Mark, did you have any questions in the general?
No.
Okay. All right, so Brad, we're going to talk about the bylaw.
You can come on up, Brad Goodwin, Chairman of the Planning Board.
Yeah, trying to get out of the way. Got to earn my salary.
Chairman. Would it take you like 30 years to get that appointment?
I know, I'll tell you. Once in the 90s, once in the 2000s, and once in the 2010s. So I have really stretched out my tenure, something fierce. Thank you, Mr. Tolley. Always a pleasure to see you, sir. Working at your behest. Madam Chairman, Board. Your time is very precious tonight, so why don't I just say thank you for having us and be on my way.
That'd be great.
Okay. We've gone over zoning 1 and 2. Do you want me to do a small overview for those watching at home and here in the room, or do you want me to just skip on over them?
So you guys had your public hearing?
We did on March 7th, and we gave a memo to you and the town administrator on dated 3/14.
Yep, we have that.
Okay.
I think just maybe some of the highlights for the zoning
that'd be
for the
great.
marijuana, and you can see the overlay district. It's a little hard to see on there. We're basically going to have the medical marijuana and the recreational marijuana contained in the same overlay district. It had previously been called the Registered Marijuana Dispensary Overlay District, and now we're going to change it to the Cannabis Overlay District.
Or COD, which is very appropriate for Cape Cod. So there we go.
And for those of you who can't see, it's at near Exit 7, Mid-Tech Drive, Aaron's Way, and Ansel Hallett Road is where it is. And there's
Where
very
our Adult Entertainment District is?
It
Got
is.
it.
1999 revisited.
And it has a lot of the same requirements that medical marijuana does. It would require a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals. It can only be located within the COD area, so it's not something where someone could open an establishment on Route 28. You have to have at least 500 feet to schools or places where children congregate, 100 feet from residential zoning districts. And then there's a lot of other provisions with regard to the maximum size of the buildings, could be only up to 10,000 square feet. And then, of course, there'd need to be security measures, that type of thing. There's also some edits in there to make sure that the medical marijuana and the recreational marijuana mesh, because the likelihood of them being co-located is pretty strong.
And our feedback at the public hearing, we had very little feedback on zoning Article 2, on the establishment of where to put it, and et cetera, et cetera. The only feedback we had from banning it was from the Yarmouth Substance Awareness Committee, who, again, as you know, is against this sales, cultivation, delivery, et cetera, et cetera. Should we move on to 404, number 3? Or?
Sure.
Okay. This is the one that may have some questions just because it hasn't been at the forefront of anybody's, a lot of you know the 404 was created to add some kind of relief to hotels that want to convert to better hotels or housing. In the past 18 to 24 months, we've had some kind of pushback a little bit from both the citizens of Yarmouth and even the ZBA. We had a meeting with the ZBA a while back, and they were upset about the number of commercial lots becoming either housing or nonprofit lots, and we're losing tax dollars along our business corridor. So we tweaked this a bit, and we're trying to now ask the builders to remodel their old hotels completely if they want to go to housing and not just slap a coat of paint on it and put up a buffer wall here or take something down there. It's basically a raise and replace. If they still want to go to a hotel, they don't have to do the complete raise and replace.
If they want to convert, what we're finding is that we're having difficulty taking some of the older, narrower, in poor condition hotels, and when they come to us to try to convert directly to housing using those structures, it's very difficult. You're not getting functional living spaces. You're getting bedrooms that are like 7 foot wide, 10 foot wide. Sometimes you have like an existing window in a closet. It just wasn't the quality affordable housing that we were looking for. So what we're doing is we're taking, eliminating that provision of using the existing structure to convert to housing, a multifamily housing. Section 404, as you know, allows for high density up to 16 units per acre by right or 20 units per acre by special permit. So basically this is fostering, let's get a better product out of it and foster the raise and replace. If you want to convert your existing hotel to another commercial use or another hotel, you don't have to raise and replace the structure. You could use the existing structure. So it's really just related to housing.
Try to keep it brief, and you just...
I talk fast.
That's great. And there's, do you want to talk about the miscellaneous amendments as well? While you're
Not
here?
really. That's all housekeeping. It'd be pretty boring. It's just trying to neaten up our zoning rules and regs with different words here and there.
Okay. Is there anybody from the board that has any comments or questions on the zoning? Norm?
Putting the excitement back in the town meeting process. It is zoning. Thank you. Yes.
I will just say that thank you for addressing my thoughts in terms of the raise and replace option for the relief.
So that relief is still applicable to the same properties. That's not changing, right?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure.
There's always 40B if somebody wants really,
We don't want to recommend that, though.
I know, but it's always a fallback. So,
Mike, do you have any questions?
No.
Mark?
No, thank you.
thank you, Richard.
No, not on this one.
We had our public hearing, our legally required public hearing.
was a public hearing.
Well, the public hearing was for the budget items and the CPA items.
We had questions on some of this. Would be good for the town attorney.
Get out of the way. There you go.
Oh, no.
Well,
It's up to the chairman, so.
well, we have the public hearing open for CPA articles
Financial articles.
and the financial articles. So, I mean, you can make your comments at town meeting. You can ask them in public next time.
Well, I get a question at town meeting, Article 28.
Does the board want to hear comment on this at all?
Planning board had their.
Tom, maybe you can work it out with the planning board between now and...
Article 26 is a general bylaw. It's not a zoning article.
What, can you guys define public on Article Chapter 26?
Are you addressing the question to the chairman through us? I mean,
The question can be addressed in public at another
Right.
time. We're not going to be taking
We can
public
talk
comment
to
on
him
this.
after the meeting as well.
Tom, I'm not on the clock. I can step outside.
Okay.
There you go.
That sounds like a challenge.
I can run fast, too.
And again, thank you to the planning board and to Jay. I'm not sure we'll be making our recommendations tonight, but we'll go through all the articles before and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
They should be thanked a great deal for what they've done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is the petition review for the drive-in site. Is the petitioner here? If you please come forward, that would be great. I'd like to keep this moving. Good evening. Thank you. Sorry to rush, but we got to
Understood.
snappy in between here, otherwise we're going to be here at midnight. And I do turn into a pumpkin, just for the record.
To whom do we give our flash card?
Let me, we have a presentation. Was a presentation scheduled for this?
Yeah, we knew it was coming. I believe you had it.
15 minutes. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what it looked like before the gateways. It was beautiful. Gateway. Before that area was all done. It was beautiful.
Okay, good evening. You want to introduce yourself and talk about the article you've petitioned?
Sure. Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Brian Coble, and I am the president of the Gateway Isles Association. And with me, I have a colleague and another resident, Rick Pomeroy, and he's the. Give yourself intro.
Good evening. My name is Richard Pomeroy. I'm a member of the Gateway Isles Association. I'm also a construction project manager here tonight to talk about a few things.
And I'm hoping the blurriness is not just everyone's tired, but it's not quite as graphically clear as I would like, but I'm sure we can press on through there. And the forward is, again, Brian and Rick, we've introduced ourselves. Who we represent, 103 homeowners from the Gateway Isles Association, and many other participants from South Yarmouth, West Yarmouth, and Yarmouth Port, both seasonal and year-round residents, both resident and non-resident taxpayers. I took a slice of our warrant article document that we forwarded to the town, so I think there's been some significant, well, not confusion, but misrepresentation from the fact that it seems our organization is being labeled as obstructionist and amongst other things I've heard. But the term that seems to be missing, and I'd like to recap for right now, people seem to be missing the term from. Our concern here is about construction of a boardwalk or bridge extending, great, thanks, from the former drive-in site into the wetlands through to Seagull Beach, other known as Project 17-2 CD. We understand that there's two components here. In essence, the boardwalk, in essence, the park. And our concern is primarily with the boardwalk, and the term from there, I think, gives pretty significant input as to that we're not just trying to be obstructionists and object to absolutely everything. And I just think that's been portrayed inaccurately, and I wanted to bring that one word to everyone's attention. Why we're here is we're certainly advocating for the protection of the marsh, Yarmouth's last unspoiled area south of Route 28. As an organization and as a group, we have concerns over what we feel has been a very directed process focused solely on one outcome, which would be a boardwalk and a park. Limited demand, in our opinion, was demonstrated. There's been limited demand demonstrated for the project since September of 2015, when a loosely shown online by the SurveyMonkey had questions, and the committee continues to say that there's strong demand for this park. A lot of the progress so far, and most recently, seems to be based on somewhat incomplete feasibility study and pricing estimates, and that's an area of expertise that Mr. Pomeroy will speak to in just a moment. And we thank you for your time, because we are candidly not confident that our positions would get equal representation from the committee at the time with which they make their final recommendations. We understand that final recommendations have not been made yet. We've been quite concerned about the process. This clip of the meeting minutes from May of 2015 clearly indicates that members agreed that there will be important to receive feedback from the Pockanocket neighbors. In essence, that's Gateway Isles. And this never happened. And I would want to understand at some point why it didn't happen. If our organization, clearly we're abutters, were cited for special reach out, and it didn't happen. So as of November 2016, the RFP went out for one boardwalk and one park, as we've all seen in prior documentation. But after 18 months of sustained opposition, including a petition with 229 signatures, May, June, July, and September vocal opposition at meetings, multiple letters to the Cape Cod editor or Cape Cod Times editor, appearances on Ed Lambert's show, 87 letters specifically to the selectmen from all over Yarmouth, one appearance on Cape Cod cable media, and 17 recent letters from residents unable to attend tonight's meetings because they just live elsewhere at this time of the year, and they've combined citing at least 30 different objections to the project. All of this leading to, now we have 3 boardwalk choices. Okay, so our question is, where have any voices of the opposition gone to? We're here to advocate strongly on behalf of conservation. We hear very much about the original documents of taking from 1985 for recreation, and while that is partially accurate, it is not totally accurate, in that clearly it says recreation and/or conservation. Town of Yarmouth CPA plan. Part of the discussion needs to be about preservation of open space. We've heard none of that from the committee. And even on the town assessor's map, map number 18 shows the Parkers River Marsh as Town of Yarmouth conservation. And from all of the dealings that we've had and meetings we've attended, we have not heard conservation mentioned whatsoever. So how has the committee incorporated any of our feedback? The presumption has been from day one, the boardwalk is best. We started with one boardwalk option, and we now have 3. As we've highlighted, no discussion of conservation. There was even some interesting conversation after the Land Use Institute discussions back in September about the possibility of expanding the use of the bike pathing back and through the land behind the Woodham Museum. And then Mr. Holcomb, I believe you had said that seemed to be an interesting idea. I'm a cyclist. I thought that was kind of interesting myself, too. We've seen no subsequent discussion on that whatsoever, either in paper or at meetings. And from our opposition, I think it's fair to say that our folks really don't feel the process has been overly open and transparent. I know the committee has followed the guidelines and the rules, and certain meetings are allowed to have discussions, some not. But at the end of the day, we're citizens and taxpayers and residents, and I would defy anyone to say from our side of the discussion that the process has been open and transparent. Now, on to our concerns about the feasibility study. Mr. Pomeroy.
Thank you. Again, my name is Richard Pomeroy, and not only am I a resident, a taxpayer, but not a voter in town. I am also a construction project manager, and I represent a lot of the municipalities on the Cape. And a lot of the projects you've seen, I'm usually sitting on the other side, presenting feasibility studies and projects to our peers and to the municipalities we serve. And a lot of them are your neighbors. So just give you a little bit of example of kind of where I'm coming from. A lot of the projects you've seen and probably have visited, we completed the Mashpee Public Library and Fire Station, the Chatham Fire Station, and we currently have on-call services with the town of Chatham. We have the Brewster Fire Headquarters that we're building at this time, the Brewster Ladies Library, Sandwich Police, Sandwich Fire Station number 2, and Sandwich Renovation Station on 6A, the Orleans Police Station, which is set to open in about 3 weeks, the Wellfleet Police Station, which is set to open in about 2 months. We are representing the town of Dennis with their Council on Aging project, the Edgartown Public Library, which opened recently. We've been involved with extensive coastal restoration projects out in Martha's Vineyard, and most recently, our firm was the lead senior project manager for the move of the Gayhead Lighthouse. So we've been involved with a number of feasibility studies and a number of very successful projects in your area, as well as in Massachusetts and New England. So this is in no way meant to criticize the hard work that's been completed up to this point. But we know that the committee has had a limited budget and a driving force behind the project to complete as much as they could within that limited budget. But from a taxpayer and a professional, I have some concerns with what's going to be presented to you. And one of the most important aspects of it is, with regards to the boardwalk, the lack of any soil exploration or soil properties investigations for the boardwalk itself. And it's been made clear in the reports from your consultant as well as from members of the committee and in the minutes of the meeting that no actual estimates can be considered without soil borings. And at this point, the estimates that have been completed are based upon assumptions. And that's, in my industry, that's a very volatile aspect, to make assumptions on what you're bearing on. And we feel very strongly that the results that you have that will be presented in front of you and the estimates cannot be verified without proper information. We also, the system that's being proposed for this is a very logical system. It is a very successful system. It's helical anchors or piers, as you would call them. The problem with that is that they are corrosive. They're not corrosive resistant. They are meant for some applications such as this, but it's very important to understand that there are corrosive capacity within that, so that the piers would maybe last 20 years. If protected properly and maintained properly. So it's a very serious thing that we need to be considering. We feel very strongly that the design has not considered because of limitations within the budget, has not been fully considered so that it can't be estimated properly. And we feel that also that the decisions that will be made as to whether or not to move forward will probably, most likely be, because we don't feel that we're being heard, for one thing. So my guess is it's going to be financial. And I don't think you can make a financial decision on this without having the proper information. I would never present something for voter approval or the Board of Selectmen approval without having accurate figures. And I feel that the committee has gone as far as they can with this, with the limited budget that they have, with the deepest respect for the work that they have completed. I don't think it's enough. It's not enough to make a decision on something as volatile as this. We're very concerned about the bridge over the creek. My kids have grown up here. We have kayakers, sailboarders, and sailors in that area. It may not seem like it's have a big impact for those that don't use it every single day, but the bridge over that creek will destroy the integrity of that entire environmental area. We've talked at our public forums when we've been able to speak about handicapped accessibility considerations and emergency response access. We haven't had any answers on those things other than they would be considered. But when you're putting an estimate together, you need to consider them. So when you're presented with this information, you need to think about the things that we don't know yet and how much will those cost. And to add a 25% contingency for unknowns, from my perspective, is not the most accurate way to make a decision on whether or not you move forward. The consultants have identified key issues: the navigational requirements, the width of the channel, the height of the structure, the ADA transitions. All of these things have been brought to the attention of the town. Have they been addressed, though? I don't believe so. That's just some of the concerns that we have with the design. I think that this is all information that's available in the material that's been provided to the committee and to the town. But I think it's very important to make sure that everyone understands. as the consultant had said in one of their reports, this is a complex permitting environment in a significant protected natural resource area. So in other words, it's going to be a nightmare to get approved and permitted. I've been through it. I've been through coastal restorations and the permitting process. It takes years. In my projects, we've had national heritage issues, artifact issues, and rare species and habitat that all have to be considered. Here is a list of just a few of the components and hurdles that need to be bridged. And so I'm not going to go through these, but I think that the board needs to take this very seriously and peel back the layers of the onion to completely understand what your consultants have advised you and what they're saying in their reports. Talking about probable cost estimates, which again is where I started. I think that the decisions are going to be made are financial decisions. And if you're going to make a financial decision from my perspective and where you sit, you would want to know exactly what your permitting aspects are going to be and exactly what this project is going to cost. At this point, I think it's ballpark at best. If you're adding a 25% contingency for unknowns, that's not adequate. We generally, at completion of feasibility studies, will have a maximum 10%. We've eliminated the unknowns. I think you have a responsibility to do that here. Again, we don't think that the design has been completed. We know that they're taking all of the recommendations from what the group has said, but we don't see where anything has been there has been no design, and there's no money for that either. So, some small picayune things, but even in the estimate, they state that they've estimated escalation for 2 to 3 years at 5%. We're estimating escalation at 5% per year, not 5% over 3 years, and that's a conservative estimate. And we feel that your soft costs are undervalued. So, really, from my perspective, I implore upon the committee, or the Board of Selectmen, to peel this back and fully understand, go through the reports, read what the engineers have written, read what's not being portrayed at this point, or identify what's not being portrayed at this point. And quite frankly, the residents, although we've had a couple of forums, you go to any of those committee meetings, you can't speak. You're not allowed to. So we can't ask questions. So the only time that we can air that is in front of you right now. So this is just an example of the passion and the concern that we as taxpayers have for this project. And as far as I'm concerned, you're not ready.
Thanks, Rick. Okay, moving along, I guess we got to get fairly close on the time schedule. Madam Chairman. But anyway, currently, there's 5 boardwalk choices in various states of disrepair in Yarmouth. Bass Hole, Meadowbrook, Swan Pond, Chases Brook, Mill Creek, Taylor Brae. Who will be paying for these repairs, and why are they not currently maintained? So with 5 choices already, in our opinion, to be proposing a 6th choice, although we're not saying it's apples for apples, is not the way to go. From the beginning, we've heard about the wonderful return to the community and the wonderful aspects of the Bass Hole Boardwalk. No argument whatsoever. But let's understand, Bass River or Parker's River is not Bass Hole. It's a remote location for Bass Hole versus a very established neighborhood in Parker's River. The marsh wildlife in Parker's River cannot withstand the human pressure the way it does up in Bass Hole, just looking simply at a Google Earth shot to understand what's actually near the boardwalk itself. As such, you've got 5 times the length that's being proposed in South Yarmouth, 5 times the risk. It's a vanishing, pristine asset. Per Yarmouth Conservation Trust, 1951, yellow is what has been developed. Here we're obviously trending to 1990, less and less, especially in South Yarmouth. Currently, 2018, that's all that's left in South Yarmouth. And to develop the marsh itself, obviously the impact or the footprint of the drive-in site has already been, I won't say ruined, but certainly it's not pristine by any stretch. This is the only spot remaining in South Yarmouth, south of Route 28. And yes, there is significant financial and ecological risk to what's been proposed. Clearly, we've seen the impacts of Mother Nature this year. Granted, it may be stronger than others, but that doesn't eliminate the financial risk. Will MEMA funds repair the boardwalks? If they are available, exactly what will they cover? What is the increased stress on the Yarmouth maintenance budgets should Project 17-2 CD go forward? And are these insurable? Lloyd's of London-type policies and specialty insurance be required for a new boardwalk based on the new data from just this past winter, all of which I think needs to be considered, and there is considerable risk. But from a realistic perspective, let's talk scarcity. Simply stated, society has insufficient productive resources to fulfill all human wants and needs. Very succinct, but we feel very accurate here. The boardwalk is a want, not a need. The budget shortfalls, I think that's probably been discussed a little bit tonight before we got on. The new DPW facility, the $16 million for the new middle school pending, and who knows how many tens, if not hundreds of $1,000s for the necessary.
Say $16 million?
Pardon?
I'd love a $16 million one.
Yeah.
I think it's like 60.
Well, I've done my best to be as accurate as possible. Please feel free to challenge any of the numbers, but we did. But again, net, it's a want versus a need, and the needs are significant on both the short and the longer term.
So I would like you to really get to the text of what you're trying to accomplish through this.
We're done. Last slide.
Okay.
Last slide. So per our warrant, and in the current review, which was actually not something I was anticipating when we filed the warrant, but I was pleased to have the opportunity to speak, our organization, we're recommending the cancellation of the project based on environmental risk to the marsh and the surrounding community, financial risk of a sixth largest boardwalk in the Yarmouth area while 5 sit in disrepair. It will clearly be a financial tax burden to all, both resident and non-resident taxpayers. Minimal financial return, if any, has been documented. And one calculation that one of our residents ran, it's like a $54 per taxpayer, per person, per year admission cost for 15 years, whether or not one wants to use the boardwalk or not. Based on that, we thank you for your time. We thank you for the chance to express our opinions directly to you. And
seeing as we talked about the project and not the article, which is what we're here to discuss, I'm going to read it into the record so people at home know what it is that will be before the town. It says, to see if the town will vote to direct the Board of Selectmen, Drive-In Site Utilization Committee, and town employees to forego any and all activity regarding Project 17-2 CD. This would include design and/or construction of any segment of trail pathway, boardwalk, or bridge extending from the former drive-in site into the wetland and through to Seagull Beach, or take any other action with respect thereto. Okay, so I think I misspoke when I told you that this was part of the hearing, but I will let you speak to this quickly, only because I told you before the meeting that you could, but we're not going to be taking public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Jim Sabin. I am the chair of the Drive-In Site Reutilization Committee. I take great exception to some of the accusations made. Our committee has had meetings for about 18 months. This is the type of information that we've been gathering. And I can show you within this documentation, information that's been provided by this gentleman and members of his community. We've allowed them to speak at meetings. There is an open hearing that we are conducting on April 2nd at the Senior Center. We continue to hear their concerns. We are doing everything we can to address them. Why do you have 3 proposals for a boardwalk? Because we listened to this gentleman and his concerns. We proposed one that's 700 feet away, one that's 1,000 feet away. We relocated because of the osprey nest that was in the area. The committee has gone to their neighborhood, stood on their side of the river, looked back. We've had renditions as to what it would physically look like. We are listening to this community. We're listening to everybody. That's what you tasked us to do, is to put a feasibility study together and to present to you our findings. We are not done. We still have a lot of work to do. And I will quickly read this. In 1985, by unanimous vote of the voters of the town of Yarmouth, they voted to purchase the drive-in site. I'd like to quote the 1985 town meeting minutes. The Growth Quality Committee recommendation to Selectmen, Planning Board, Finance Committee, and you, the townspeople, is that the property should be taken in its entirety for the purpose of developing a central park. They further went on to say the park would have a lawn area, cathedral-style band shell, walks, benches, and picnic areas. This is an investment in our town, and our ownership would allow us to provide a better quality of life for all town residents. As you know, there have been a number of studies to this date. In 1985, the Growth Policy Committee began the study of the site. The study included potential uses, grants, and other means of payment, same things that we are doing today. And again, I quote, this time from the Growth Policy Committee for 1985. From the onset of our study, we have received numerous endorsements of the taking by private individuals as well as taxpayer associations and neighborhood associations. I would suggest to you that with the exception of the Gateway Isles neighborhood and a few others, that the support from the townspeople has not changed, as evident by the unanimous vote at town meeting to support a feasibility study in the amount of $84,000. The Drive-In Site Utilization Committee has worked very hard over the year and a half in developing a feasibility study to present to you and is near completion of that study. It is understandable that the neighborhood has concerns. The committee has allowed input from the community and from the Gateway Isles neighborhood, and to suggest otherwise is flatly wrong. We listen to all suggestions and concerns, and we will address them as appropriate. This property was purchased for the benefit of the entire town, and the use of this property should be dictated by the majority of the town's voters, and a special interest group of a few select individuals or neighbors should not have the exclusive right to dictate how the land is used. I would encourage you not to recommend this article. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I guess I was confused about this being a public thing because there was a letter from the chamber, and I saw Mary here that was to be read into the record. It's not that I don't want to read it into the record, it's just, it's as if it's public comment it's not a public meeting.
So they could address that at the next meeting, at public comment period, if they wanted to read that.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mary.
May I?
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, may I just, I think there may be a little bit of confusion. I just want to make sure we're all clear on this. I firmly believe that we're here this evening to talk about the boardwalk and not the development of the park. And I believe that the statement that was just made was referring to the development of the park and the support from the community with the development of the park. The initial charge was to develop the drive-in site location, and then it was changed or altered to add in the boardwalk. So let's just be very clear about this. If we were to ask the community their feelings on the boardwalk period, I think you'd have an entirely different response. I think that statement was shaded to include the park when we're here talking about the boardwalk.
Well,
only.
I guess it adds to my question about when you're saying that you're standing firm on the from comment, and it says into the wetlands. So can you define where the wetlands start on that parcel?
Probably not from engineering perspective, but
well, I think the wetlands covers probably a large majority of the parcel altogether. So if you're saying that, actually you are talking about the development of the parcel. Because there's setbacks into wetlands, and I don't have a map in front of me. But I think it's vague to say into the wetlands. I understand what you're trying to do. You're talking about basically an extension from the property is what you're saying.
The original intent was just the upland.
Yeah. I don't think that that's the way it is. One of the things I want to say before I go to the board, too, is we did have town council. I don't know if he's still here. Okay. There was an opinion from town council on this, and it's town council's opinion that this is basically a
advisory.
It would be an advisory position, but there's nothing binding to it in terms
Could
of.
you just explain that, please? I'm not sure what that means.
There's no way to. We can't direct, I guess, future boards by this terminology to say it can't be done. It's basically, even if the townspeople voted to approve this, it would be strictly, basically a sense of the meeting. So it would give us what they said, but there's nothing that, I'm at a loss.
I'll take it.
It's non-binding.
Yeah, it's non-binding. I'll let the lawyer talk.
Members of the public cannot restrict the inherent authority, executive authority of the Board of Selectmen. You can advise, you can say this is what our feelings are, and you can go to town meeting to show what kind of support you have, but you can't prohibit us from basically exercising the responsibilities that we have by virtue of being a member, the member board, the executive authority of the town. Regardless of what happens, the real tail of the tape will be if anything is approved, and I don't know that yet because I haven't seen the final reports. But whatever, let's say something is approved, whatever it is, then the town meeting will have the final say on whether or not it gets funded. And that's where the real political substance of this thing lies. But you cannot restrict the town board from their duties. You can't do that.
Okay, and if my wording, and it's my first warrant article I've ever written, was not 100% accurate, I make any apologies for that. But we do have some advice from a former town administrator in Massachusetts, and we're not firing just blank on this. If some of our wording was a little bit off, my apologies on that, but I don't think it gets.
I don't think it's the wording. I think if you use the King's English, what I just said would still apply. You can't do it. I mean, there's certain duties and responsibilities that this board has, and people can't limit it by a town article.
Is there anybody, Norm, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'm very honest. I think you're doing yourselves a great disservice by this effort. I think this board has asked the committee to do a detailed analysis of the potential use of the site that is, and that use has languished for 20 some odd years. The community is ready for something to move ahead. And, I think by trying to intrude on that process, you're doing your neighborhood a great disservice. I've been to several meetings. I considered their meetings very open, and I saw the willingness to accept comments at great length. So, the statements you made are outlandish. And I think you'll embarrass yourselves at town meeting. The hyperbole that you've gone through in so many of these claims to suggest that the town is not maintaining its properties, and because some storms damaged the property and we're waiting for conditions to improve to remedy that, to suggest that that's indicative of our intent is preposterous. And I think you damage your credibility in doing so. I could go on. I mean, I jotted down a bunch of notes about things that you talked about, and it just I'm amazed at the presentation and the representations concerning the work that the committee has done, and we gave them direction and a broad scope for the purpose, and we wanted to know what the options might be, and frankly, I think they're doing a great job in pursuing that. So, just my view on it at this point.
I don't have anything right now. Thank you.
Mark?
I would like to just echo some of the comments that Norm just made. I believe there is a great sentiment within the community to find a way to develop it in such a way that it provides a broad public benefit. And I think I hear that throughout the community. I just want to make it sure I'm clear that your issue at this point as an organization is only with the boardwalk.
Primarily with the boardwalk.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand.
Yep. Not only.
No, but I mean that's more or less from the very beginning. When I was listening very closely to the presentation, because in the very beginning you said your issue with the project is the boardwalk, and I thought that for me that was good. That was news because the criticism that I've heard all along has been more broadly based than that. So the fact that you were proposing an article, regardless of the legal problems with it, I thought was a change in the development, because some of the sentiment that I've heard from people in the Gateway Isles area is largely concerned with the project overall. So I thought, for me, in looking at this, I thought the fact that you were just constricting yourself and your criticisms to the boardwalk, I thought was a change from what I've heard in the past, and that's certainly something that I wasn't aware of. So
yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mike.
Thank you. First of all, I've been to virtually all of the meetings on this. I think I might have missed like 1 or 2 perfunctory meetings, but all the ones of substance I've been at, including the site visits. And I agree with Norm that Jim Saban did an excellent job chairing the meetings. He was very fair to everybody. He even would write notes and recite them back to people in opposition to make sure that he had an accurate record of what their objections were. A boardwalk may not happen. I don't know. I know that, and I don't remember what they were, but the preliminary numbers that came in were very, very high. And I mean, it might fail on that basis alone, just economically. But for you to try to come in here and really prohibit the board from exercising its authority on a project we haven't even got a final report on, frankly, is appalling to me. These comments would be a lot more in order if we had some presentation from them in terms of what their recommendation was and what the costs were, and then we'd hear your comments in terms of a critique of whatever aspects of the report there would be. Notwithstanding what you've done, I still have an open mind on the project because I haven't seen a final result, and I know what all the ecological concerns are. I'm very, very familiar with the area. I used to live in the area many years ago. But I don't know what they're going to recommend, and I don't know what the cost is going to be, and I don't know what the strengths or weaknesses of that recommendation were. This gentleman points out that he says there's certain assumptions they're operating that aren't valid, and I'd want to look at things like that as well. But to come and to try to stop somebody from doing something before they've completed their task, I agree with Norm. I don't think that's helping you at all. I think, they don't have the credibility problem. I think now you're starting to have the credibility problem.
Eric?
Okay.
I just want to, when, was it 2013 when we were looking at the marina, did you take a position on that, or were you in favor of that, objecting to it? What was your position on the marina before it was found to be not financially feasible for the town?
Myself, I did
No,
not
I'm just
live
talking in terms of an organization. I don't recall any opposition to that.
I know.
I heard, I think I've seen some documentation that a lot of residents at the time were against it. I think I saw actually one binder that was about an inch thick full of information, but I can't speak to that firsthand.
I'll just tell you, something's going to happen to this site someday.
Understood.
And it may very well be a lot worse than a boardwalk. And if you continue down this road and then you then oppose a different project, you will become exactly what you claim not to be, and that is obstructionist. So, fair warning, as Tracy and Mike pointed out, this is non-binding, which means essentially it doesn't have any teeth. So if you continue down that path, then that's entirely up to you. But to Norm's point, live to fight another day, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I want to look at what's before us in the article instead of the project, because honestly, I know when you reached out to me, I said the same thing Mike said months ago, that I'm going to keep an open mind till I have the information before us. Funny thing is, though, I went to your website, and the first thing says it was a $10 million project, and I thought, that's interesting. I didn't know that. So I'm not sure where those numbers are coming from. I can tell you that when the property was first taken, to Eric's point, we had a marina committee. There was long plans for a marina and quite a bit of money invested. So to me, when you think about the sense of the town and what this is going to do, the town's already told us in the dollars that they funded for that marina project that they want development there. They expended a couple $1 million, I think, in continuing the planning of a potential marina. So unfortunately, the economic times changed, and it became what we put out an RFQ, I think, and it wasn't financially beneficial at the time. I personally would like to revisit. I've always wanted a marina there. I think that it would be a great thing because I do think that the economics has changed. But looking at this and what's in front of us, I'm concerned about what into the wetlands means. And I think clarifying that, because if you're saying that you're not concerned about it, and you are in fact just concerned about something going into the wetlands, such as the boardwalk, I think that having that somehow shown to me what that means, what's left, I think that you're going to find a very small parcel that's not part of the wetland there, which would basically say you're asking us to never do anything with this property, and I just don't think that that's realistic. I don't think it's fair. But this issue will go on the warrant, and you can have your say at town meeting, and I appreciate your time. Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
Just one other comment. I think I made a statement at one of the public meetings that, I lived in a resort community where our home had wonderful views, and I would have been very upset with changes in that. So I have some sympathy for the concerns that you have, but I also have sympathy for the other 20,000 residents of Yarmouth and the businesses in Yarmouth. It's their property. It's all our property. So we have a responsibility. This board has a responsibility to make decisions about the use of town property and for the good of the entire town. And I think that's what we've charged the committee to do, is to come up with proposals that will be for the betterment of the entire town. And we need to take into consideration the concerns of people that are neighbors to our town property. But we need to remember that it is town property and belongs to all of the people.
Understood.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next item we have is a petition article about federal immigration, and it's put forward by Sarah Porter. Is Sarah here tonight? Hi, Sarah. How are you? Great. If you'd like to talk to us about the article, it would be great.
Sitting with me is Mary Ann Hannon, also a resident of Yarmouth, and I'd like to thank all the people who came in support of this article. That was great of you. Thank you. We call this article Safe Communities. I should have given it its own title.
That would be good.
It would have been good. Is it too late to change it?
Yes.
Okay. But it is Safe Communities.
No, it's all, regardless of what you called it, this is what,
You call it.
no, this is what the town meeting will be deciding on. There's no
Yes.
title on it. It's the way it's worded.
Oh, there is no title.
So the way that it's worded here
Oh,
in your
great.
petition is what they will see.
Oh, great. Good. Okay. Shall I read it? Sure. Or you, to see if the town will vote to request the Yarmouth Selectmen to authorize all town officials to refrain from using town funds and other town resources for the enforcement of federal immigration laws in keeping with current practices unless presented with a criminal warrant or other evidence of probable cause as required by the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. This is a non-binding resolution. And furthermore, to see if the town will vote to request the Yarmouth Selectmen to continue to uphold the civil liberties and human rights of all Yarmouth residents and visitors, regardless of age, race, religion, ethnicity, ability, sexual and gender identity, marital or economic status, national origin, or citizenship and immigration status. And I have something else that I'd like to read that may clarify some things. By the way, Marianne and I are both members of the Cape Cod Coalition for Safe Communities, which was instrumental in passing this very same resolution last year in Dennis, Brewster, Eastham, and Wellfleet. It was also passed in some towns on the Vineyard. And this year, not only Yarmouth, but the towns of Orleans, Truro, and Provincetown will vote on this resolution. We're here to ask your approval of this article that we call Safe Communities, which we believe will help to enhance safety and trust in Yarmouth, to protect the rights of residents, visitors, and workers, and uphold the best of American values. What better place than town meeting to express and affirm the values of our community? Our request does not ask to change, but to continue current practices in Yarmouth, including those of law enforcement. Although we are not asking for a change in Yarmouth policy and practice, we believe this is an important time to reaffirm and make public this stance in light of what we have been seeing with harsher actions on the part of the new administration and Congress. We have already seen this at work in recent days. We believe it is important that all residents, visitors, and workers in Yarmouth, including those who may be anxious regarding their security as undocumented persons, be assured that they will be safe here. In some places, the condition we are describing is referred to as sanctuary. We think this is misleading label because it could imply that a town will harbor someone who has committed an actual crime, or that it would prohibit ICE from doing its job, which a town cannot legally do. We prefer the term safe community. There are strong arguments for establishing this position. Foremost is maintaining a healthy relationship of trust among local police and all persons, including immigrants. When persons are not anxious that local officials might check on their status or report to ICE or detain them so that ICE may pick them up for possible deportation, they are more likely to come forward to report crimes, more willing to step out of the shadows of domestic abuse, or to serve as witnesses, or even just to call because of an emergency. A second important reason for this status is that it avoids entangling local officials in activities which in some places have resulted in expensive lawsuits. When a municipality agrees to do ICE's work by detaining someone beyond the time when they would legally be released because of bail, exoneration, etc., they may be in violation of the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. It is different when there is a federal warrant because of a criminal investigation, as our article states, but simply being in the U.S. without documentation is not a crime. It's a civil matter. Finally, we hope you will agree that persons who live in our midst, raising families, working and paying taxes, or studying to better their lives, as is true of most immigrants, do not deserve to suddenly be snatched and deported with families torn apart. We would all agree that the real need is for full and fair immigration reform, but it doesn't appear that's going to happen for quite a while. We are pleased to bring the citizens' petition before the town, but we urge you to strengthen it with your approval to reaffirm Yarmouth practice and to assure the protection of all of the liberties of all residents and visitors. Thank you.
Okay.
My name's Mary Ann Hannon, and I'm a West Yarmouth resident. I'm a nurse, and I was in the Air Force a number of years as a flight nurse, and I've worked at Cape Cod Hospital. I'm very concerned about the officers part of this, the police part, because this probably would not be happening if the level of intolerance was not about this high. From
police department?
No, in the country.
Oh.
And the attitude against anyone, excuse me, gentlemen, who's not a white male. I mean, I'll get that specific, but, you know, color, ethnicity, religion, whatever. I don't think this would be an issue. I'm very much for community trust. I've worked with the Yarmouth Police. I think they're fantastic. I'm worried that people feel unsafe at home, in their job, in their school. I had a fresh air kid come this past summer from New York, and the director of that program was very downhearted because the application level was down 60%. Many of these may be undocumented people, but they were afraid to let their kids come to the Cape because it was hiding time. I'd like to reiterate what Sarah said. We're not talking about someone who has a criminal issue. That's wrong. We've always had cooperation with FBI, federal, state, whatever. This is a civil infraction if, in fact, they're undocumented. On a pragmatic point of view, I was here for the school budget talk. Cape Cod's economy depends on the tourism between April and September. And if we don't have a community of visa people or immigrants helping make our economy function during the summer, we're really defeating all the purposes that need financial assistance. I don't want to see Yarmouth diverting funds, officers, from their main mission, which is to keep our community safe. I went to a meeting in Boston with maybe 100 people representing areas in Massachusetts, and the police officer, a chief of police, said, people will be afraid if my officer in his uniform or her uniform appears when an ICE raid is taking place, or if one of my patrol cars is even present. That says, whoops, stay away from the police. In Cape Cod, unlike many other communities in the country, and even in Massachusetts, we depend on the tourist population. If people are not going to feel safe, they're not going to want to come here. Why would they? I've been a nurse for, 50 years. Several towns have said yes in different ways to what we are asking. I was always taught in nursing, if you didn't write it down, it didn't happen. In other words, when you go to court and there's a chart and somebody says something was done, or there's an omission of saying a treatment or something was done, it didn't happen if it wasn't written down. And I know our Yarmouth police are already very positive about this issue in terms of taking care of our citizens and people who are resident in Yarmouth. But an unwritten policy is very bendable. Then there's too much leeway for going in another direction. We want our tourists, our residents, and the people who make all these businesses work to feel like this is a safe community. If we have unity on Cape Cod about this, rather than just, 4 up to 7 towns coming along, then I think it has a much more powerful response. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know where to start with this because this actually is so irritating. And I'm sorry, I know you guys have your heart in the right place. But this is going to create a division that we do not have. And we don't have to write it down because we live it. We live it every day. our police, I have never met a single person that feels scared living here. They don't. Nobody goes after anybody who's illegal. Nobody feels unsafe to come out of their house. You just talked about the visa workers. Those visa workers, they're here legally. There's not an issue. If you commit a crime,
right,
then there's repercussions for your actions.
Absolutely.
And that's reality. I guess I'm more offended by the tone in here about us to uphold civil liberties. We have no authority to uphold civil liberties. Age, race, religion. You've lumped everything into this, including immigration, which makes it sound like if you have an issue with the federal immigration problem, which it is a federal issue and it shouldn't be dealt with on a willy-nilly thing like this. I am never going to tell our police department to not follow the law.
No.
And I think it's offensive that anybody sitting on this board would ask them to do anything different than follow the law. We take an oath of office to uphold the Constitution, and immigration is part of that, and so is a lot of the other things that are here, and so do they. And I understand what you're trying to achieve, but I absolutely am not supportive of this article. Those are my initial thoughts. Eric?
Just initial thoughts?
Yeah.
When do we get to hear the rest?
Huh?
When do we get to hear the rest?
Again, I think that our police department does a tremendous job, and I think that at the end of the day, this will probably not change the way they do anything. I don't know that people who desire to fall under this protection would be aware that there is this type of protection.
Right.
I being the stereotypical white male, sometimes I'm the one that doesn't feel safe. I agree with Tracy. I think your heart is in the right place. Did we have a legal opinion on this one, Dan?
It's
It's the same as last. It's non-binding. That's correct.
It's non-binding, yeah.
I
I think we were feeling, this committee that I'm on, where this same article passed last year, was that we're just stating to the community that we uphold the values that we already have, and it's a statement. It's a statement that we're this type of community, and we feel that is the more of us who say that we are upholding the civil liberties and human rights, which we do as a community, and that the police do a good job. And this just says, in keeping with current practices, we're hoping to...
Sarah, here's my problem. Again, the first sentence is keeping with current practices. Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
The second sentence, that's like asking somebody, do you still deny beating your wife? There's no good answer to that. If you deny it, you've just agreed with what they've said, and if you admit to it, then there's no way you can't be for or against that, because if you support it, it means, I don't know how to articulate what I'm saying. If you oppose the article in its entirety, like if Tracy, for example, she says she's opposed to the article, does that mean that she's opposed?
Right.
Does that mean that she's
us in a
opposed to
position-
upholding civil liberties of age, race, religion?
It makes it look like we're in a position to not support that. That's the irritating
My
part
feeling
of
is
the way it's written.
we are assuring and reassuring the population that this community depends on for its economy, that, you know what, we're not moving with the trend of intolerance, which everyone can agree happens.
I don't think you need to group people who don't agree with this into a category that is seen as not being supportive of civil liberties of age, religion, ethnicity. I just don't think that sentence does the article justice.
Yeah. The point was it was a reassurance of what is already going on. We have talked with Chief Frederickson, and he too feels that the current practices are what we do, what we plan to do, and what we will continue to do. This was trying to be an affirmation of Cape Cod's a good place.
I agree with that.
And maybe there's another way that we can get the message out to those members of the community who may be vulnerable. I don't know what that is, and this is the one attempt to be able to let people know who are the vulnerable people that these are our values. And it's really a statement of our values so that those other people will know what they are.
I think if you were to amend it to eliminate that second sentence,
You mean the second?
you might get more support than you would by leaving it in.
You mean, and furthermore, to see if the town will vote to request the Yarmouth Selectmen to continue to uphold the civil liberties? Is that the second sentence?
Yes.
Okay,
Because
that's interesting.
if someone were to vote no to both sentences, then that means they don't want the selectmen
Right.
to uphold.
Okay.
So, and that's ridiculous. I think we can all agree the first sentence is what we already do. And to
It
put
is.
it in writing, that's fine.
Well, maybe next year we'll do another petition.
You can amend it from.
If it doesn't pass this year, it could pass.
That's all. Thank you.
Norm?
Thank you.
Oh, a lot's been said already. I took an oath of office. I take it very seriously to support the Constitution and our law and the enforcement of our laws, and I expect our police force should do that because they took that oath of
Of
office.
course.
And they do it.
And they do.
And so if this was presented to me as something the town voted on, I'd withdraw as a selectman. I can't work for two different purposes and take an oath for one purpose and then have somebody say, you got to do something else. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's not ethical.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to support something that I consider forces me into unethical conduct.
I think we're talking about paperwork, again, that needs to be adjusted, but the spirit of it is still the same.
And I think it's worthy of discussion at town meeting, whether it passes or not.
Yep,
We're
yep.
getting it,
You're
which I
gonna-
think is good.
you're gonna have the
Because we're
discussion.
having the discussions, and I think that's what we want to do. We want to just make sure that people who may not think about this very much start thinking about it. At least we think it's that important an issue, and you probably do too.
Mike?
What's the difference between an undocumented person and an illegal immigrant?
I think it's a matter of semantics.
It's
Sure
a
is.
civil infraction. Illegal.
It's a crime to come into
Says
the country
crime.
illegally.
It isn't. It's a civil. It's a.
If I leave the house and don't have my wallet and I get stopped by the police chief, I'm undocumented. I don't have my papers. But I was born here, and my parents were born here. So that makes me not an illegal immigrant, although I'm undocumented. That's number one. Number two, usually when you pass a law, and courts are trying to ascertain what was intended, they look at what they call the mischief that the law was intended to address. I don't think there's any mischief here. I don't think we have any problem with our police department.
We don't.
I think our chief has more integrity than to seek out harmless, undocumented people that are working at some menial job. However, I think if he gets a call from ICE saying, you got this guy you picked up, we got a warrant for him for murder.
That's different
Should we let
because
him
it's
go?
criminal.
Should we let him go?
And we're not. That's not what we're saying here anyway. By the way, we're not suggesting any of that.
He not only has a responsibility to protect the public, but we as members of the Board of Selectmen have a duty to represent the members of the public. The other thing is, when you're talking about ensuring all these rights of people, there's certain classifications that are entitled to constitutional protection, but not everybody's entitled to it. You mentioned the great exception, white males. They're not entitled to any special constitutional protection. But you have uphold the liberties of someone based on ability. There's no constitutional protection based on ability. We all have different abilities, and we're This isn't Russia. We're not entitled to the same treatment based on our abilities, and the same goes for economic status. You have economic status. What makes you think that people are entitled to be treated the same based on economic status? This is a capitalistic society. Those aren't. You don't get you cannot discriminate against somebody based on gender or age.
Exactly.
But where do you come off with ability and economic status? Why would those people be entitled to some special constitutional protections? They're not.
I think the way it was presented,
just like the white males, they're in nowhere. They're in no man's land.
It was presented in a way to protect the Cape Cod community's economy. We need the people who work in the restaurants and some of the jobs that none of the rest of the people will work on. So it was a support of the economy.
This is for the economy? So if we got a call from ICE that would you please detain some dangerous criminal, we're somehow impacting the Cape Cod economy?
I don't think that's what this says, but...
That's presenting...
I'm trying to understand the logic of what you're saying here.
We're trying to avoid and reassure people they don't need to be afraid to come to Cape Cod, to work, to try to make a better... They've got a job, they're paying taxes.
If they come to Cape Cod and they don't break any laws, they probably don't have much to be concerned about in terms of the local police department.
In terms of our police department,
in terms of the federal
especially.
government and ICE, they might have something to be worried about because they come under the jurisdiction of the federal government.
Yes, if there's anything criminal involved, which is the cooperation's already happening on that.
It's a crime to come into the country illegally. Your definition of an undocumented individual, an undocumented person, assuming they're undocumented because they were here illegally, as you said, we're talking semantics. That's a crime.
Yeah, I was told that coming into the country illegally is a civil offense. If you're deported and come back, it's a criminal offense.
Oh, that puts you in a more serious criminal category. But
Mark.
I obviously am not in support of this.
I don't have anything to add. I agree with Eric. I think your heart's in the right place. I appreciate the positive comments about our police department. That was my first reaction when I saw this. Is this somehow aimed at them? Because I think they're doing a terrific job. I know they comply with the law. They respect the community's civil rights. But it's sort of an article like this provokes a lot of that thinking and questioning. And I'd hate to see anybody, raise some questions about the integrity and the hard work of our police department.
Well, I hope a town meeting will put a positive spin on that and make sure that that was not our intent, to let people know that certainly was not our intention.
Yeah, I feel very positive about the Yarmouth Police, and I've worked with them with little children who've been lost, but a week ago my car was broken into. I never saw such a response.
I don't see, ma'am, all due respect, that you can say, on the one hand, you feel positive about the Yarmouth Police and at the same time propose an article like this. I think they're inherently inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying on a national level, but Yarmouth is what we're here to talk about. And, it's unfortunate about the fresh air kids. And unfortunately, in other parts of the country, some of those things are happening.
Yeah.
But our police department goes to the schools every day. They give high fives to the kids. They don't ask them where they're from. Those kids feel safe. They're not nervous when they see a police officer for that reason. We've built those relationships. We've worked really hard to make sure every single person feels safe, regardless of any of these statuses. And I think that this is just something that will... like I said initially, I'm concerned that this is something that's divisive. We don't have that here, and that's
we definitely
what we
do not
keep.
have that in Yarmouth.
And maybe the chief will do a little video for the Fresh Air Fund to try to get them to come here, and maybe having them come here and seeing a positive experience with a police officer will change their life.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to see that happen.
I agree with you.
We'll work with you on that.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Okay, next item is Hockanum Way, and the petitioner is Mr. Sullivan.
Well, no, it's not.
It's Patrick Sullivan. Yep, he's coming. Good evening, Mr. Sullivan. How are you? If if you could just talk about the petitioned article.
Yes,
that
I
you.
will.
Thank you. Sorry. Trying to keep it moving.
And I ask that Selectman Tolley excuse himself for this, please, conflict.
Well, that's up to him. That's
Okay, but I'm asking
It
if
can't
you
be
would.
requested. It has to be whether or not he feels he has
Okay.
an interest, but
I can still ask it.
sure you can.
Okay.
But
And I'd like to give members of the board a little handout that I have.
yeah, thank you.
And I can either talk about the article first, I mean, what it says, or I can do the slide, whichever way you'd like to have it.
However you'd like to do it in your allotted time would be great.
Well, my allotted time is
It's minimal.
greatly skewed because of the previous speakers went way over 15
Our time's
minutes.
all screwed.
I know.
So-
That's right. That's on the record. But all right.
But you have 15 minutes regardless of what the agenda says.
Right here? Okay. Okay, yeah. All right, so this the... Thank you. Okay, so Hockenham Road, Ancient Way. It starts at 6A, it ends at the marsh currently. And I'm here, and my article actually is twofold. The first one is to have Kingsway control their stormwater runoff. And what I mean by that, you'll see in these upcoming photos. There's Hockenham Road going right through Kingsway, the yellow line. It's probably one of the oldest roads, if it isn't the oldest, in the town of Yarmouth. It's in all the history books that in the town in 1987 took by eminent domain Taylor Bray Farm. In their own words, we're saying that was perhaps where it was the first settled part of Yarmouth. At one point, Hockenham Road actually extended all the way to just before Taylor Bray Farm. Now it ends at the marsh. Okay, and you can see the circle, that's Kingsway, where it crosses right through. Kingsway, when they built, they first started in the 70s, mid-70s, and they did further expansion in the 80s. And they were told by the planning board at the time that must remain passable forever for all the inhabitants of the town. And you'll see the documentation that says that I gave the board. Okay, so we'll advance the slide. And there's beyond Kingsway where it goes. It actually goes to the left, not the right. But that's way up into where the marsh is. Okay, and that's the document that I gave you. That's a land court filing cover. Okay, and there's the stipulation. You can't really see it, but you have that in there, what that says. And the bottom signature is Mr. Hart, who was the town of Yarmouth attorney, and he requested that, the town at the time requested this, that to protect the town's right to have Hockenham Road open for the town use and all the inhabitants of the town, which that goes on to say. And the other signature on the bottom is Mr. Morse, who was an attorney for the Thatcher family, representing the Thatcher family, who subsequently sold a large chunk of that property to Kingsway, which was formerly Oak Harbor before that. Okay, so, and there it shows on a map from that time frame. That's 1969. Right in the middle is Hockenham Road going right through. There's a further map of it as it goes towards the marsh. Okay. This is the planning board meeting minutes of August 18th, 2004. There is one house on Hockenham Road north of Kingsway's development. And the planning board on this particular date asked why the person that was sent there by the building department about a building permit asked why you were there, because according to the planning board, that road is open to the public. And that's right in the yellow there, so that's good reading. Okay, and this here, we'll get into the slides now. This shows a path through the woods. This is the excess water runoff just beyond Kingsway northerly line. and that's blown through the woods, and all this stuff comes out onto, thank you for doing the lights, back onto Hockenham Road, okay? You can clearly see the debris there. This is last summer. That's not pavement, that's just hard pack that Mr. Kroll, who owns that property, and this is looking up from the marsh. This was in August, one storm. This is what did this damage. And the town administrator has pictures of those. Hopefully he gave them to you to look at. I also gave them to Conservation Department, same pictures. That's just one storm's damage from Kingsway. You're talking about thousands of gallons of water. They have one drain at the top of that to the left, and the result of that water coming onto Hockenham Road has created that blow-off through the woods, and then it returns back as it's all heading towards the marsh. And there you can see, looking down, that's looking up again. Okay, right in this picture, if you can see, right in the middle, there's it looks like a little yellow thing. You can't really see it, but that's a gas line, the gas tape for the gas line, and usually those are pretty close proximity to Mr. Kroll's property, and that was undermined from that same storm. That's one of two spots. There's another spot where it shows the line. And he says that he's put in excess of $10,000 of his own funds to maintain access to his property from Kingsway's water runoff. And these are all pictures north of Kingsway's property line. And that's the Kroll residence. And the marsh is just up the road from that on Hockenham Road. There you go. There's the tape right there. And usually when they have the tape, that's a marker tape, the gas line is within inches of that. That's just one storm. There it is. Okay, and that's looking up again. See the logs that came out of the woods onto the roadway? And that's the path in the woods. Right there, when you're looking up, you see pavement. It used to wash out so bad. Their cart path crosses right there at the top of the washout. It used to wash out so bad years ago, they put a drain in, and their solution was to pave it, Hockenham Road, and it acts as a chute to exit their property even faster and do the damage that you've seen in these slides. And you're talking about a storm more than an inch, you're talking about thousands of gallons of water. Right there is the top of the woods. That sign says caution on the other side. If you're coming up from the marsh, it says caution golf carts. But that's just beyond there, one drain they have that's overwhelmed, and that's the top of the path in the woods that you saw in the earlier pictures. And there it is looking down. And there's their one drain that they have. They have one further up. It's totally inadequate. And that culvert is coming off a forest gate that leads to that drain. But as I said in that earlier picture, that they paved Hockenham Road, and there's water coming from everywhere. Right there. That is going down, they paved that. That's Hockenham Road. And that is essentially a chute for the water to flow off their property, and you can see what the damage it does. And I actually personally believe that it is hitting the salt marsh. This is the other end where I live. This is the entrance to the golf course. This right here shows that same storm. It was so bad, and when it rains, that's the first catch basin system, which is not part of Kingsway. And when it rains an inch or two, it goes up 3 catch basins. I live 1,000 feet down from Hockenham Road, and that sign you see in the picture says Ancient Way, Kingsway, that they put up. And you're talking about a foot of sediment that's coming off Hockenham Road, and because their golf courses pitch, their fairways pitch towards Hockenham Road, their townhouses pitch towards Hockenham Road. And there you go, right there. The town, I called and complained. They had to have a truck come out and and suck out those drains. And like I said, on some of the storms, it comes up 3 catch basin systems, and my driveway is a foot berm off the main road, and I've seen it wash over. I've gone out in the storm, looked down, and it looks like the Amazon River coming out of there. From one side of the road to the other, stuff coming, water, uncontrolled water runoff coming out of Kingsway. And to the right, that green part way at the end, that's the golf course. That's the same picture. And that's it. So my Article 1, it was to request that that the town, Kingsway control their water. 2, that the town make it passable its entire length through Kingsway to where it ends at the marsh. And that's the gist of my article.
Okay, there's been some correspondence. I'm not sure if you've been given a copy of the letter from the Cape Cod Mosquito Control.
I have not.
Okay. Well, there's a letter in our packet from Cape Cod Mosquito Control.
Is that in our packet?
Yeah. It says, it has come to our attention that the Selectmen will be discussing the accessibility issue related to the condition of Hockenham Road in Yarmouthport. We wanted to make sure you were aware that Cape Cod Mosquito Control Project and Green Fly Control District use this road of passage to the marsh for both mosquito control activities and placement of greenhead fly traps. Also, there's a letter in our packet from Jeff Colby. Did you see that? It was dated February 28th in response.
I did not.
I assume that you reached out to him.
I actually had initial conversations with Rick Kelly, but he was as no help, and so I just stopped talking to him.
Looks like they came
I
out there.
called Ron Ramirez, and he set someone up.
Okay, so the letter dated February 28th talks about the petition article, and it says, the Ancient Way section of Hockenham Road is a public way. There's no record of it ever being accepted by the town as such. Therefore,
It's not a public way.
I'm sorry, it's not a public way.
okay.
Well, that's a very important word in
It is, that's why-
conversation. There's no record of it ever being accepted by the town as such. Therefore, the town's responsibility for maintaining and improving the access is discretionary. If the petition is approved at town meeting, it is advisory only and does not mandate the town act. Additionally, the access way runs through private property, and town cannot force property owners to make changes to their property. Attached is an article regarding Ancient Way and further details the challenges associated with this pathway. The level of expected maintenance is not clearly defined in the petition. As a result, we have concerns about the expected level of maintenance that could result in significant costs. Although it is difficult to determine the actual cost without knowing what is expected, maintenance of this pathway is not currently budgeted. Permitting under the Wetlands Act would be required to extend the current access to the marsh. This access would require space for parking or at least a turnaround in sensitive and currently undeveloped areas. Encouraging increased public access would also require police and natural resources monitoring of the area. There is an opportunity to maintain the Ancient Way path for foot traffic only, similar to its current condition, but again, there's no funding for it. Before the town performs any work other than simply walking trail maintenance, we would need to ensure that we have legal access and permission to do so. In short, there are private properties and liability issues associated with the pathway. So, and there's quite a bit of data about A&Rs and private ways and ancient ways in our packet. I'm not sure.
Okay, well-
But it was as part of the overall packet today, so hopefully you'll get a...
Can I just speak on that quick?
Sure.
Okay, that's the first I've heard of that letter. I was never told that was, I never got a copy. And anyways, the question, whether it's public or private, it is a road, okay, because they allowed Mr. Kroll to build his house, according to the planning board. It's not a pathway, it's a road. It may be private, but according to the town website, 40% of the roads are private in town. And the end of Hockenham Road, where I live, that is private as well. The town comes and plows it, chip seal, maintains the drains, and there's a fire hydrant well into Kingsway's property that was put there at some time ago. So whether it's public or private, it may be one of the oldest roads in the town, and if Kingsway would just control their water, a lot of this problems would be alleviated. The town let them develop it, so everything pitches towards the Hockanum Road. And you saw what happens when it rains. And we're getting at both ends, on my end, the southerly end, and on the other end, the northerly end.
Have you had any discussion with Kingsway in relation to...
I called the chairman of the Board of Trustees. He referred me to a woman, and she says, I've been here 3 weeks. Where's Hockanum Road? So it didn't go well.
Okay.
And Kingsway, Hockanum Road is perhaps one of the oldest roads in Yarmouth today, and if it isn't the oldest. And according to history, there was a dock in Bass Hole. There was also a dock at the end of Hockanum Road. Now, the county goes and tests, for water quality. They probably do that at Grays Beach. They don't test at the end of Hockanum Road, Chase Garden Creek. So I really believe that there's nitrates and all kinds of stuff from that golf course and Kingsway property making it to the salt marsh, because these recent storms I went down there, and those salt marshes were a lot closer than you think.
Jeff. So I guess it's part of development. One of the things that we require is that people maintain the stormwater on their property.
Did you? There was also a slide in there. I had a video presentation. Was that? I don't know what happened to that.
I'm not sure I can take a look at the...
Okay.
So as part of that
see the runoff
thought, I'm sure you've had the opportunity to look at it. Have we determined that it actually comes from the Kingsway in its entirety, the issue, and what the options are?
Yeah, Jeff Colby, DPW Director. There's a lot of issues around here. There's certainly a lot of runoff issues, and the areas that contribute to that are certainly questionable. There's no doubt that Kingsway contributes significantly, but there's certainly other areas that do as well.
Do you have any recourse to mandate that they do contain that?
Well, it is private property, and it's onto not town property, private way of sorts, a non-accepted.
So we don't have any authority over it at all?
So our authority is very limited. That's correct.
Okay. If I could ask the board if I could just show a quick minute video clip of runoff, and this will show. Remember that paved portion of that Kingsway did of Hockanum Road towards the marsh, and you're going to see this in a minute, and you'll see exactly what I mean. Here you go. This is one storm. And to the right is their catch basin. There's that sign you saw, and there's the path. That's one storm.
Well, I don't know if you just heard the response to my question from what Jeff just said. If this is going on to property that's not ours, we have no authority to help you. So whoever owns this property needs to take action.
It's going on to that's Hockanum Road.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a private way. So they could do what.
Am I understanding correctly that we're saying that this is not a town taken road? So
that's correct. It's not a town way. It would be privately owned, and so in order to do improvements, like we do on other private ways, we'd have to have a petition from the abutters, the owners of the road, that would allow us to do that private work on that road. So that's why in the memo I indicated there's concerns about private property and our ability to do maintenance, that type of thing.
So, I guess I'm just curious about the process that we have to a warrant article instead of trying to work through the issue and work with the neighbors.
Okay. I can speak on that. I did meet with the town administrator early fall. He said that he was going to look at the problems. I sat down with him and I gave him photos of this that you saw tonight. Mm-hmm. I also met with Conservation. They got the same photos. And then I saw a sign pop up right before the golf course, unimproved road, use at your own risk. And I'm telling you, I bought on the right-hand side of the road In 1991, I bought my land. I was the first house on the right, okay? When I moved in there, Kingsway was not fully developed. It never used to act like that. It never used to. It was a lot more woods is what I'm telling you.
Yep.
And it's just gotten progressively worse. And the town signed off for them to allow them to pitch their fairways towards Hockenham Road, pitch their townhouses. So the town has some culpability in this road. Because what is my end of the road where the town does maintain? They maintain it. They do the catch basins. They do chip seal. It's paved. So and then it becomes dirt, and they have no responsibility now. Nothing.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that there's a process that we could potentially work through with, if you're, some of the problems is we don't have the information that we need in terms of what the expense would be, whether or not we would have permission to even access the road, is what Jeff's saying. Right now, we
Permission from who?
From the people who own the road, if it's a private road. We don't own the road.
Kingsway doesn't either. No one does. Kingsway was told to keep the passage.
Somebody owns that property.
No, they do not own Hockenham Road. Kingsway was told to keep it passable, and if you look in that paperwork I gave you, there's a stipulation from Land Court that they had to keep it passable. You know, they went before several planning boards in this town forever for the inhabitants of the town of Yarmouth.
Well, I think one thing that we definitely could do is to get the permission of the people on the street to possibly reach out to Kingsway on your behalf, of the people who live on the road, to try to get them to control their water. I think that that's an important issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had talked to Mr. Kelly and also Conservation to see if we could follow up. Once we found out that it wasn't our property, our ability to do something is significantly limited, but that didn't preclude the idea that we reached out to see what we could do, and that could include at a future date come in front of the board with a potential idea that we would put some maintenance money into it. Whether that means putting in additional drains or whatnot, we would try to work through the property owner. So that's an ongoing dialogue, but our ability to do anything enforcement-wise is very limited. So conservation was one of the more significant tools, that if it's causing some significant wetlands issue, there might be a better avenue there. But there is ongoing dialogue going. This is obviously a complicated issue because we don't own it.
So in terms of the town attorney took a look at this article, and his opinion
Well,
was...
it's non-binding.
Yeah.
You can't impose a burden through town meeting on administration.
So is there any way for us to work with Kingsway in terms
Well,
of them?
that's what's ongoing right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't obviously high on their list of priorities, so we're trying to come up with a strategy or a plan and the tools that we do have to try to shift some of the cost of whatever the remedy would be. Now, in the past, it was expressed to me, we have done some site work on the road in the past, but it's one of those things where it's because it's not a roadway, it doesn't have the priority like other town or non-accepted roads where we do plowing, snow plowing and other type of spot maintenance. This is definitely not a place where somebody's going to drive their vehicle down, so.
Well, they do.
Mr. Kelly does, well, they do it at their own risk, but Mr. Kelly explained that in the past, DPW has gone down and done some minimal repairs in that area.
Okay. Eric, do you have any questions? Norm?
No, I mean, not really questions. I mean, there's it seems like there's a lot more work that needs to be done to document the ownership of the road. And just to see, this, I read what's been presented, and I think you need an attorney to figure out what really is meant by that.
Well, that top signature is the town attorney for the town of Yarmouth. And they were asking for it to be open.
Yeah, I don't know what the rights and easements in favor of the inhabitants of the town of Yarmouth. That's implying that the town of Yarmouth has in fact taken that and accepted that. It's implying that. I'm not sure that that's been documented here.
Well, that's a land court document that I gave you.
I understand, but I'd like to see the town vote where the town voted to take that road. If there was a town vote that's another matter. But, you know, absent that, I can't say that this, you know, binds the town to responsibility for the entire road. You know, this could be, with regard, talked about Bray Farm as well, Bray Farm Road.
Well, because Hockenham used to actually go to Bray Farm, but that's another whole story.
You know,
we won't get into that tonight.
No, but yeah, I think we need to see the documentation about it in terms of the town voting in order to be comfortable with doing anything on it.
Mike?
First of all, I'm not going to vote on this because I'm the trustee of a trust that owns a lot on that road towards 6A and the paved portion. But that plan, that subdivision plan, does show that paved portion of the road as a public way. I don't, but that doesn't mean it is. There's plans in town that show things as a private way that were subsequently taken as a public way. And there's plans that sometimes misidentify a private road as a public way. But the paved portion of the road on the subdivision plan does show it as public. This stipulation is interesting, very interesting, and I think really you and or whoever else is involved should try to pursue that legally and try to find out what's going on with that road. The fact that it's an ancient way does not give it status as a public road. That's not sufficient.
Right.
What an ancient way is, very simply, it's an old road. It might be public, it might be private.
Right.
This stipulation that I see seems to suggest that it's not owned by the town because it says...
the town requested that.
It says the decree provide that such parts of Hockenham Road and Bay Farm as may be included shall be subject to the rights and easements in favor of the inhabitants of the town of Yarmouth. If the inhabitants of the town of Yarmouth own the road, if the town owned the road, there wouldn't be any need to grant an easement in favor of the public if it was a public road. So to me, this more implies that someone is granting an easement to the public, and to those whose land abuts the road on either side, and then it says, and all others entitled to use this for purposes for which roads are intended within the town of Yarmouth. And John Owen Hart was, you're right, he was the town attorney, so I'm assuming that, well, this could be a private case too. It doesn't necessarily mean he was acting on behalf of the town, because town attorneys also sometimes have private cases. Like John Crenny was the town attorney, but he also had a private practice.
No, but it says town of Yarmouth right by his name as well.
Oh, yeah, it does above. I'm sorry. Right. You're right. So
he's not acting.
It does appear that he's acting on behalf of the town.
Right.
The article we have, and you should be provided with a copy of it, does talk about ancient ways. In fact, if you Google Massachusetts ancient ways, you'll find that article within like the first two references. But we can get a copy to you, and it talks about different ways that a way becomes a public way, and there's a series of alternatives before 1846 and after 1846.
I think that road was there before 1846.
Yeah, but it does that again. That makes it old.
Yeah. Okay.
This is talking about it being accepted as a public way. There was various ways that it could be done so prior to 1846 and after 1846. And it's very complicated, and it really has to be done by an attorney that understands land use to figure out whether or not the town. This stipulation suggests it's not a town road to me.
Okay. Can I just read something? When Mr. Kroll, Sam Kroll, was going to build this house at 271 Hockenham Road, on the northern side of Hockenham Road, and he does access Hockenham Road. That was his access, according to the planning board. They allowed him to use Hockenham Road. They issued a building permit for him. And he went on to say, while my grandfather was in the process of land courting his property, the town was concerned that their right-of-way, Hockenham Road, was protected. So they asked for this. I have attached this letter of correspondence between my grandfather, David Morse, representing the adjacent property then belonging to the Thatcher family, and the town's attorney, John Owen Hart. It's clear in the provisions were made at the time to ensure that all would have access using Hockenham Road, including the town.
Right, but we've had cases in the office where, in other towns up near Wellfleet, Truro, where a planning board gives somebody a building permit based on the character of a road as public, and our research indicates it's not public. A town can't grant that status to a road if it doesn't exist. And then we've sued, and the courts have reversed and said, that it was not a public road. So whether the planning board calls it public or private doesn't confer any special status on the road.
But last I'll say, when I first moved here, like I said, in the early 90s, that road was never like that. It's just become progressively worse.
I remember, yeah.
And I would walk my kids down all the way to the farm, winter, summer, it didn't matter. But now it's not impassable, but you need a four-wheel drive to get through some of the sections.
Now, from the pictures you showed, there's been substantial deterioration in that road.
Most of it is because of their uncontrolled storm water runoff, as you saw. That's just one storm. And this is constant out of both ends. So I think they have some culpability to control their their stormwater. And the town signed off on the golf course. They signed off on all those condos going up, and it all pitches to it. They use it as a gutter, really, to be frank. That's what they use Hockenham Road for as it goes through their property. You saw what they did. Their solution to preserve their cart path as it crosses it was to pave it and put a drain that's totally inadequate. So it essentially acts as a chute, and you saw what happens, that blowout path through the woods. This is ongoing. It's not getting any better. It's getting worse because we seem like we're getting more and more storms. So we need a solution done. In Kingsway, I thought the town could do something. And also, I do want to let you know that I have put DEP in the loop. I have put EPA in the loop, and also the Conservation Law Foundation in the loop of what's going on here.
Mike, do you have any questions?
No.
Mark, you don't have any questions? No. Well, I don't want you to think my comments are minimizing the issue. Because
It's a significant, serious issue.
I see that, and I think it's an issue. The problem is, how do you remedy it? That's what I want to focus on, and I'm not sure how we can, but I don't think that this article is going to give us any authority to do anything different. So regardless of what happens, you can state your case. I think that this is basically a sense, again, because it's non-binding, that from town meeting, which is fine, but we really need to work to try to find a solution. So I hope simultaneous to this, I have faith that administration and DPW will continue to try to help.
And the last thing I'll say is EPA, I talked to them, and they said that this falls within the MS4 permit,
yep.
and they can enforce that.
Well, good. I hope they do, because they should be containing their stormwater.
Yeah.
So, but that is between, that's, if they have an MS4 permit, then that's between the EPA to enforce, and that's what they should be doing. It has nothing to do with the town. So
Okay.
I hope that that's an avenue. Ma'am, we're not going to be taking public comment on this. I'm sorry. We have a really long night.
All right, thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I appreciate it, and we'll at some point in time, we'll take a position on the articles, but hopefully you'll get that information. It's in the packet, so if you go online, those letters and the A&R information's in the packet, and we'll see you at town meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry to keep everybody waiting, but next we have the CPA articles for review. Good evening, Mr. Ellis. Keeps you moving.
Yeah, keeping me away.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. Eric needs that too. He gets the cushy chair. We all get the wood.
Thank you.
Oh goodness.
I've tried explaining.
Tom gets it. Good evening. If you'd introduce yourself and committee members that you have, that would be great.
I don't mind helping, steering them, but I'm not a Belmont trustee.
Good evening.
Okay. Good evening, Tracy and board members. Gary Ellis, Chairman of CPA.
Folks, we're still in the middle of a meeting. If you want to have a conversation, please take it out in the hallway.
In Yarmouth, and before I present the CPA articles for this year's annual town meeting, I'd like to introduce our committee members, and as usual, our entire committee is here. Beverly Barjan from Historical is here. Tom Durkin from Conservation. Tom Kelly at large. He's in the back of the room. Dorcas McGurkin from Recreation. Heather McElroy is not here tonight. Tom Roach, Nate Small, and Marianne Walsh. And I'd also like to introduce, in case any of you haven't met, to my left is Michael Barry. He's from the Community Development Department and has been helping us with our work since Jennifer has moved on. So Mike's doing a great job. He's been a great help to me, Karen, and the entire department. It's working out well. So as you know, the first article we'll have this year will be delegating the 10% into each of the four categories: the Housing Reserve, Historic Reserve, and Open Space Reserve. This slide summarizes the CPM articles for upcoming annual town meeting and shows balances of the various funds being appropriated. Available funds show the mandated deposits of the 10% into the primary categories of housing, historic, preservation, and open space. This
Was Chris, were you near her?
This year, the CPC received 11 applications in total. One application from Housing Assistance Corporation was withdrawn. 3 have been denied, which was Berry Ave, Seppanesset, and the South Yarmouth Methodist Church. So if you want, I'll go through. Do you want me to describe them all at once or do them by category? So
I think by category.
Okay.
That's how the warrant articles are.
Yep. So I will do housing first. There are 2 articles under housing this year. The first article provides ongoing support to the Yarmouth Affordable Housing Trust. The trust uses CPA funds to buy, sell, lease, and preserve properties. The $288,500 requested and approved this year is the same amount as last year. The article would be funded through the Housing Reserve and the Unrestricted Reserve. The second article will provide funding for the Yarmouth Housing Emergency Loan Program, overseen by HEC, which is the Howard Economical Council for the Homeless. This program is in its 3rd year and provides 0% interest, 15-year forgivable loans geared towards home repairs for low to moderate income homeowners in Yarmouth. This year's request is the same as the previous 2 years. It would be funded through the out of the unrestricted reserve. And those are our 2 housing articles for this year.
Do we want to see? Do we want to take it in its totality,
probably
or
be
ask
easier.
after each section?
Let's
Just keep going. Okay.
keep going.
Great.
Getting late.
Good.
It is.
Next, under historic, we have the Yarmouth Port Library window replacement for $94,016. This article will provide funding to the Yarmouth Port Library for replacement of windows for this historic building. The library has been in existence since 1866 and currently is privately funded but open to the public as a library and source of community programming. The library is in need of replacement windows that are uniform and historically correct. As an approved vendor has been chosen, and approval from the Old Kings Highway Committee has been obtained. A historic preservation restriction will accompany this project, which requires repayment of CPA funds if the building is ever sold. This would be funded through the Historic Reserve. Also under historic this year, we have the digitization of the Register and Barnstable Patriot newspapers for $78,024. This article will provide funding to the Yarmouth Library to assist in the digitization of the Register and Barnstable Patriot newspapers. This is a collaborative effort with Barnstable and Dennis, which have already approved their one-third share of the historic preservation project. The new digital archive will protect, preserve, and enhance resources of historical significance, making them easily and widely available to the public, researchers, students, genealogists, and historians. This would be funded through the Historic Reserve. I want to say each one of the articles that went through our committee and was recommended unanimously.
Oh. Mr. Kelly didn't dissent on anything.
Well, we're not done yet. Next, this is going to fall under our open space, and this is 275 Route 28, and it's the Yankee Village Motel acquisition. And this slide presents the one land acquisition possibility for this year's town meeting. The Open Space Committee proposes that the town acquire the property at 275 Route 28, the current location of the Yankee Village Motel. The property lies between two town-owned pocket parks overlooking Mill Creek on Route 28. Acquiring this 1.35-acre parcel will complete a vista of 5 2/3 acres of environmentally sensitive land in a flood zone along Route 28 in West Yarmouth. The proposal will demolish existing structures and make improvements to the property that will open up a key water view along Route 28 by combining the removal of a blighted property in an environmentally sensitive area and improving the view. This project will add to the value of the commercial properties and the quality of the Yarmouth residents. This would be funded through the Open Space Reserve. And right now we're in negotiations. As you know, we should be in executive session next week to discuss any prices, but we've been working on that. The committee itself has approved an up-end number that we're comfortable with, so as long as all goes with that, we'd be recommending it to town meeting. We'll be able to discuss the figures with you next week. This slide shows the concept for the improvement of the property and how it would be integrated with the adjacent parks. Under recreation, we have the Flax Pond Recreation Phase 2, Phase 3 courts, and that's $275,000. This also was recommended by our committee unanimously. This article, one of two recreation articles this year, will provide funding to meet the rapidly growing demand for more pickleball courts in Yarmouth. New courts would be built adjacent to the parking lot at Flax Pond to facilitate access to the courts and to limit overlap and interference with youth programs in the summer. In addition to constructing the hardtop surface post netting and fencing, the proposal also plans to address stormwater management issues within the site. The second recreation article that we're recommending to town meeting is a Sandy Pond design and engineering study and this would be for $275,000. The second recreation article will provide funding to continue to work according to the Master Recreation Plan and pursue the design, engineering, and permitting phase of the master plan for the Sandy Pond Recreation Area. This phase includes increased parking and lighting, expanded tennis courts, new pickleball courts, new full and half-size basketball courts, modifications of the playing fields to synthetic turf with lights, a new restaurant, upgraded play structures, a splash pad, shade shelters, rain garden, and enhanced trails. And this application was approved. This was 7-1.
Did you say new restaurant?
No, restrooms.
Oh, restroom, okay. I was thinking.
So if you have any questions, we go back.
Okay.
Anyone?
Wow, there's just only a few this year. It's really, what was the state match? What did we receive?
Do you have that from?
I do. 18.8% was the exact number. Somewhat over $300,000.
Oh, it's declining.
Yes.
Yes. When we started, it was 100. Yeah,
Oh.
it was a full match.
Yes. Mark, I'll start with you. You have any comments?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for all the work that you do and all the time that you put into this. My question has to do with the motel property and that acquisition. Do we have a sense of the water pollution impacts of that site into the Lewis Bay watershed?
Obviously, we haven't, I guess Christine could talk more on that. We haven't done any studies on that, but if anybody took the time to go and walk the site, they would have to be substantial. The building...
I've walked the site many times. I'm very familiar
building
with that
itself sits in the water.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure the septic system, maybe at best, is a couple of feet above the water table.
But I think the MEP project, I think they did an analysis of some of the nitrogen issues in that part of...
It was in the creek. I don't believe they did it in the brook.
No, they didn't go that far? Yeah, but I would agree with you. I think they're substantial. I just think it would be helpful to know if if there is an acquisition, if we reduce nitrogen, we get, I mean, as you know, the way watershed management is working in Massachusetts, you get credits, and you need to basically reduce the level of nitrogen in estuaries. So in this estuary, I'm just curious whether or not we've calculated or attempted to calculate what the nitrogen reduction might be, because there may be a way to get credit for that.
I don't think we have. Again, it's a matter of how much money do we put forward to this till we know we have an agreement to purchase the property.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to identify.
And maybe that's something we could look at after we get an agreement. We certainly could use that. With CPA, it's just like with the Swan River project and redoing that bridge. That's going to help.
Well, that's the point I'm getting at.
And this is going to be another project that'll do the same.
I think what we need to be doing long term is looking at all of the different types of projects that we're engaged in and basically identify the TMDL reduction, the overall nitrogen reduction. Parker's River Bridge, that's substantial. But in the beginning, when we got involved in that really wasn't the focus of our efforts. But indeed, it provides a huge benefit. Bass River Bridge, Route 6, that bridge. Obviously, the bike trail, that's underway. But all of these types of projects, particularly in these areas, many of them do provide a reduction, do provide a benefit. And it's certainly, and particularly on this one, I think it would be significant. I think it's worth quantifying at the appropriate time.
Yeah, also, as far as not only stormwater, but during a storm event, this is substantially into the flood zone.
Well, if you look at the watershed, the way that watershed works, there's an enormous volume of water that comes through a significant portion of the Yarmouth land area that funnels water into there. When you actually go there after a rain event, the amount of water that passes literally through, that surrounds that property is significant. And what it's doing is if you're dumping septic waste in that area, it provides a significant impact to the Lewis Bay watershed, which we have to reduce roughly 80% of the nitrogen going into Lewis Bay. So if there's something coming from there and there's a way to get credit for that, I think that's, like I said, worth exploring.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Norm.
A lot of consideration to significant projects, and I appreciate the work that you're doing on this. Sometimes I'm concerned about the price of the things that you're presented with, and the library. Do you know how many windows are being talked about there?
We have 33 windows.
Okay. So it's about $3,000 a window?
Well, yeah. That's including insulating around the windows when they're taken out. It's including all new trim around the windows also.
We were also concerned that they consider a contractor who was an expert in window replacement, which they did.
Which we did. We went with Renewal by Anderson. I did consult with a couple local contractors. They never got back to me with prices. I did one other nationally known contractor, but that would involve hiring other people to come in and finish the job. With Renewal by Anderson, they come in, they do everything in a set period of time. We're not chasing them. They're guaranteed for 20 years. And if for any reason we ever had to take out a window, or if, somebody leaves us $1 billion and we can rebuild the back part of the library, we can still reuse those windows because they'll come and take them out.
What kinds of windows are these?
These are.
Ma'am, if you're going to keep speaking, you have to come to the microphone. People at home cannot hear you.
I didn't think there were that many people here.
People at home can't hear you. Some people are still awake. Yeah.
Not me, though.
Barely. We chose Renewal by Anderson. They're double-hung windows. They will have grids inside and out, so they'll be historically correct. All new trim around the windows, hardware. And then they will also take away everything that they remove, any wood that could have lead paint on it, and all the old aluminum windows, storm windows. They'll go, they take everything away. So it's a one-shot deal, and you're not going to have to be chasing, the man that's going to come and put up the trim and the man that's going to cart stuff away. It's when you're dealing with volunteers doing the work, you want to be as efficient as possible.
Okay. Yeah.
It is a lot of money, I agree.
What's that? Yeah, well,
It's a huge amount of money.
$3,000 a window sounds like an awful lot to me.
Well, we also have, it does sound a lot, but we have one wall in our children's library that's a huge window, and that, according to the building department here in town, they want that to be tempered glass because there's a window seat there. And then also, too, we learned that the windows in another part of the library, because they're within a certain distance to the floor, they also have to be tempered glass. So there are other factors that I learned about in pursuing this information that I had no clue.
Okay, yeah.
It's easy for a large window to be $20,000 nowadays.
Well, a large window, that's why I was asking what kinds of windows.
And honestly, every window in that library seems to be different.
Yeah.
We have the windows where
That's part of the
Martha White's
problem with
kitchen
government.
sink was, and so they still have the ropes and weights in them and all different kinds of windows. So this at least will be consistent now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, not so far. The motel property, what's the assessed value on that at this point, and how much do we get in taxes?
I think we can give him the assessed number because it's public record. He had an appraisal done and we had one done, which I don't feel like sharing that at this point, but what is the appraised value?
Assessed.
Assessed.
I'm just wondering how much we get in tax revenue at this point.
Do you have that, Christine?
Can you look it up? The assessor's website?
Christine,
I
left?
think it's around 7. I don't have the card with me. I'm sorry.
7,000?
No, I think the assessed value is under 700,000.
700,000. So
then we'd have to.
What's that going to be in terms of taxes?
Where's Ed?
7 or 8,000.
That's what I thought.
It's about 10, isn't it?
I know that figure was
Maybe
7.
10.
It's an income based.
I think it's just over 10.
73.
Okay, it's 673,000, the assessed.
Yep. All right.
673.
I guess the last thing is on the there were two things on the pickleball course. You mentioned something about stormwater management.
Yeah, so that any drainage coming off the pickleball courts remains on the site, which is required by town bylaw. In case we just saw that.
All right. A couple years ago, the golf department, I believe, applied for funds. And the difficulty I have with the pickleball courts is the treatment of different sports activities and in different ways. And I'm wondering why the golf department was unable to secure CPA funding, yet the pickleball courts are given this kind of money. Because, you know, the golf department sure could use $300,000 right now.
See, and I get asked that all the time, and I've gotten some nice letters because of that. There were three reasons that all fall under our charge. First of all, they wanted to use the money to do, I forget what it's called, the grass area around the greens. And when we'd asked him how often they do that, he said every 10 years they have to redo them anyways, which is right on our borderline of what we'd consider maintenance. Number two, they were, I forget, what do they fall under, where they try and...
Enterprise?
Yeah, they're under an enterprise fund, so they had the opportunity to raise money. If they were running that as a business, they should plan for capital expense and be able to handle that. I mean, they have to do improvements to the golf course all the time. And then a number of golfers that we talked to felt for the $800,000 they were looking for, their feeling was if they did the $800,000 worth of improvements, they'd get that much more revenue in the years to come. We didn't agree with that.
Okay. And
that means he'd have to make another $800,000 in, say, 3 years because of those improvements.
mm-hmm.
So there were reasons behind it.
That, yeah.
Which is a little bit different here with the pickleball and tennis courts and, you know, basketball courts, playgrounds.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're not projecting an awful lot of revenue from the pickleball courts. I mean, was that a matter of discussion?
Yes.
Okay. And what was indicated in that case?
Well, it's one of those things where we felt, you know, like even when you're talking about golf, the Chamber of Commerce, obviously, when people call looking to come to Yarmouth, they want to know if you have a golf course, how many beaches you have, if you have a dog park, all these amenities. We wanted to be able to say, because all the other towns are doing it, wanted to say, yes, in Yarmouth we have pickleball. If you actually look, I believe it's in the past month, they actually bonded in Sandwich to build pickleball courts.
Mm-hmm.
So for $275,000, we felt to be able to say we could offer the pickleball for the amount of people that we had come to our meetings who felt they'd be coming to Yarmouth, just like the Cultural Center. Mm-hmm. We felt it was an opportunity worth doing.
Okay. So what would it take for for CPA to do something different for golf?
Well, first of all, we wouldn't have to. It would have to be something that wasn't that we would consider maintenance. I can say subsequent to that, the state has also told us that definition of maintenance would be if you did something to it with it, add to the value of the property substantially. And what they were talking about doing in golf didn't fall under that guideline, in my perspective, or the other committee members.
Now, I think there's no question that you know, the golf assets deteriorate over a period of time, whether it's 10 years or 20 years. They do deteriorate.
But that's maintenance.
It's not maintenance. It's just the asset deteriorates over time, and the replacement of that asset is typically a capital expenditure.
So barring something to fall back on, typically we've always gone with that 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it was Mr. whoever was head of the golf, said, yes, every 10 years we have to do that aspect around the greens.
Yeah.
So by his own admission to us, at the very best, he wasn't following our guidelines, which would have to be more than 10 years.
Well,
you got to pick something.
yeah, okay. I think it's a matter of how it was presented then, because certainly Bayberry was built quite some time ago, and during the 15 years that I've played on the courses, on that course in particular, there hasn't been any money spent with regard to work around the greens other than what's being spent now. And that, as you know, that's a $2 million project. So I think it's a matter of how it's explained.
Obviously, you got to make the call on whether you feel it's maintenance or not.
Yeah.
People come to us for maintenance all the time. We don't even hear them.
Right. And I don't view a reconstruction of a golf course as maintenance.
That's not what he came to us for, no.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Eric?
No questions?
No. Yeah, I have a concern with the hotel. I know it's a work in progress, but I guess we'll wait and see what that comes in at. I think, to Norm's point in the past about ongoing maintenance of these properties, we hopefully will have some type of plan in place for ongoing maintenance. Somehow it's going to be funded.
What's proposed there, if you look at the plan, I can't believe it would cost any more maintenance than doing the two parks now. It's basically becoming a meadow and then wetlands.
Okay. The digitalization, is this a multi-year?
No.
We had this last year.
Multi-town.
So, but didn't we already authorize money for
No,
this?
not for this. It was for the...
They presented it?
Yeah,
and
we
then-
came to you last fall.
And then the other towns didn't?
No, I
No.
believe the other towns did, but you had asked the town-generated projects come in front of you, and that's what that was. on our
Okay.
end of it, yeah.
So, and who put forward the hotel article?
Open space.
Open space. Okay. All right. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Appreciate all your hard work. I know it's a lot of time. I'm sorry. I forgot. It was past my bedtime.
I just have...
It is. We do have public comment on this.
All right, on
So-
public comment, I want to just make a statement to clarify stuff. Understanding there are many capital projects on the town's horizon that will compete for scarce resources in the future. It is important to note that CPA funds may not be used for anything other than one of the four eligible categories: housing, historic preservation, open space, and recreation. Should the CPA surcharge be reduced or eliminated in 2020, any remaining balances still need to be spent for CPA purposes. According to Town Council, in order for CPA funds to be used on something other than a CPA purpose, a special act of the state legislature would have to be passed, and that would have to go through the entire state. So the reason I bring this up, there seems to be some misperception that we are essentially acting as a bank account to collect money in 2020 that would be taken for other uses. That's not the reason any of us do what we do. And not only is it against the law, I consider it unethical.
Okay.
I'm wondering where you heard that, because that's not something that I've heard from anyone.
It was brought to us at the Finance Committee.
I'm sorry, what?
Finance Committee.
Oh.
Okay, Christine?
Yeah. I'm not sure if you want me to speak softly so I don't wake you, or loudly so I keep you awake at this point. Quickly, yes, Eric. I'll try to work on that one. Obviously, Christine Greeley from West Yarmouth. I actually would like to speak very much in favor of the Yankee Village acquisition. I think this is significantly important. I think Mark's already outlined what's going on in terms of Lewis Bay. I also think that I have put up for so many years, and even including recently, from people who come to visit us here and want to drive through 28 as fast as they can because it's unattractive. They get to Dennis, and it's like a change in world. And we finally have begun to make some changes. The Hampton Inn has done some beautiful things. The pond on the other side, and we're working on the mill, and the Mayflower Place there has done an incredible job. And the idea that we could then take and have a water vista that will do some environmental protection at the same time just makes me overjoyed. I can't begin to tell you, and I know that people in my civic association feel the same way at this point. Now, the other thing I will mention, because we talked earlier tonight about the whole issue of taxes and everything, I want to understand how a motel that size is taxed less than my house, and that pays less taxes than I do on a residential
Probably
home.
have less people stay there.
Well, it could be, but I'm sure they have more bathrooms than I do.
I think it's,
so I think there's something as a greater question to ultimately ask as we look at aligning things along the road. What's going on with some of this, and what is the tax rate? Thank you.
is it the tax is based off of the income and not the assessed value, so that's something that needs to...
In that case, my taxes should be very low. I'm retired.
Okay.
And that begs the question of what is the highest and best use of that property, and what would be the taxes on the highest and best use?
Well, that's what the appraisal was based on, so you'll be hearing that.
Right. Mr. Kelly, can someone give him a microphone? The other Mr. Kelly. The original Mr. Kelly, sorry. You can probably just move it right. Can you hand it to him?
Believe.
Can you? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Maybe I'll answer the question. The question is what?
I thought you had a comment. You had your hand up.
Yes.
Can you hit the button so there's a green light?
He's done.
There you go.
Okay, just don't hold it.
Oh. I'd like to have...
Don't hold the button.
Don't hold the
Oh,
button.
the hell with it. Hold on.
It was off.
I'd like to have a member of our administrative staff tell what the anticipated percentage is reimbursement from the state.
For what?
For what? I can address that. We're planning on a 15%, so a declining rate. Last year we planned on 18, and we got 18.8, so it's really hard to anticipate, but we are figuring conservatively a 15% match.
The point I wanted to bring out, whatever the number is they vote at town meeting, we will get 15% reimbursement from the state. Nothing to do with our tax money that the taxpayers are paying on the 3%. This would be an addition or a deduction out of the state funds and not out of the town funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the public who would like to address the board? Yes, in the back. Kurt.
There are three reasons to invest in the Yankee Village property. If you go back through our planning history, we've had studies that said we're an oceanfront town, but nobody knows it because you can't see it. So that's the reason why we did the 1750 house and the former Rascals property. And we've talked for years about buying this when Mr. Barker was ready to retire to complete that. Mark's already talked about the environmental reasons. I believe there's probably pollution under that property from Acme Laundry, too, which affected us on the 1750 house, which also gave us a really good price on that property. And we've talked about increased density and development in certain parts of town and less dense in other parts of town. And that was one of those places I think we've talked about undeveloping over the years. So, as we did more, say, up in the village centers, we would do less in an area like that.
It'd be great if we get an offset from that, wouldn't it, to have more development in another area, to
well,
take this off?
And I think, I may be wrong, but I've been told in the past that when we buy a piece of property, the taxes don't necessarily go away, but they get absorbed by the other taxpayers in the town. So that the value is there, but it just changes how it gets billed out. And that could be misinformation, but that's what I've been told. Because I know we asked the question in my days on CPA about certain parcels we were considering buying. And on the other thing about the golf question, the golf is an enterprise account. And I know a lot of people in this town would have a huge problem with giving the golf course money. I think it would violate what the enterprise account is all about, number one. But those of us who have enough history to remember the ugly town meeting when the enterprise account was created, I think would still have a problem with using that kind of money for the golf course versus pickleball. And, you know, what's wrong with just having services for the people who already paid the money in? Do we have to charge for everything we do? I don't think so. So just because there's a great demand for pickleball seems like enough reason for me to do it. Just my thoughts.
Thank you, Kurt. Is there anybody else? Joe?
Sure, if you wanted to, we could fill this room with pickleball people because we've done it.
Why don't we take a break and you can go get them?
Joe Goldstein, and I am talking as the chairman of the Finance Committee. Finance Committee voted unanimously, against the Sandy Pond $275,000. The reason we voted against it, and I'll remind the board that last year you also voted against. At that time it was $375,000. So it's been reduced by $100,000. The problem with it is it gets you nothing other than a study. It doesn't put one shovel in the ground. It has been estimated that the cost of the project, and as part of the Capital Budget Committee, we reviewed the project, was $6.4 million. I don't believe we have $6.4 million laying around, and putting $275 into a study doesn't get you anything other than a study on a project that will never get done. The other issue we took was the pickleball courts, which we did authorize $137,500, I believe the number is, which is half of the request that the CPA requested. The reason for that was, it's in our estimate that over 50% of the people that have shown up or have expressed interest in the pickleball courts were not even members of our town. It was admitted that 35% were definitely not part of our town, and that the other 65% were made up of both Yarmouth and Dennis residents. Well, I don't need to build pickleball courts for Dennis residents. So that was the other reason we took the position we took. And just to correct the chairman of the CPA, we do have pickleball courts in Yarmouth. We have 9 of them. 5 are on high school property, and 4 are on the tennis courts in Sandy Pond. I'll also pass out to the board. These are pictures of what we've allowed Sandy Pond tennis courts and basketball courts to become, which are basically unusable. That's not a problem that is going to be corrected here. The other issue that I'd like to raise to the board is we have changed and transferred who is in charge of parks It is no longer part of the Recreation Department. It is now part of DPW. And having discussed this with Jeff Kobe, he agreed that we should postpone any decisions on parks until he has an opportunity to study the proposals and then pass or not pass on them. All the other issues that CPA have brought to you today, we're in full agreement with. We agree with the housing. We agree with the replacing windows in the Yarmouth Port Library, excuse me. And we're also in favor of the digitalization of the newspapers. So I don't want anybody to get the impression that we're in any way negative on the CPA. We think the CPA has a justifiable and helpful reason to exist in terms of preservation of our historic sites and helping out in other areas that the funds would not necessarily be available. So thank you.
Thank you. Dorcas?
Okay, I promise to keep it brief because it's way past my
Call the
bedtime.
question.
I moved the question. I was waiting for that. Okay, a couple of things. First of all, I will agree with the chairman of the Finance Committee that there was no negativity shown toward any of the other portions of the CPA proposals, but there certainly was to the recreation. And I just want to say a couple of things about this. Number one, it is not a study that we're asking for with Sandy Pond. Let's just talk about that. It's the engineering. It's the cornerstone to be able to start the park. And having been one of the active people involved in Flax Pond, what we need when we go out to benefactors, we're not looking for any more money than the engineering study. And whether we build Sandy Pond today or whether we build Sandy Pond 10 years from now, the engineering study is the same. But when you go out to these benefactors and you ask them for money, and I know because I did it with Flax Pond with Pat Armstrong, the first question they ask you is, what's the commitment from the town on this project? Is there any commitment from the town on this project? For us to be able to go out and say, yes, there is. The town has given us the monies for the engineering project so we can go forward. And now we're looking to collect the other monies. Recreation was put into CPA because of the fact that it is not a priority in towns, and that's fully understandable. Neither was historic, neither was housing. That's part of why CPA was even begun. And as a result, with this CPA, we have opportunities to use that. We wouldn't have the sailing center if it wasn't for CPA. We wouldn't have had the beginning funds that we needed to create the campsite that we now have at Flax Pond. And at the time, and Debbie's here as well and could speak to this as well, we got the study, which the town paid for, a little over $30,000. Mike Stone probably will remember that. And when we reviewed that as a commission, we looked at the fact that Flax Pond was in very sad shape. I mean, very sad shape. We even at one year had the fire department, out of the kindness of their hearts, come to help us shore up the building so we could get one more summer out of it for the kids. And because of what goes on at Flax Pond and how vitally important it is, we felt we needed to focus on Flax Pond and we had to set aside Sandy Pond for now. But we never thought that we wouldn't be doing Sandy Pond at some point. Recreation is critical. Mike talked about it earlier, the opioid situation that's going on in town. This is where people can come and gather and have fun. And pickleball, maybe there were other towns that were represented for our meeting that we had with the Finance Committee, but a lot of our own residents were not in town at that time because they were down in Florida, and they will be back, and I would hasten to say you will certainly hear them at town meeting. Pickleball and these other recreational things are ways for people to just relieve the stress. And that's what CPA is for. The money is there. Why are we quibbling over, we'll give half of it and you can't have the other half? Go out and find a way to get it. Well, then I'm going to go to the benefactors out there and say, well, the town really isn't that committed. They only gave us half the money for the engineering study, as opposed to our being able to go in and say, here's the study. And as far as the pickleball courts that we do have in town, why don't we talk about how much they're used? There isn't any space on them. And the numbers just keep going up exponentially.
They were tennis courts.
They were tennis courts. They always were tennis courts. And they converted.
And it could go vice versa.
And the ones in Sandy Pond, they're falling apart. They're built over the construction debris that was left from the cove. They're not going to last that much longer, even as they are. So I want you to consider those things. We are not the bad guys in town. We are not the ones that we should be putting down, because recreation is very, very important to people, all ages. And particularly in the case of the pickleball, look what it's doing for the older generation. And if we could have some mingling of the older generation teaching the younger generation, and we could have a partnership going on there, how nice would that be? Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the public who would like to address the board?
Just one more comment on the pickleball courts. When he mentioned why would we do pickleball courts when a lot of the people were from Dennis. Well, let's say in retrospect, looking back on the cultural center, a lot of those members are from Dennis. Would you prefer it be in Yarmouth or in Dennis?
Does anybody have any comments or questions? Thank you very much. I know the work that goes into sorting through all of these, and we really appreciate your hard work.
Thanks very much.
Yep. Thanks a lot. We'll see you next week, I guess.
Okay, so with that, we can take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that motion?
All in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, with that, the public... Folks, we're still in the middle of a meeting.
Madam Chairman,
Excuse me. We're still in the middle of a public meeting.
I just want to make a point that all those people that are just walking out the door right now are all Yarmouth residents who are also pickleball players. And
I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm sorry. We closed the public hearing. We asked if there was anybody else who wanted to make a comment. I'm sorry. I appreciate your comments, but we really need to wrap this up. Is board and committee actions, Mark?
Got anything, Mark?
Yeah, I do. I have some reappointments. I'd like a motion to reappoint Dick Martin as a regular member of the Town of Yarmouth's Board of Appeals. The appointment is for a 5-year term running through January 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. Thank you. The next item is 3 regular positions for the Community Housing Committee. I would like a motion to recommend Richard Carroll, Nate Small, and Donald D.J. Sullivan to be reappointed as regular members of the Yarmouth Community Housing Committee. These appointments are for a 5-year term, which will run through January 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. That concludes my report, Madam Chairman.
Excellent. Next item is the approval of minutes of November 14th.
I move those minutes.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Okay. That is 401. Next item on the agenda is upcoming agenda review. Today is... What is today? Today's March 20th. So this Thursday evening, we have a meeting. Is that posted already?
Yep, posted. They're asking, I believe, if we could have the delegation from town get there a bit earlier to help with just getting the little prep before the meeting started. So if you could plan to be there by like 5:30, that'd be helpful.
Okay, great. The next meeting after that is next Tuesday. We'll start at 6 p.m.
Can I, just on that one?
Yes.
There's going to be an add-on to the executive
there
session.
is.
Well, I'm sorry. I so apologize.
We're trying to-
We had a snowstorm
we're trying
last
to minimize
week. These things happen.
I almost laughed out loud at the school committee last night when they said, well, we've been at this 3.5 hours. I'm like, I'd love a 3.5-hour meeting. That'd be great.
We need to
5+.
bring an update to you on the collective bargaining agreements with the police
Okay.
supervisors and patrolmen juniors.
So is that going to be executive
So what I'd like to do,
session?
yeah, that's executive session because it's contract negotiation. So what I'd like to do is propose to you a 5 o'clock start for executive session.
This is which day?
Oh,
27th.
Of March?
Yeah.
Mark, is that okay?
Same thing. I'll be a little late,
Okay.
about 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Is that okay with everybody else? We start at 5? Okay. All right, great. So we'll start at 5, and property disposal show cause hearing, stretch code presentation, final. So we have to go through the warrant. Okay. All right. Actually, that doesn't seem too heavy. So, great. Anybody have any comments, questions, or anything about the agenda? Nothing? Let's move to individual items. Does anybody have, Eric?
Very quickly, work has begun on the volunteer breakfast. We're shooting for the end of April or the beginning of the May, so we encourage everybody to plan on attending.
Well, if you'd give us
We've
the
grown
date.
slowly over
Great.
the last couple of years since re-implementing it, so, and it's always a good time. We get to see Dan in an apron, so it'll be fun.
You don't want to miss that.
And lastly...
I'm sorry, when is that?
We don't have a firm date. We're trying to get a location and
Okay.
bids. Saturday, March 31st, at the Hyannis Resort and Conference Center will be the first annual First Responders Ball. If you want to go to the website to learn more about it, it's firstrespondersunity.day.com. It's for a good cause. All the proceeds will go to benefit local law enforcement, first responders, sorry, not just law enforcement. So I'll bring that up again at the next meeting. Thank you, that's all.
Norm?
Couple of things. Just general comment concerning the GY regional agreement. We reviewed I guess it would be second draft of the agreement, proposed agreement. So we are making progress, and we have a meeting tentatively scheduled for somewhere between 2 to 3 weeks from now. Both teams need to review the wording of the agreement, and there's still some details to be worked out, but I think we're very optimistic at this point. We're reaching the home stretch, and that is not to say that passage of the regional agreement is guaranteed in Dennis. At this stage, the Dennis FinCom has stated that they will be opposed and will express their opposition in their town meeting. But the Select Board has been in favor, the Dennis Select Board has been unanimously in favor of the proposals.
The agreements went to the full board, or just their subcommittee?
Yes.
Did, in
Yes.
public?
Don't know if it was in public.
It had
or
to
not. They say so, but.
They said they were public meetings of the Finance Committee and the board.
Yeah. So again, I think we have reason for optimism on the agreement at this stage. Wixon and Mattakees, the buildings, the building committee has talked about those two facilities, the existing facilities, as part of the proposed Station Avenue 4 to 7 solution. The state requires a disposal plan for the existing properties. Carol has indicated, well, gee, the select board really needs to get moving on this. So I think we need to have, some sort of effort put together to start thinking about options with regard to Mattakees.
And
What's the reason for that? Is it because they're building a new one? When we've closed the other schools before, there was no disposition plan. Is a disposition plan specific, or can we just say that we're going to set up a committee to study what the reuse might be?
No, I think, well, my reading is that it's more specific.
I think at minimum, they're requesting that we carry the cost of demolition of the buildings.
Right.
At $2 million per building, as part of the overall package of the project that goes to the taxpayers for funding. So at least at minimum, there's that allocation of money available for that option. So ultimately, it's up to the towns to decide what they want to do with their assets, but for the purposes of what the project costs, they are carrying a demolition number.
Right. So.
Why, when we might choose to sell it?
They need to carry that number in case we decided to demolish it and sell the property without a building on it. And they still have to do that.
Would any approval be contingent upon eventual demolition?
I don't think so. I think the funding needs to be within the scope of the project.
It seems that we're getting backed into another corner that we don't necessarily want to get backed into. I'd like to know, what the implications of including that demolition number are. If we're committed to demolition, then...
No, you're not committed to it. They're just, and this was a decision, I don't know exactly who made it, because it was being carried from the moment I arrived in town in that meeting, back in March, so we can further define that. But the idea is that they wanted to make sure that the rendition to the public on what project costs was also to carry the cost of demolition.
Right. Previously, we have a series of charts that show the projected construction costs, the state share, and it also has the demolition costs. Previously, the demolition costs were just kind of floating around. And so we talked at the committee about, okay, we need to have those costs identified so that we're making apples to apples comparisons. And that really was what the motivation was. It wasn't to, the cost had been identified, it's just that they were floating out there. They weren't really being scrutinized. So.
Is demolition reimbursable?
No. It's all on the town.
No.
Then what's the point?
So why do they have any business in telling us?
It's just $2 million on top of a budget. Why not take it off?
Well, who's going to fund it?
We're going to fund it no matter what. Whether it's submitted or not, we're going to pay for it because it's not reimbursable.
That's right.
So take it off. Take it off the top.
And so
lower the project number by $2 million.
And so when somebody says, well, and when we present the charts and somebody says, well, you don't have the demolition costs up there.
Because we're not going to demolish it.
We could sell it, and the developer would be responsible for demolishing
Possibly.
it.
Yeah, possibly.
Again, I just don't see the point.
It's to do an apples-to-apples comparison.
I suppose, but we sat in that meeting where Jim Plow said that the town of Dennis is never, ever going to tear down Wixom. So, there's your oranges.
The last item that I'd bring up is we've had some pretty consistent letters to this board and with regard to Captain's Village flooding issues again. This periodically comes up every few years with properties having substantial amounts of water in their cellars, wherever, but in addition, substantial ponding on roads. And I've gone to a couple of sites, one on Captain Bessie. I understand there's another street that has some serious issues. There have been, over a period of time, ponds of water that are 1.5 feet deep. The residents claim that people are driving around the ponds and onto their lawns. This, I know DPW has taken some action on these issues, trying to improve the drainage. I just think that we've got to do something more at this stage to help these owners in these areas where the water accumulation is on public roads. They of course have a responsibility for dealing with their issues in their cellars. I mean, that's something that they need to do. But where the water sits on public roads for a long period of time and creates issues with safety and potential damage to property because people are trying to avoid those ponding issues, I think we have a responsibility to do something. So.
Mike?
I agree with what Norm just said, and I had a very nice gentleman I talked to. He's in his mid-80s in Mulford Street, and he abuts a kind of a swamp area, and he said in the past that when they had storms like this, the town came and actually pumped the water from the street and back into the swamp. This time he called, and they said, it's the groundwater. We can't do anything. And he said it's not the groundwater because other houses near him don't have that issue. So I agree with you, Norm. I think to leave people in this this position is not. I think we're better than that, and I think we should be more responsive. To the subcommittee, we have not reached an agreement on capital yet. I just want to make that clear. Right. We made the headway more in terms of operation costs, and we've had some offers and counter offers. Now the ball's in their court on capital. And I'll be mindful of what Eric taught me about this process. It's not over till it's over, I'm keeping that in mind as well. Right. The other thing I wanted to make clear for people, Tracy and I were at the school committee meeting last night, and they had quite a crowd. It was an overwhelming crowd, and the issue that really people were most concerned with was the social workers in the schools. But the school committee did commit to working further on that budget. The problem was they had to take a vote by last night. And because they couldn't work out all of the details, what they did was they put them back in, plus those 3 other positions that were going to replace the social workers. So the thing by definition is top heavy, and they have to work it. Now, I don't know what their final number is going to be, but I know that they made a commitment to work further on that, and I want to make that clear. And then I want to see Dan cook. He told me he was a master chef down in Westfield, and
I said, you don't want me cooking your food. I'll serve it, Mike. I said, you don't want me cooking it.
So I'm going to hold him to it. I like pork chops.
For breakfast?
Yeah.
Really?
Kibasa is more my style.
Mark?
I'm all set, thanks.
Dan?
Yeah, a couple things. First of all, I know of what is of interest to all of us here is an update on the boardwalks. We were declined again on our request for insurance reimbursement for Bass Hole Boardwalk. So we had an estimate in hand to repair both that one and the Bray Farm Boardwalk, and I believe it's on Thursday night. Karen Green will present the estimates to the CEDC for potential funding request. That is the fastest way to get money available to be able to even have a chance to try to procure a contractor to get it constructed before the summer season. So they had reached out to me to say, could you get a number in front? I think the number we submitted to them was about $93,000 was the estimate, plus a 25% contingency, because it's got to be competitively procured, and then see what we can get from that, and then we'll step up fundraising activities now that we know there's no insurance money coming. So that was disappointing on that respect, but at least that way, hopefully we'll get the money started and we'll get moving on that.
Maybe we could ask for a refund for all of our premiums that we paid towards that to go towards the actual project, because we've been paying premiums and they don't want to give us anything.
I guess it depends whether it's on the schedule of coverage or not, though.
Well, it's related to how we interpreted. It's the wind damage. They don't addressed there. So we tried to make the claim that it wasn't the wind, it was the icebergs that caused the problem. They didn't want to buy into that, so.
But they did, I saw it.
I know. So did we. We had plenty of video of that.
I'd sign an affidavit to that effect.
The other thing
They
is,
claimed it was wind?
well, that's what they're claiming is it's a wind exclusion because it was a high wind event, right? So, the storm response by the town, having lived through that at station number 3. I want to thank the fire department for taking really good care of me, although I had to bring my own frozen pizza, but that's okay. I had power in a warm place to sleep.
But you were able to heat it up.
But
right?
I was able to heat it up, that's correct.
That sets you apart from us.
But I will say that the response by this town, once again, a third storm in a row, was phenomenal. The guys in Public Works worked through the night to clear those streets. That's why we were open for business the next day. That's a great testament to the commitment. And I tracked down Mr. Colby, and he was out actually running a loader out there because they had to press him into service. So we are bracing for another one. I will get a conference call tomorrow with the county to give you an update where we are like we have all along. But I can't say enough about how hard everybody worked to get the town back online.
And Mark brought it all to focus the next morning on the radio.
Oh, that's right.
And you
yeah.
called in.
I did.
You did a good job calling in. I didn't like what Mark was saying, but you did a good job calling in.
I had great things to say about the town of Yarmouth. Yeah, and Dan, and our team, and our DPW crew. I was just amazed at some of the calls that came in. One lady complaining about not being able to get to Stop and Shop to get cream for her coffee. I thought that was a pretty strange call. You know, in the middle of a storm, they should be home. So.
Yeah, one of the.
But thanks for calling in, Dan.
Oh,
You did a great job.
Yeah, well, thanks for prompting me to let me know you were on the air. But was the issue in that particular storm, and I think as part of a community we'll have this dialogue and probably come up with a recommendation in the county. It was very difficult for us to move people in the middle of that storm to the regional shelter system. I mean, we're large enough that we need to tell the county, you know, this is how we're going to take care of our people. Because, you know, the calls came in through the night from the fire department to go pick somebody up in four-wheel drives. You know, just to get to either Harwich or Barnstable, but the county's been in charge of all that. No knock against the county, but a couple of frustrations where they don't open till 4 o'clock. So if you're cold during the day, there was nowhere to go until that call was made. And sometimes they weren't taking people till 7. But the issue really became, how do you transport people effectively? So we have a lot of walkaways on that. So we'll look to come in front of the board at a later date to talk about what our plan is for not only overnight accommodations when they need to happen, but also during the day warming, because there was a lot of cold people that were out in the community, and it was important to get the town open, those public buildings, the next day as soon as possible. But we have to do a better job reaching out to them and letting them know we're open. So,
if I can just comment on that, I thought it was great that you got the senior center open so people could come in and get warm. Some folks could not go to any of the shelters, so for Yarmouth to have a place for people to go who didn't have power, who needed to get warm and stay warm, and get some food, I thought that was terrific. The decision to make the shelters available, that decision was made too late. And I think what we need to do, and Dan, I give you credit for this, so you picked up on this, is that Yarmouth wants to be kind of ahead of the game, so that when we get these facilities pre-positioned so people know the day before that if they lose power, here's where you go. Yeah. Here's where your options are. And as you know, we're getting a crackerjack communications effort here in town.
Not with Dan, we're not.
Well,
he's been right on top of that.
I will say, you know, so the lesson that comes out of this is we need to be prepared to take care of our own people for first 72 hours.
Yes.
And that has really been quite obvious with the storms that we've had. So that's the plan going forward, and we'll get that to you to get that done. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thanks to staff. And as far as the boardwalk goes, I think we should start a GoFundMe page.
Now we can.
And I think that you had some volunteer.
Yep. Yeah, we're still going to use the Sheriff's Department and the AmeriCorps people.
And
there's a certain amount that has to be done by professional pile driving staff because the damage is so significant. So
We're going to get that going.
All right. Is there anything else? Anything else?
I just want to point out that you've now chaired the longest Board of Selectmen meeting in history.
That's it.
It's officially as long as town meeting.
It's so unprofessional to tell you I have to really pee, so. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Good night.